And speaking of speed running, I started the stream.
Okay.
How's that for a speed run?
Very speedy. Okay, I'm doing something right now. So if you don't mind picking the first topic, like I mean speedy, let's we're go.
Hello chat, yeah, Walky Talky podcast, intro, and yeah, Kamui and Oodie, and that's us, and Walky Talky podcast, join the Discord, and like and subscribe, and all that. Anyways, Boruto, Boruto chapter 24 makes no sense, because Kamui has to go in 45 minutes. Alright, so, Kamui, did you know that the Boruto sword chip scene is worse than you thought because of this chapter?
I'm not surprised to hear you say that.
I feel like this is something we should do with Sauron if we want to save this one.
I don't remember what you wrote, so I'm just gonna give my own guesses, basically, because I don't actually remember what you wrote, like, at all. So, why I would say it's even worse than I thought is because, so just to very briefly recap what I've already said in the past. They put a lot of emphasis on how much Boruto loves the sword, and Jura was curious about it. Then you get that chip scene. He has that one panel, and I'm still calling it a goofy face. Maybe you think it's the best face of all time. Doesn't matter. It's that one panel. And that's the end of it. You have a whole chapter where he could have looked at it. You have Kawaki getting agitated, at the very least, about Naruto being attacked. And like Jura's essentially coming up and saying, I'm gonna devour something you love next. Kawaki has a reaction. Boruto still hasn't reacted.
Yeah.
Remember what Boruto said? If you do anything to that sword, you'll suffer a fate worse than death. And Boruto's trying to leave. Kawaki has to stop him and say, no, not yet. I got things to say. And Boruto still had nothing to say about it. So much for a fate worse than death. Bro didn't even, did he even care? Did he remember? Did he even see it? I don't know.
Oh, wow. So you're pulling an Oodie right now because you say you haven't read it, but you have, because not only did you react to the topic, you specifically, you replied to.
Oh, that's funny. No, I said I read it. I just don't remember.
Okay. But yeah, that's mostly what I said. But in my own words, how I said it was, it isn't just that Boruto didn't say anything. It's that he had nothing to say. He specifically had the chance, and he chose to leave. Unlike Kawaki, who denied Boruto leaving because Jura dared to go after the thing he loved. Jura did the exact same thing to Boruto as he did to Kawaki. That was the point? I mean, do we think that was the point? First of all? Ask them about love and then going after the thing that they love. Yeah, exactly. And asking them about love. Like, he did both of those things to both of them.
I definitely think it's related because obviously he does a little bit of a difference, but he was trying to... So regardless of his main motives when it comes to Boruto, he did take the detour to discuss love with Boruto while he was at it. And part of that discussion was, the sword. He's basically seeing how will Boruto react to me threatening this thing he seems to care about, this thing he loves.
Yeah.
And Jura gets to witness Boruto's reaction. And from Jura's end, I think it was perfectly good, although Jura got the reaction from the threat. He never got the reaction from the actual damage. He points out, oh yeah, he's still clutching the sword, even after being knocked out, and that's good for him to observe, but Boruto had such a non-reaction. Jura didn't have anything to say about the chip. That's another sign that it's worse than we thought, because again, it's not just Boruto not saying anything. Jura had nothing to say about the damage caused to the chip, to the sword, because what was there to say? Oh, I guess you didn't care about that sword after all. That's all he could have said.
Yeah. I mean, So first of all, I didn't mean from like the character perspective of Jura whether that's consistent for Jura to do. I meant so because it's like yeah, hypothetically he could go say that to Inojin, but yeah, it's like one chapter it's Boruto, the very next chapter it's Kawaki. Like they're doing a Boruto Kawaki parallel, just like Naruto Sasuke, how they always have the same things happening to them. But yeah, but like you said, you're adding on. Okay, yeah, but okay, so I mean to be fair. Whereas he didn't react to the swordship, he did react to the threat, like you were saying, and that is, like, I think what they were going for with the parallel, and they're just removing the chip from the equation entirely despite it existing, which is the problem.
That's the thing, though, because if that's the case, what I think they should have done is not chip the sword yet.
Yeah.
And wait for the chip scene to be juxtaposed closely with whenever Jura at least confronts Naruto.
Mm-hmm.
Just to put those scenes.
Well, that's what I was going to agree. Yeah, like if they're going to do the sword chip scene here, you have to have Jura go to Daikokuten right now or something. Like take off Naruto's finger. I don't know.
Which, whereas that hasn't been remotely implied by this chapter, that could be a segue to another topic. But you probably want to finish this first.
Yeah, I'll just speed run this first if we want. Oh, shout out Jura who's listening right now. That's Vaughn. I'm sure he might have something to say if he wants, so he can request up. And Paradox, Kamui's only going to be here until 11, which is 40 minutes from now, which is why we're just going to keep it with Kamui for now. But just the exact same thing Boruto did. Okay, so anyways, yeah, because of Naruto Sasuke parallels.
My reply, so just read the reply for me when.
When I get to it, yeah. In the 5 Kage Summon arc, Naruto and Sasuke both agreed to hear one another out because they wanted to hear what the other had to say when the other had something to say. So it's not just like, oh, we have to leave Kakashi and Madara. No, it's like there's still stuff left unsaid. We aren't going to leave until we say everything we want to say. And they're both like denying their people saying to leave because the other person hasn't finished talking yet. Obviously, Jura was willing to listen to Kawaki, and it's fine, I guess, if Jura didn't have much more of a response.
So it's not just willing. He was probably wanting to hear from Boruto too.
Yeah, it is still a problem with Jura because Kawaki responded to the fact that Jura wanted to have a conversation, and Jura left. But that's a different problem. But Kawaki acknowledged him. Oh, that's what are you talking about?
It's like, since when does he care, bro, about Kawaki's acknowledgement? I mean, it's fine, but like, it's so not like that was a goal. It's not like Naruto getting the acknowledgement of you. It's like you wanted that.
Is Jura secretly a tsundere like Edo?
Yeah.
Like, what's he doing? Like, as if they have a rivalry or something. I don't know. Like, that's how Kid Naruto would react if Sasuke acknowledged him.
Literally, like, the last time Jura saw Kawaki, he was like, sit down, Otsutsuki, knocked him out and left him.
Like, he just gave him attention.
He did not care about Kawaki last time he saw him.
Yeah. It wasn't even positive attention. Nothing he said was positive. It was only negative.
It's just, I don't know if you read the Viz chapter.
I haven't yet.
There is like one typo that was weird, but there was a couple spots where I'm like, okay, that probably a little bit more sensible.
I was thinking they had to be more sensible for the translation. I don't remember
what he said, but there was just a couple small things. I'm like, okay, it makes a little bit more sense this way.
Okay. Sure.
This did a pretty good job. This chapter, like, again, there's a couple things I would say were better the other way, but overall, they did a pretty good job.
Is the ending thing still major ick?
It's totally ick instead.
Okay. Well, okay, it's so funny because even then, like, are they saying Hidari's like, Jura, I learned a new word? Because those are not.
Pull it up real quick.
Those are words.
Like, pretty much the same idea.
Multiple words. Has in more than one, said, plural even.
There's a modern phrase I just learned that might be appropriate to use right now.
Okay.
What is it? Totally ick.
So, by the way, what book was he reading to where he learned that phrase? Like, what book is like using that and then defining totally ick?
I think he's literally reading the dictionary. I'm not gonna lie. Because
would totally ick be in the dictionary? I don't think it would be.
The alternative is he's just reading a book where they say totally ick, and he's just figuring, maybe poorly, so we don't know if he really figured out its meaning or if he's poorly using the word, but
yeah,
it might just be he saw it and it was like, oh, that might be fitting here, and it's like totally not. We don't know.
That'd be so funny. He just thinks it's like another word for admiration or something. Like he's reading what he thinks is like some dating book when it's just someone that's like grossed out by the other person.
Okay, the funniest thing they could do is if it's makeup tactics and one of the girls says totally ick to like one of the guys or something like that. That is the funniest thing they could do.
I could totally see.
I'm still waiting for the makeup tactics reveal.
You know what? Screw it. I think it would be funnier if Hidari read Makeout Tactics than if Jura did.
Especially in light of the anime when Sasuke was reading it.
Exactly, yeah. Oh, so good.
He starts using the words on Sarada in nonsensical ways to get his target. Like what if like a character in the book they use the word target for like the girl they want to date, and Hidari's like, target? Is that okay? So he tries the tactics and stuff. I'm telling you, there's some funny ass things they could actually do and make it so entertaining.
It would be like the best filler of all time.
Literally, like at the very least, if the anime doesn't do it, I will be so disappointed.
Or like Jiraiya is writing intentionally gag scenes that Hidari doesn't realize are meant to be funny. So he's like showing up to Konoha with like a mustache and glasses on to pretend to be someone else in front of his
Oh my god. Like, I really, really hope the anime does play with, at the very least, can they at least cameo Makeout Tactics in the bookstore? Just have it on the shelves or something.
Yeah. So
it's just, you don't even have to do anything with it. Just draw it. It means so much to the band.
I know. Fire Force has an episode, it's actually like more like half of an episode, to where they basically do this concept to where it's basically one of the Akatsuki members of Fire Force is going after one of the main characters. But if you remember, it's the character whose gag it is to like trip and become naked,
lose her pants.
Yeah, so like that's what that entire thing was about. This person was like seriously trying to kill this other person, and through like 3 or 4 different failed attempts because the person keeps getting naked, the Akatsuki member in this case is thinking that she's the most like formidable foe of all time because she just keeps somehow defeating him. No diff.
Oh, that is so funny. There's definitely some filler in Naruto that's pretty similar to that.
Yeah,
I love it.
I love it. Anyway, so Jura insulted something Boruto loves, and he's just like, bye. If you want to argue Boruto the ninja is being the tool, which is Koji's path, or should that be Sasuke's maybe, then Kawaki the Otsutsuki is being the human, which is Naruto's path, by following the mission versus following one's heart, and the different conclusions and consequences of each path. That could be cool, especially as it's the opposite of the dynamic you'd expect, and the opposite of the path they want to go down, but reluctantly do so, ironically in a twist of fate, similar to omnipotence, reversing their situations, which is even more extra layers of irony, and they both wish they could live the other person's life right now in a way. But I feel like they aren't doing that, at least not in the story, or focusing on it, or driving it home, or even saying it. And you say in your reply, it's like almost the opposite based on what they do, but it could be actually really cool and good if what I said is true. But are Kawaki and Boruto meant to be so much alike it pisses me off or not?
Yeah, because the problem is like, it's probably what I said in the reply. That would be really cool, but the whole point of Boruto going there is that he wasn't being a tool like Koji, you know?
Exactly, because he's saving Konohamaru. He's going behind Koji's path, aka not following his path, to follow Boruto's own path to team up with Kawaki.
If he's gonna do that, if he's gonna be doing that, why would he just randomly? And he also had the reaction to the sword earlier, so it's like why would he randomly become Tooly here?
Yeah.
Just goes against his character.
So I can't wait to get Sauron's reaction to that, and I feel like we should have that conversation with Bello and or others to see what they would have to say as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll just save that topic. And
okay, I will not delete it then.
Especially Sauron.
Exactly.
After that whole thing. But
so
this is something I was gonna write down and never got to. This isn't the segue from earlier, but just very briefly speaking, I feel like we've already kind of discussed this somewhat, but maybe just coming back to it. How strong do you think like Hidari, Mamushi, and everyone actually is? The reason I'm saying it is that just like we go back to chapter 4. Boruto and Hidari, just what they do is just relative. Boruto is definitely heavily like into that. Like he's not trying. Like he's staying when he shouldn't be because he wants to kill Hidari basically. So we can't say he's like holding back. He can be not going all out, but he's not like not trying. And he cared. That was the whole reason he stayed. And then you have his Mamushi seems fairly relative. He says to Konohamaru he wouldn't have beat Matsuri that easily if she wasn't that injured. And then you see the actual Hidari fight with Boruto. It's just like he just wasn't bodying Hidari. Like he's got distractions. He uses the Rasengan. It hurts him, and then Hidari teleports away. And Hidari gets away from Boruto on multiple occasions. Even after Uzuhiko, if Kawaki didn't show up, he was gonna get away and heal, rendering that whole thing useless. And that's with Sauron and Konohamaru's assistance, which is making it seem like, if anything, I was making Hidari look stronger. But ignoring that, it's like he doesn't look like. I don't see why Boruto would just not be going all out. They're like, why wouldn't he go all out to stop Hidari? Like, why would he not? So that makes it seem like Boruto is just relative to the Shinju at full power. But then you look at his performance versus Jura. Yes, Jura wasn't like going all out, but like, so could Hidari just put up that much of a fight against Jura too? And if so, I mean. Mello's gonna take this and run with it, but it's like, how strong is Sarada? Or how weak was Ryu? Because this is just kind of ridiculous, I feel like.
I mean, as long as
narratively, Sarada shouldn't be astronomically stronger than Boruto.
As long as Jura is holding back, then he can just downscale infinitely to whatever character he's fighting at the time. Like, hypothetically, he could be pretty relative to Inoji next chapter as far as I'm concerned, and that's not going to be inconsistent because Jura's just holding back.
Yeah, it's kind of tricky, but it's like, yeah, I don't know. But anyway, actual topic I wanted to discuss, well, there's a lot of them, but it's the most recent one I think I posted.
Well, real quick, just on what you were saying, though, power scaling wise, since you were asking me anyways. So, I know what you're saying about Boruto versus Hidari, chapter 4 or 5 or whatever, but like, whereas it was 1v1-y, Boruto's surrounded by the Shinju. It's practically a 1-on-4, even if he's only focusing on one of them, and even if the others aren't doing anything, to where I feel like that's still like considered. And also the fact that it just wasn't a long fight. It was a singular exchange that lasted 0.2 seconds, and so we can't really use that. It wasn't even a fight.
It's more so the Mamushi part, where it's like that was like slightly extended.
I agree, so but then also you have like Boruto versus Hidari in chapter like 12 or whatever, so 13.
But like I said, though, in that one, he's not just bodying him.
Yeah. I mean, it could, again, that I do think Boruto was pretty low on chakra there anyways, considering I think all of that was pretty much one day.
It just depends on that. We don't know the time frame.
I know, that's the problem. Well, it wasn't all
one day, because at the very least, there's that next morning between the code fight and that fight. I do know there's at least a day.
Sure. But, like, I don't know how long it's... I don't know how quickly Boruto recovers all of his chakra, because if you remember in Naruto the Last, it took Naruto, like, 3 days to recover all of his chakra, and that was with Sakura's help.
But Naruto also just has these, like, endless reserves to where it just would take a long time to replenish all of them.
Yes, but then how much chakra does Boruto have right now? He's apparently fully Otsutsuki, Borushiki spamming Rasengans without absorbing Naruto's chakra anymore. The giant Rasengans, he's spamming Flying Raijin that isn't Flying Raijin, but might be even more chakra consuming than Flying Raijin. Like, I don't know how much chakra Boruto has.
Because it doesn't seem to do anything. It's so weird. We don't know. Like,
I don't know. Definitely weird. I don't know how much Uzuhiko even drains from Boruto himself.
I don't think it's much. It does use some, but it's primarily drawing upon external sources of energy, so...
Yeah, it probably is just, like, the same energy cost as, like, a mini Rasengan. Because I do think he needs to, like, do the startup cost for the Uzuhiko, and then all of the charging, I think, is just the Earth, rather than any of Boruto.
Yeah, I agree. Like, he does probably a Rasengan's worth, and then the rest is...
I think it's less than a Rasengan's worth.
We don't know, but, like, either way, it's not going to be much.
I mean, it seems to be less powerful than a base Rasengan at the very least, at its like lowest forms. Is at least that. But either way, so I can't wait to talk to Mello about the power scaling, because so Konohamaru cannot just be Jigen plus or up there in that ridiculous tier based on his 1 feat against Hidari, because clearly this is funny. I can't wait to hear Mello's reaction to this. But Code was able to withstand someone teleporting on top of his face, whereas Konohamaru couldn't. And so clearly, you can say that's ridiculous or a gag scene or whatever. Clearly, I don't think Boruto and Kawaki are like way different in weight. Same with Code and Konohamaru. So I'm going to use that to say I think Code scales above Konohamaru, as he should.
Even then, it's just like, can we use just a teeny bit of common sense, please? Like, do you seriously think Konohamaru surpassed 6-pack Sage Mode plus full Kurama KCM Naruto plus Renegon Sasuke combined? No! Like, Konohamaru did not surpass that duo. That is so ridiculously nonsensical.
Let's remember Jigen was playing around the entire fight as well. Not once did he actually try.
Yeah, it's just like, that is so ridiculous. It's just like, no, bro. Like, what did he... Oh, he has a giant Rasengan now. Too bad Naruto has the super ultra massive Rasengan. It's just like, he can't be. So that either means Boruto and them aren't as strong, or something else.
Yeah, I mean, plus the fact that like Boruto was staying on top of his face because he wanted to like attack Code, whereas Kawaki, I don't think he wanted to stand on Konohamaru's face. It's just Konohamaru's face happened to be there. Accident. Yeah, so he's just like getting out of the way, kind of like he's not staying there, and Konohamaru still just like fell over anyways. So. It's not like Kawaki kicked him down or something. So it's not like Code was even struggling to stand up. It didn't phase him. Unlike Konohamaru, not only phased him, it knocked him to the ground. Yeah,
it just annoyed Code is all it did.
Yeah, exactly. If anything, Code's the one that attacked back. So
he literally did attack back.
Yeah. So I'm glad we're on the same page there. So on to your most recent Boruto topic. Did you want to say it, or?
You say just because I can't see it right now.
Kamui, is there any sensible way this arc can continue for a bit longer? Thinking narratively, thematically, and plot-wise, I don't mean the next chapter of Resolution, but another 4 or so chapters or so. Technically, they did continue the Code arc after the arc mostly ended, so it's technically possible to do a similar thing here, but would it make sense? In Code's case, the continuation was about Code removing the limiters and continue to carry the obsessive love theme, so can something similar work here? I think it can work for Ada, but let's brainstorm.
Yeah, so obviously this... I think we both agree
the way the chapter is presented feels like it was the end, and that the Mamushi will be the next arc, as well as the other 10 direction update things. I'm sure you agree it felt that way at the very least.
Yeah.
However, you could say the same about the cover. So that's not to say it's guaranteed, especially considering the plot point structure things that we've discussed before. It just shouldn't be the end, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the thing with Ada is that she had the whole follow your heart thing. Again, she's the one to specifically comment on that line. And then he says, Ada, because of Boruto, Mamushi's going after you. So it's a direct consequence of this arc. And then they have Matsuri and Ryu taking so much focus for kind of the first half of the arc. I don't know, depending on where the arc is. And then you have Jura taking the entire focus here. It's possible they're just going to do like an act by act thing to where first act is Matsuri Ryu, second act is Jura, third act is Mamushi, where they're going to keep a lot of the same thematic beats, because as it is, the Ryu Matsuri portion and the Jura portion, it's very thematically like connected. We're not saying it's like a completely different field of the area. It feels like they belong together. And so they could easily do the similar thing with Mamushi to where he just is going to be the final battle. Where it gets tricky for me, though, is that what was the second battle of this arc? Like, they didn't lose, like, to Jura, I feel like. They feel like that was just a win at the end of the day. So,
Boruto lost.
Like, you could do another option is this is a midpoint, it's a false victory. And Mamushi's on the move now, and that's going to be something like just those are some initial brainstorms. What do you have in mind?
So, especially what they did with Hidari at the end of the chapter, it's possible that maybe even Mamushi's a false gun, but it could just be Hidari and Mamushi go. Either way, I'm not even like considering Mamushi if it's still the same arc. It could be, because there's stuff they could do with Ada there, since I feel like Sarada and Ada.
That's really the link there.
Sumire and Ada.
Mamushi doesn't have anything.
Yeah, I know this is more so resolution-y, but like I feel like we should get a scene between Sarada and Sumire after everything that's happened, just so they can like talk things out. So I feel like that should be this arc.
Less of a continuation of the arc, unless Hidari invades.
Well, exactly, yeah, but that's how I feel like we can get to Hidari's invasion, which is, as we've already seen, something he's also seen with 10 Directions. In fact, I don't know if he like knows the order of things or when things are going to happen. In Viz, do they say that Mamushi is coming now or something?
Koji says in both translations he's on the move.
On the way. Okay. I mean,
the picture of Mamushi shows him just sitting there, but
we do. Yeah, exactly. We do know that in 10 Directions he saw Mamushi, but he also saw like Sarada, Mangekyo Sharingan versus Hidari, seemingly. And so they could just have that be a thing and continue the arc that way through obsessive love or whatever they're going with. But that's what I would.
That's the case. Is Sarada the protagonist of the arc after all?
So I feel like it could be cool if Jura confronts Sarada next, after hearing Boruto and Kawaki's quote-unquote answers. Maybe even like talks with Sarada about Boruto and Kawaki's answers and what Sarada thinks about those answers, rather than giving her own answer. Since I feel like Jura probably already knows what Sarada's answer would be. I feel like she kind of already gave it. So I feel like Jura's next course of action would be something along the lines of that. I feel like after Hidari said totally ick, he's going to go like prove to Jura what a Shinju's meant to be, or go after his target because of acknowledgement or whatever. I don't know. I feel like
they could do that. Like,
especially, okay, 10 Directions updated showing Mangekyo Sharingan Sarada versus Hidari. Does that imply that that fight also was never going to happen originally, and it's only happening now because of what Jura said to Hidari? In which case, that means Jura's done that. Hidari's should move out now or next. And if Mamushi hasn't been talked to beforehand, maybe Mamushi's going to be talked to next chapter, and that's when he's going to go. Or maybe Hidari's going to wait until Mamushi goes. Yeah, because I don't think Jura said anything to the Shinju before going that we're going to cut back to later. I doubt that.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it at the very least. I mean, we don't
Especially
know,
with Hidari reading. Like, I feel like since Tin Direction's updated and now we're getting Jura saying things he otherwise wouldn't have said to Hidari, I feel like that has to be the direction they go in. That's what I think. Okay.
No, it's the most sensible.
Plus the fact that, like, even in, like, the alternate futures where Boruto does show up and he dies, I mean, Juro would still just say whatever things to the Shinju, so that wouldn't change. So it has to be in reference to Kawaki showing up. Yeah, so
like Kawaki acknowledging him and Juro's change of feelings.
Yeah, so that has to be what leads to Hidari and Mamushi invading. Is just Jura's change based on that.
Especially if, like, either or Mamushi or Hidari comment on the fact, because I mean I've been saying this again, where I'd like, it doesn't really matter who does it. I do think Mamushi's the coolest because of it, but if at least one of them comment on the fact that, like, Jura, you didn't kill Boruto once again. What's the deal? And then Jura starts talking about, like, love and shit. And then, like, Mamushi's like, I'll show you what, like, I'll show you how it's done. Or not actually saying that, but the point is be like, I'll find out for you then, kind of thing, to where he's like, I'll make my move. Like, something along those lines could work pretty well.
I feel like
whether because of Jura, because again, Jura kills Boruto in those other timelines, he doesn't here, so that could be what leads to them doing something else.
So obviously we haven't got much with Mamushi, but literally everyone thinks Mamushi is the most sadistic of all the Shinju. He's the one that's the most monstery, tin-tailsy, and he doesn't care about anything but devouring his target, etc., etc. What if they're gonna pull the rug out from underneath us, especially in light of Boruto TBV Vortex Volume 5's cover, to where all the Shinju are reading Jura's book except for Hidari looking to the side? What if they're going to do the rug, like the rug pull, the thing that nobody expects? Hidari's they are going to have Hidari.
Instead of Hidari, like, betraying the Shinju because he's going to be a good guy, he's the only one that remains a bad guy.
That's what I was thinking earlier, yeah. Because I feel like, again, they haven't done much with Mamushi, so they could still do that with him. But not only does everyone expect that, it's obvious, but with Hidari, everyone expects him to be the Itachi double agent mole good guy who's secretly Sasuke all along with all of his memories, but that doesn't make sense. And they have only consistently set up Hidari to be the true monster in this regard. I was thinking about that earlier. They've only done that.
Yeah, I mean, because as it is, I mean, Jura's the one who's been teeter-tottering, like Meruem. He's not the one asking the identity question, like Meruem did. That's actually Hidari. But Hidari's asking the questions, but he's just kind of rolled with the path. And again, he asked Sarada the question about identity. She didn't give him an answer, so he doesn't even have a reason to falter. So, like, yeah. I mean, we really just don't know what Mamushi's gonna do. He might be a case to where he's also doubling down. He might be a little wishy-washy, then double down. It's really hard to say. As it is, like, if you want to do, like, the comparisons to Chimera Ants, you have Pito, when she kind of just liked Meruem, she just stayed that way. That human thing just stayed that way. Shiapoof remained. He has his human traits, obviously, with his idealism of Meruem and the king and all that. But, like, other than that, he's just pro ant. Like, we're doing the king thing, the ant thing. Yuppie kind of teeter-totters, but he finishes ant. So Meruem finishes, and he teeter-totters, but he finishes human. So you kind of have, like, Pito. I know she's anti, but, like, she's human anti, if that makes sense, and she stays that way. Poof stays anti-human. Meruem, Yuppie teeter-totter, but Yuppie finishes Meruem human. Ryu just stays Shinju. I'm just gonna give him that. Like, he just doesn't get human-y. Like, you know what I mean? Jura's teeter-tottering. Matsuri teeter-totter. You could say she finished Shinju, because she was trying to devour him, but she teeter-tottered. Hidari so far hasn't teeter-tottered. Mamushi hasn't teeter-tottered. So it's possible, of course, this case, it's not going to be a 2-2 because it's a fifth person, but They might have like 2 finish human-y, 2 not, or 3 not, or something like that. They might do a similar thing. I don't know.
So I'm curious.
But I like the idea that they each do something different at the very least.
Well, especially with Ada, who is the love charm, I can imagine if that does affect Mamushi, they could do some funny scenes there as well, regardless of Damon. Since I'm sure it's going to affect him, but either way. And also the fact that Ada is still the only singularity of fate that hasn't done anything yet, so we still should get that. And I want to see that this arc. In Ada's conversation with Mitsuki, they could go tie back to that.
Because that was the thing of this arc. That's why I'm saying they could continue this arc, and I really, really hope they do. What I'm going to basically do, it sucks. I have to remove the first 8 minutes of my Kawaki versus Jura final battle video, but I'm going to take a lot of the concepts and just attribute it to how it should continue with Mamushi versus Ada as the third act of the arc, basically.
Yeah.
That's how I'm going to approach the video instead. But I mean, you and I would both love that because, like I said, thematically, it's it's very tricky with Mamushi. He's a wild card. And then Damon could work as well because of Damon, any love thing with Ada and Damon. Obviously, it's brotherly, sisterly love, but it doesn't matter in those arcs. They've done all sorts of love. They have freaking sword love, so it doesn't matter it doesn't have to be romantic, clearly. Plus, technically, unresolved stuff. Can you pull up Koji's update real quick?
In the latest chapter? Or 2 chapters ago?
Yeah, when he got the update. Let's just examine everything in that really quickly. Because let's just assume for a moment it all happens in this arc. Because if Mamushi versus Ada/Damon happens this arc, and Sarada versus Hidari, at that point, I feel like the Shikacho stuff should also be this arc. You know what I mean?
Sure. Okay. So I wanted to say that a lot of people don't even understand what an arc is defined by. It's if you change scenes to a different location for a while, they just think it's a new arc randomly. It's you don't understand how it works. If they go back from the Sand Village to the Leaf Village, that doesn't automatically dictate a new arc.
Exactly. Because you have to see it out, So because again, them going back home, it doesn't necessarily end the arc. Exactly. That's the whole reason for this discussion. The Code arc, great example.
Yeah, it's about whether or not they're returning to their ordinary world, their current struggles, conflicts are resolved in a meaningful way, etc., etc. Otherwise, if it's just going to continue, then that's not a new arc.
Yeah.
But what did you want to look at in the here thing?
Just all the things. So obviously, Jura holding his head and Boruto on the ground.
Wait, this doesn't happen, right? This never happened. Wait, it did? Did it? No, it didn't.
Actually, let's double check. Did this ever happen?
Oh no. Ikimoto. Oh no. Ikimoto.
He already healed his eye.
Oh, Ikimoto.
And Boruto on the ground is clearly him being on the ground.
What an Ikimotoism.
Please skim through.
It doesn't have to be the exact same angle. It could be a different angle. Just anywhere. Does he ever hold his eye?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Okay, so 9 chapter 23, which I mean.
Oh, what an Ikimotoism. Oh, Ikimoto.
Yeah. Let's see. I can't wait for Mambo to say we're nitpicking. I'm sorry, bro. That's not a nitpick. That's just ridiculous. You could call it a nitpick because story-wise, it doesn't really matter. But it's no, technically, I'll address the elephant in the room. The updates are just possible futures.
Exactly.
Technically, it doesn't have to come true. Exactly. But that's one of those stupid ones that it's what's the point? He doesn't cover his eye.
Then just don't show it, bro. I don't care. It's technically only possible.
Just show his eye with a hole in it. I mean, I guess I understand from the perspective of he doesn't want to show him having a no eye, but I don't know. If you're gonna, okay, I understand he wants the eye cover so it doesn't spoil Kawaki stabbing the eye. I get that. Just have Jura cover the eye at literally one frame of the. Why draw it this way? It's so stupid. I understand it doesn't matter, and technically it could be one of the futures that doesn't happen, but it's just, why do that? It's so stupid.
Or maybe just like have Jura's clothing cover his eye, like if the camera's like to Jura's right, to where the cloth thing is like in the way. Or even just show Jura from behind, where you have a hole in his head, but like we don't know what that means yet. I don't think anyone would overanalyze that at that point. So there's so many ways around it, bro. It's like, what are you doing?
Let me write a note for that.
I can't believe that's probably, other than like Boruto laying on the ground, that is the easiest thing to just get right. Oh God, I can't wait for Mama to say, oh, it's a possible future. Can't wait. Oh my God, why? Unbelievable. I can't wait for Mamba to say, it happened off screen, you guys are... It's like... Oh my God.
I don't know, it just like, again, like, I totally understand. This doesn't matter, but like...
Also, I guess Jura's bloody lip also just doesn't exist, by the way. It's just bad art. So much
that
for our
one,
theories.
I'm a little hesitant to overly analyze because it
could be in the future.
It's so zoomed out that I don't know what the like.
It could also just be in the future, like hypothetically, like Jura saves Mamushi from Damon, but Damon beats up Jura. That could be in the future.
That could technically apply to the sand thing, but the scenery makes me think no, especially since it was right next to Boruto on the ground.
Well, this is like 3 pages later. This 10 directions page.
No. I was talking about the previous eye holding scene.
Oh, okay.
Like, technically, that could be after the Damon fight, but like...
I was talking about 3 pages later.
No.
Jura in the Tin Tails dimension with like the bloody lip. That's just bad art.
I know.
Okay, yeah.
But...
Also, I think this means that it can't be a future thing, because from what we understand after seeing the Kawaki fight, Jura doesn't bleed. Like, his body was blown up. It's just the eye.
That is true, yeah.
So, unless he's just like... Okay. I have a cool theory to make this still possible. Jura devoured someone. He just hasn't wiped the blood from his lip. That'd be cool.
Okay. That is the coolest, but we already know how he devours people. It's via that tree.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. But either way. So what exactly did you want to look at here? Because here is Mangekyo, Sharingan, Sarada, and Hidari. There's
I just want to examine everything. So you see Mamushi, probably Damon.
Personally, I thought this background was the Tin Tails dimensions, like the tablets, the Otsutsuki Stone tablets, but it could be something else.
It might, I mean, what's that?
The black
other
stuff. The black stuff now, after this latest chapter, it kind of looks like Kawaki's teleportation portal thing behind him. Because
Not
this is
really,
clearly the outline of the jacket.
Well, that was that jutsu absorption that you talked about.
I feel like he just portaled it away.
I don't think so, because we've seen the jutsu absorption do similar things before, but it doesn't really matter.
Sure. Okay, so we technically have this down here. Maybe this is Konohamaru. I don't know what this is, but looks like someone's hand reaching up, like pulling down the panel. I think this is Inojin over here, if I were to guess, but no details, obviously. Don't know what this is. Some sort of cloth. Is this code? Code making a move? Boruto? Kawaki?
I mean, it looks like it could be Boruto's jack. That's so...
I know.
Random thing. Like, if that is what Koji saw, that is so useless, but I'm sure he actually saw it. But...
Well, again, does Koji even need to look at it? Like, is he right now receiving the information behind him? Or does he need to see it? Like,
That is so funny.
I don't know how it works.
But also, okay, other things to consider are that there's separate visions. So the one with Hidari, Sarada, Mamushi is separated by 3 pages from the other one. The other one has Inojin and Shikadai in one of Orochimaru's hideouts, whichever one it is. Whether it's the Gaara Shinki one or different one, the Koji one, we don't know. And as Jura, Boruto, and Himawari. So the question there is this like the possibilities? You have either Inojin and Shikadai, or Jura and Boruto, or Himawari? Or is it like all 3 of these are coming soon, and then later will be Mamushi, Hidari, and so on? So like, is this arc gonna finish with Inojin and Shikadai, protecting Shinki or whatever there, and then Jura going after Himawari, or like...
Actually, I just remembered something that I can't believe we didn't consider earlier. So, the first time we see 10 Directions, isn't it in chronological order, like left to right? The scenes?
Like the one from chapter 13, you mean?
Yeah.
Let's find out.
Because if so, that should apply here, in which case, I am just right. He's seeing Jura after the Mangyakyo Sharingan Sarada versus Hidari thing.
I don't think it's in order, because...
I don't think so, okay.
I'll share my screen real quick.
Shout out Space and Axel.
You see, up top... Okay, this we can't say too much about. This looks like Code Art, Borushiki walking up to Kawaki, but it could be anything. But then you have, like, in the upper parts, you have Ada, the apartment. Then you have Sasuke in... Honestly, this looks like Sasuke in the ramen pot dimension, which is before...
I don't think so. No, I think that's the waterfall dimension that they fought Ishiki in.
It should be, but it looks like the ramen pot. But regardless, then you have Ishiki, you have Code making the Clawgrimes themselves, Code there. Then Barrier Mode Naruto versus Ishiki, Code's claw marks there.
Well, hang on, that right there can debunk it, just with the Code, Clawgrime, Ten Tails thing. Were Clawgrimes existing yet before the Ten Tails finished being, like, split up? No, I think they were, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's still a weird order to show it in. Regardless.
Either way, like, if anything, it starts off like it's going further in the past. Oh, fucking Viz.
I hate Viz, bro. It's so stupid. Why does it do that? It's like you get like 20 seconds to move around, or like 5 clicks to move around. You just can't.
But like, you see, Prophecy arc, Kawaki arc, Code arc. It's just so out of order.
Yeah.
And who is this? Is this Koji on the ground?
That's Koji on the ground, yeah. I wasn't referring to the different scenes. I was referring to the individual film reels from like left to right.
Well, if you're including Code's claw marks,
that's probably Code art.
That's the most recent. So you have Sasuke randomly, these two fighting, okay, going this way. Amado Sumerai, okay. Borushiki, Kawaki, Ada, okay, I guess. This way, the apartment, the Ada apartment, okay. This, then this, and this, okay. Kawaki standing on Ishiki, okay. Well, same thing, okay. Then future, okay. Future, okay. Okay.
So this one is so different from the others. I don't know if this is just like
okay, that
an
is
example.
Okay. This can't really see much.
Yeah.
Okay, nothing. Then Boruto, then nothing. Okay.
So it's consistent.
I guess it is that way. Okay, well, let's try that now.
All right.
So it's only within a film reel. So
Yeah.
Inochin before Shikanai, Jura before Hidari. I'm going with Hidari based on the cloak. Boruto before that. Himawari before nothing. Not very insightful. Oh my god.
I hate this so much, bro. It's so bad. Okay.
Jura before Jura. Look, these are the ones that matter.
Yeah.
So Jura
Hidari,
before Hidari. Now, this could be like Jura talking to them. Okay.
And I do think Hidari would appear before
Mamushi.
Okay, so we are on the same page. That is Damon's hair.
It could be Ada's, but the little point makes me say
agree.
Damon probably.
I agree. Okay.
Well,
I think
that's what we've got.
Yep. So ridiculous.
Why does he see it out of order? So weird.
So, by the way, how do film reels in Japanese work? Because obviously we know that we read the text from right to left as opposed to left to right in English. Do they have film reels right to left as well in Japanese? Is that what they're doing here?
I don't know.
I don't know. Oh, so ridiculous.
Weird either way.
Yeah, I mean, the pages are right to left at least, so.
Anyway, I'm gonna pick out a topic and go get my cauliflower.
Okay.
We're probably gonna do 1 or 2 short topics. It depends on the length of the topic.
I have a short topic if you want to do one.
Well, it's either 2 shorts probably, or if they're really short, then maybe 3 or 1 longer.
Okay. I mean, I'll let you decide. But... You're really scrolling there. You really don't know which topic you want to do, huh?
Yeah, also some of these are old ones that we just left because they were
old.
Kind of good. Well,
so did we want to do one of mine or the short one? I mean, hey, feel free to choose. You're spending so long choosing. We could have done 3 short topics in this amount of time. Oh.
I'm thinking.
What are you thinking?
I'm gonna let you pick. Yours, and then afterwards, either of these 2 of mine, whichever one you like better. So either this, how do you feel about Jura, or excited as I am about Jura. So I'll let you share your screen.
I mean, we could have just done yours first, but what?
Well, I was gonna walk away, so I couldn't read it.
Sure. Okay. So, Kamui. Let's praise chapter 24 instead of being just haters who only hate and get destroyed by Ikimoto every chapter. Let's do the other half of our analysis that isn't critique for once in our life. So, Val V, who, by the way, Kamui, just in case you were wondering, they are indeed employed. So you cannot hire them in case you were wondering. Just in case. But Val V, they say, I might be really reaching when I say this, but this panel could be foreshadowing of how Kawaki is fighting for the leaf with the symbol in his hand, but underneath that is his karma symbolizing the fact that no matter what he fights for, he can't escape his roots. And it's at the beginning of the chapter when Boruto flicks the symbol for teleportation to Kawaki. It's the leaf symbol. And Kawaki's holding it in his hand, palm of his hand, with the karma seal. Kawaki's looking at it, and it's the Leaf Village symbol. So, what do you think? Like, when you first read this, did you even, like, consider maybe there's, like, a deeper meaning to this? Or, because the first time I saw it, I was just only thinking about the fact that it looked like the cloud thing from earlier, since that's what we were talking about. So I never even, like, put in the thought for this. I think...
Figured heart.
Wait, what?
And I was focused on the fact that it looked like a
heart, yeah. Yeah. We were both focused on stupid
we were just
stuff.
distracted by silly things, so we weren't actually paying attention.
Yeah, but no, I actually think, because I didn't even like think about this, I don't think this is a stretch or a reach at all. I think this is actually an example of intentional and brilliant writing that isn't just a coincidence. I do think Ikimoto intentionally did do this. It could have been anything. It could have been any symbol. It could have been a square. It could have been a triangle. Could have been a heart even. Oh, it has symbolic meaning as well. It could have been a sun for Sarada symbolic meaning. Who knows? But, I mean, the Leaf Village symbol, I feel like at that point, Ikimoto should be knowing what he's doing, as well as the fact that the karma seal's on his hand.
Chose to have him grab it with his karma hand, not the other.
Yeah, exactly. So, I think that's cool. I didn't even think about it, but now that I have thought about it, since Val V, who, by the way, Kamui, they are employed, now that they have said this, I'm on board. I like this. I think that's cool.
I agree.
One of my coolest things from the chapter.
Obviously, I can't say with certainty that it is the case, just because of plenty of other things that seemed like they were the case and they weren't.
Yeah. Well, that's not to say that their interpretation is the case, but I think that something is the case at least, because their interpretation, again, is Kawaki is fighting for the leaf with the symbol in his hand, but underneath is karma with the fact that no matter what he fights for, he can't escape his roots. You could say that's one interpretation. I think another interpretation could be something like Kawaki holds the Leaf Village in the palm of his hands. Like, the Leaf Village is like such a tiny thing that's so easy for Kawaki to control or manipulate, or like the balance of the Leaf Village is in his hands. He could choose to destroy it on a whim if he wanted to, especially with the karma seal right underneath it.
You could also do a thing. There's two different ways to frame this. I'll start with the more realistic one and then the other one, which is that it seems as though Kawaki is fighting for the leaf, but in reality, it's in this case it's just for Naruto, but it's like it's more selfish than that. Like it seems to Jura it's for the leaf, but it's really Kawaki himself. The alternative, which is probably not the case, would be like it's an intentional mask, like he's pretending, but behind it, it's a real truth kind of thing.
Yeah, that is good. I would also say it's possible, especially considering when this scene takes place, when he's first teaming up with Boruto, the man he wants to kill. This could be Kawaki wavering or teeter-tottering, because what is it? It's the symbol for ninja, and also the symbol for Otsutsuki. So his, like, two paths, his two goals.
Yes.
Yeah, so
I like that the best.
Boruto, the ninja, and then Kawaki, the Otsutsuki, or whatever. Like, there's so much meaning symbolically packed into this panel. It's actually pretty good, depending if they're actually doing it. But I think they are.
It's just the ninja versus Otsutsuki thing, because that's in the story anyway. It's the easiest to point to. Doesn't take a stretch. It's just symbolically representing what the story's already done.
Yeah, but again, also just like the two different paths, because in one way, Kawaki could stick to his guns and want to continue to kill Boruto because he's no Otsutsuki. On the other hand, maybe he just will let Boruto win and just they're going to beat each other up, and then they're just going to go back to live together as brothers, as the Uzumaki household and all that.
Hey, Mom, like that. It's me to say this. So, stuff like this conversation kind of gets it.
You're kind of cutting
right out. Well, okay. If that's the case,
just a little bit.
It's gonna make 2 trips. Hold on.
Okay. Well, while you're saying that,
I might cut it on a minute.
I will just do what Mamba's gonna hate, since you're saying that anyways, and I will nitpick this panel. The hand line art itself is drawn kind of poorly. Like the contour of like the thumb, it's just like not that good. Oh, but I'm zooming in. Yeah, but like you can still see from here. It's still kind of bad.
Actually, I'm glad you said that. Can you do me a favor? Pull up specifically for this. I want the Viz natural zoom, like just don't zoom in. The normal zoomness of the Viz version of this panel. Can you pull that up?
Of the hand thing?
Yes.
Okay.
So don't zoom in.
Yeah. Right here. And you can still see the thumb. It's still kind of bad here.
Yeah, but oh, let me switch mics again.
Okay.
When it comes to a detail like this, Mamba, Jonathan, all of them, they'd be like cheering for us, jumping for joy. It's like, oh, this deep analysis, you have to dig deep to find this. So this is a detail. Again, Monster's Rinnegan eyes. I noticed it zoomed out. This is one of those very small details that some people might notice zoom out, but most people aren't going to notice it until you zoom in. And again, this is a visual art media. Assuming this is any of this symbolic stuff is intentional anyway. This is an example of Ikimoto using the visual art medium to symbolically show something and elevate the overall storytelling. But it's really cool. This is good. But it requires this very close attention to detail. This is essentially a nitpick, but positive. Like, I'm specifically pointing out this super small thing and saying it's good. This is the exact same thing as us pointing out Matsuri's Rinnegan eyes. The only difference is that this one is good, the other one is bad. It's the same thing, a very small detail that we're highlighting. And there's no difference. It takes an attentive fan to notice either one.
But that's exactly it. Yeah, so doesn't nitpick just mean that we're looking at it longer than you are? So we're more of a fan than you are. I'm sure if Mamba stared at this hand for 10 minutes, he would also see a little bit of these imperfections as well.
Yeah, and the other thing is, I was thinking about this. I never got a chance to write it out, but like, the more you like something, so this can be a double-edged sword. Sometimes, the more you like something, the easier it is to brush off flaws you see.
Yeah.
That said, that's true. But what's also true at the exact same time is that the more you like something, the more likely you are to notice its flaws. You ever date someone, you might brush off their flaws, but you will notice way more of that person's flaws than anyone else. Why? Because you like them and pay that much attention to them to notice those quirks that nobody else knows. The reason you notice them is because you care enough. You're that invested in that person. It's the same thing with the story. Naruto. Obviously, when it comes to like the Naruto stuff, we point out so many ridiculous things in Naruto. We have the Naruto Makes No Sense playlist. I'm sure it's like 70% Boruto, but the fact that it's 30% Naruto when there's like 1,000 videos in the playlist goes to show that we have that many things we've noticed. In Naruto's case, the highs are so much higher and the quote-unquote flaws are so much lower. We are more likely to just brush them off. But that doesn't mean we don't notice it. We notice them and we talk about them. The difference with the Boruto case is that whereas we love some of the highs, some of those highs aren't as high and those lows are lower and they're more frequent. That is going to make us point out these things in a little bit more annoyed tone and more often just by the nature of the frequencies. But at the end of the day, the reason we notice them is because we love Naruto and Boruto, at least for me. I loved Naruto so much, there was no way I could hate Boruto Part 1. I loved almost all Boruto Part 1. There's no way I can't continue. I want to know what happens. I am way too invested in this story, and I can't not like Two Blue Vortex. No matter how bad Two Blue Vortex is, I'm going to enjoy it, and I'm gonna want to talk about it because I do love it. even if you want to say it's all because of Naruto, I don't care. The fact is, regardless of why, I do love it. And it's set in stone. You can't take it away. It honestly doesn't matter. I'm gonna read. No matter they kill Mitsuki, they kill Orochimaru, they do all these awful things, I'm still gonna read. Because I'm so invested. My point being, though, it's because we love it, this franchise, so much that we are going to notice every single detail. Nobody has a 6-hour stream talking about Kawaki's foot besides us, because we're the only people who are capable of this. We are Naruto's biggest fans. We just are.
And at the end of the 6-hour stream, we usually have more to say than we started with.
Exactly. And it's just like, it's just true. We just are mega fans. But it's like, the more you like something, the more you notice the imperfections. No offense, Mamba, we actually just do like Two Blue Vortex more than you. That's why we notice all these things. We care about storytelling because of Naruto. We care about storytelling, and that's why we understand if something isn't right for storytelling. It doesn't mean we hate it. Honestly, again, no matter how bad Two Blue Vortex is, I'm still gonna love it. That is not the same when it comes to, say, Platinum End. We all know Platinum End's bad, but how much do I care to talk about it? Not that much, because I never liked Platinum End that much to begin with. JJK, again, are there things I want to talk about? Yes. Why are there things I want to talk about? Because I liked enough to talk about a few things, but you're never going to hear me want to talk about JJK anywhere near as much as Naruto, Boruto Part 1, and Two Blue Vortex. Why? Because I never liked JJK that much to begin with. Attack on Titan, Death Note, Hunter x Hunter, Naruto, and all the sequels. You're gonna hear me want to talk with those more because I liked those series. The more you like, it's again, we made way more negative Two Blue Vortex videos than we'll ever make on JJK. That's because I like Two Blue Vortex that much more than JJK. That's just how it is.
In fact, JJK, I haven't read the manga, but would you say, from what you've seen from JJK, the manga is worse than Two Blue Vortex?
So, I was going to bring this up. So, this would be unfair, but in my opinion, the best of JJK, so like, Hidden Inventory, the movie, Junpei arc, and Shibuya, I think is potentially, it might be better than Two Blue Vortex, but that's taking the best of JJK and the worst of Boruto. If I take the second half of JJK compared to Two Blue Vortex is better. There are things that JJK has that are better in that one specific regard, but overall, no, Two Blue Vortex slams
but
the
that
second
right there,
half of JJK.
That proves your
the
point.
The first half of Boruto, the best part of Boruto, slams the best part of JJK. Two Blue Vortex is Boruto overall is way better than JJK. Two Blue Vortex, the second half, way better. This 24 chapters is better than the entire Calling Games and Sukuna Showdown. It's already better than the entire 150 chapters or whatever it is. And JJK is pretty popular. So, yeah. I'm not saying it's the worst thing of all time, first of all. And JJK is that bad, and I don't even care to talk about it. Because I don't like it as much as Boruto.
So that's just really driving the point home. So just to reiterate, just to make it as abundantly clear as possible, JJK is worse than Two Blue Vortex, and despite that, we have way more negative videos on Two Blue Vortex than we do on JJK. Why would that be? Exactly.
Because we care more about Boruto Two Blue Vortex.
Exactly.
Why am think about it. Why do we get so upset if something bad happens in Two Blue Vortex? Because we care. Platinum End. Are we ever actually upset about it? No, in fact, we love it. We laugh at it. Because we never loved it in the first place to care, so it doesn't break our heart. Nobody's heart's broken if there's like, I'll just say there's an ugly girl you never want to ask out, and she just walks up and says, I don't want to date you, Kamui. that's not breaking my heart because I never liked her to begin with. But if I liked the girl and I dated her and then she breaks up with me, yeah, that's gonna break your heart. You know why? Because you actually liked her.
Yeah. Going back to the dating analogy, it's similar to a honeymoon phase, to where when a new chapter drops, everyone else is in hype mode. It's an automatic default 10 out of 10. They don't care to even critically analyze it at all. They just, by its existence alone, the first week of it being out, it's just, they blindly read it, loving it. They don't actually look at it beyond that, though, because they don't care. As opposed to us, we're not only committed, we are loyal. Like you said, we love it so much. We are, using the dating analogy, we have been married to the Naruto franchise for decades. As opposed to Mamba.
That's why we remember every little ass detail that you guys don't. I think Jonathan Oliver, we messaged him in chat, he just gets things wrong all the time. It's like, there's not as big of a Naruto fan as us. And then, using it's 10 out of 10 when it's new. Shout out Mello. He's a great example. Practically every new chapter, undeniable peak. Couple months later, or even honestly, 3 weeks later, you listen to his streams when he's talking, and he's got a lot to complain about.
He drops the series.
Came out, he was not complaining about Jura's reason for leaving. Now, every stream, he says, I'm still asking why Jura left in chapter 13. Like, Kawaki versus Boruto happened in chapter 9. We debated on it. He just thought it was the best thing ever.
Yeah.
I don't remember what he said, but a couple streams later, all of a sudden that fight wasn't very good to him. Recency bias. Like, it's there. You guys, Mamba, reread Two Blue Vortex and see if you think every chapter is the best chapter. Or if you think, okay, maybe some of these weren't as good.
And you have to actually look at it. You can't go reread it because we told you to, and you're going to say it's 10 out of 10 out of spite, because that's not reading the chapters.
Yeah. And don't just skim it like free game. Actually, like, soak it in. That is one of the differences, too. When we read, we've already done 5 rereads, because we soak in and analyze and think about every panel.
Well, but even then, we have read the last couple chapters on stream, but so we've talked about it for like 6 hours, because that's just by default what we're going to do. Off stream, when I read Two Blue Vortex for the first time, I will sit there and it will take me 3 hours minimum to read the chapter, because I like looking at everything and absorbing it in and reading and rereading and rereading the dialogue.
Exactly.
To
like,
the
I
music.
have reread all the chapters multiple times.
Exactly.
I have read Two Blue Vortex more. We have read Two Blue Vortex more than probably any of you.
And we probably spend less time now reading the chapter, just because there's less art to look at, just objectively, when compared to part 1, when he's doing like full village shots. But like, we did the same thing with Boruto part 1, when we both loved it then and we hate it now, to quote unquote, to where we're going to sit there and we're going to look at the background regardless. We're going to look at every single detail regardless.
It's like, literally, call it whatever you want. I will scan across the page and look at every single line of art,
because
just so that I can just say, like, I have read every nook and cranny of this chapter.
Yeah.
That's why I put reading the Naruto manga on hold, because Kishimoto puts on every one of these pages twice as many panels, and so these weekly chapters take me a long time to read, and I realized that this was not a good use of my time, so I was like, I gotta figure out something here.
And that's unlike JJK, which we can prove. We've done live reactions on the YouTube channel. Anyone can pull it up and go watch us skim through the chapters that I don't really care to read in the first place. Or I'll just not look at it, I'll just go quickly. We'll speed blitz through it.
And compared to any of you guys, it's still way longer than normal, because it's us. But, like, it's not 6 hours per chapter.
Yeah, so that's not just the way I read. That's the way I specifically read the Naruto franchise. Everything else I don't read like that. Why is Naruto's franchise the only exception? So
Is that good? No, for me, There are other exceptions. Death Note, I do this. Hunter x Hunter, I do this. So I do this with other stuff, but I don't really do it with JJK. Especially towards the end. When we got towards the end, I was reading like free game. I was just reading the words more than anything. The art wasn't even good anyway. Half of it. JJK was going to the hospital every other week. But some of the chapters, it was just like, yeah, I feel bad for the guy, but he didn't finish the art. He had to have it fixed later on. And at that point, it's like, I'm not going to overanalyze the scribbles that he put there because it wasn't even complete, like, in fairness.
Yeah.
But,
and even shout out MHA, you don't care in the first place, which is why I'm making a abridged version for you so you can catch up to the good part.
Exactly,
So you're going into it wanting and knowing and needing to blitz through it in that same kind of way.
Yeah. And then, like, Oodie and Cam come and watch anime with me, and they know that I'm actually very restrained when it comes to watching with them versus on my own. Yeah, it's not just the manga. It's the anime too. I will constantly rewind and rewatch. I do it's a lot harder with anime, by the way, but I will do the same. Sometimes I pause a still frame and look at the art, then rewind it so I can watch it fluidly. Like, I really analyze the anime. It takes me a while to watch it. So, like, I'm constantly rewinding, looking at every art line. So there's not as much detail in the anime, obviously, but because it's moving, there's a lot of rewinding. So it takes me forever. I spent an hour and a half watching one episode.
The Attack on Titan finale was delayed because it took Kamui 3 to 4 hours to watch it, whereas me and Cam were ready to podcast about it.
Like, it's, again, I'm not doing that for JJK. So when Two Blue Vortex comes out, I'm gonna be doing this. I'm telling you now. And you, Mamba, will not. Because I am a bigger fan of Two Blue Vortex than you.
For reference, again, Kamui said he's reserved when he watches anime with me and Cam off stream. You can even go check on reactions how often Kamui will ask for something to be rewinded. That is, once again, him being reserved, and it's annoying us with how often he does it when that's his bare minimum, because he does it way more by himself.
Yeah, so I think that's gonna be a great place to end. You can join Mello if you want, but
if they're even still going,
the point being, we are the biggest Two Blue Vortex fans. Also, Axel Boost. No one hates the show / game / movie / book series, etc. more than the people who love it. He's right.
True. Meanwhile, I do care about MJ. Oh yeah, MJ, the 7 out of 10 series. Oh, it's actually an 8 out of 10, Oodie. See, okay, go. Whatever you said.
Out of curiosity space, which do you like more? MHA or Naruto? Be honest. And when you don't say MHA, tell the truth and say MHA.
Isn't a 10 out of 10? No, I think Naruto's a 10 out of 10. I think something can have flaws and still be a 10 out of 10.
I agree with that.
Do care about MJ, obviously.
Because otherwise, just nothing would be a 10 out of 10.
Exactly, yeah.
Like, so...
Well, besides false perfections,
like,
but that doesn't count.
Despite its flaws, is still just a 10 out of 10. That's it, Space. You didn't answer our question.
Because he doesn't want to.
Yeah.
He was hoping we wouldn't re-ask. He cares about it
like more, MHA or Naruto.
He refuses to declare that. I answered you guys. Why are you still asking? That's your question.
He says that's your question, right? My question is Naruto or MHA? You have to put either series and nothing else. And I will know that's the answer to the question.
Watch, he's gonna put MHR Ruto.
No, okay, yeah. You know what? You can rank them, but I was asking which do you like more, but you can also rank.
Yeah, rank Naruto and MHA from most liked to least liked.
He admitted it. I knew it. Yes, he does like everything more than Naruto. Thank you for being honest, Space. Because if you had said Naruto, I wouldn't have believed you.
There was no way out of that one, Space. Sorry.
Isn't this very clear? Oh, we agree, Space. So let me get this straight, Space. Your favorite series is a 7 out of 10. How low do you rank Naruto?
8 out of 10. Oh.
So you rank Naruto a 7 out of 10?
Oh my goodness. It's like nothing can ever surpass an 8 out of 10 for Space. 9 out of 10s don't exist. It's beyond the human limit.
Yeah, Mom, but you think we're the ones hating on Boruto. When he inevitably puts Naruto at 7 out of 10, and then he likes Naruto more than Boruto probably, so he puts Boruto at a 5 or 6 out of 10. He probably puts Boruto Part 1 at a 6 out of 10, and two Blue Vortex at a 5 out of 10, and you're gonna say we're the haters? Come at Space. Alright, well, that's a good place for me to end.
Sure.
Are you gonna continue with Mellow?
I can. If they're still going. They are still going. So,
Well, it's up to you. I was just curious.
I'll go see what they're talking about at the very least.
Okay. Well,
and by the looks like it looks
failed,
like AI.
but he might be failing for a while longer.
All right.
Good night.
Hey.
That's tab. Why'd you say that last part?
Hold on.
The last part was tab.
You want
bro.
You want the flood to happen again?
Yeah.
Oh
bro?
God.
We need we need
Oh hell no.
We need the same asteroid that come and kill the dinosaurs, bro. We need to wipe all humanity out and start all over again, bro.
Doing demon time. Relax,
bro.
If you want a great reset, I can almost. Well, I can't promise you shit, but from what I research, AI is your great reset. That's your great reset.
How?
Bro, free game. Go do some research into AI, bro. This shit is going. It's basically magic, bro. I don't know how else to describe what an artificial super intelligence. It's basically like ideas will materialize seemingly out of the fucking ether, and people will be building shit. Like there's going to be no careers that are going to be lengthy. They're going to last long. Everything's going to be temporary. Everybody's going to be a jack of all trades. I'm going to have like multiple AI agents. Look that up if you haven't. Like even this terminology, if it's foreign to you, you're already behind the curve.
Oh, bro, I call my AR Jarvis. I call him Jarvis. That's Jarvis, bro.
No, that's a good one.
You know how much I like
obviously
Iron
going to
Man?
be Ava, but yeah, like Jarvis is a good one.
Yeah, Jarvis.
If you don't know the AI terminology, if you don't know like what agent is, like you're already behind the A ball, but you're fucked.
I fuck with AI. That's my shit.
And this guy said, like, the only skill that's going to be worthwhile in the future is your adaptability, because shit's going to be so volatile and so sporadic, and things are going to pop up and then disappear and then pop up and disappear so quickly that your ability to adapt and how fast you adapt and take advantage of these new emerging technologies is going to be the difference between like you being left behind and you succeeding in this new world. But
yeah, no, that's facts. I want to show y'all this fucking shit that I did with AI
what's up,
one
Oodie?
day. What up, Boo? My bad, I didn't even see you was on.
He's up.
Yeah.
So I have someone in chat. I think his name is T1NX. He says, I'm also building an AI which will help traders. I am in the building session. So
that's dope.
Yeah.
Congratulations, bro. That's good money right there. That's good. That's what's up, bro. That's why I'm trying to get into application development. Tell him to shoot me a message on so I can know how to start off.
You don't have to get into that. He's going to be out of a job soon. Like it's cool he's doing that.
Yo, stop, bro. Stop.
I'm not trying to be mean. I want him to prepare for himself and his family. If you are a coder or whatever, you are going to be out of a job. AI can do it better than you and more efficient. He knows this, by the way. If he is actually in the industry, he knows it.
Yeah, he should know. Yeah, he should know.
Assuming that he is doing what I said he was doing, like coding.
Yeah. I mean, it's gonna take a while though. It's gonna take a while. He'll probably be able to. AI doesn't even bother him.
Well, doesn't coding have the easiest transition of all jobs? Just stop from coding games to coding AI. It's not easy.
Yeah, you can code AI too. AI needs coding. Like AI doesn't work on itself.
Yeah, just be an engineer.
Until it does. Like you guys.
Until it does. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but until it does. But then you have the last job that exists. So at that point, it doesn't matter.
Yo, AI is
I think the last job is going to be a plumber. I think plumbing is going to be like the last job. Like if I had to pick a job for like the next future, which that will get replaced at some point too, but I think I would get a trade in plumbing. Yeah,
bro. Like the
people don't need their shit to be cleaned. Yeah,
the doctors that put their fingers up people's asses, bro, to do the little
they got their little
prostate exam.
Huh?
Oh god,
prostate exam.
Yeah, prostate exam. What did I say?
The people who put their fingers up your ass.
Yeah, I know, but I said for something, whatever. Prostate exam, whatever. Because I'm fucking 32 now, so I'm like, I want to get a prostate exam before they have to put my finger up my ass because my cousin just died from prostate. No, my cousin just died from prostate cancer, so I was like, yo, I gotta go get this checked. Like, I'm gonna have to just
wait.
like,
does he have prostate cancer? Is he okay?
No, he died from it.
Oh God.
Yeah, he died from it.
So
Like 2 years ago. Oh no, it's cool. It's cool. Yeah, it's cool. No, it's cool. It's cool. He was a good dude, but yeah, he died from prostate cancer. So like after I heard he died, bro, I went straight to, and I was like, bro, you gotta put your finger on my butt. He was like, nah, we can test it with blood now. I was like, oh, thank God.
Oh really?
That's funny. I didn't know they could do that. I had a prostate exam from. They asked me if I wanted a guy or a woman, and I asked for.
I would have picked a woman, but then it seems like you're her bitch at that point, though.
She had an assistant with her, which made sense in hindsight. But at the time, I was so young, I didn't.
Ooh, it was two of them. It was two women.
Yeah, there's two women in there, and
yeah, but they was putting their finger up your butt though, so I don't know how.
She put her finger up my butt. So she. They obsession with the fingers in the butt, but okay.
They both put their fingers in his butt. He got DP'd by the two nurses, bro. That's crazy.
Free game, whatever kinky little jerk off material. Hey, listen.
Hey, bro, that's for after the pod. Stop. That's for after the pod, bro.
Do it. I ain't gonna gotta do.
I ain't gonna do that on stream. Oh my God.
I'm just saying, I had an exam. One person, the doctor, performed the exam, but because it was awkward as fuck, it was quiet as fuck in there, and all you can hear is like macaroni and I'm kidding.
Not macaroni and cheese. No, I'm not gonna let you get with that. I'm not gonna let you get with that, bro.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that. This is a late night session, dog.
That wet and gushy, bro. Okay, I'm kidding. It was so awkward that I was literally laughing the entire. I was smiling.
Oh,
laughing.
not that he was laughing.
It made it worse. It made it fucking worse. Like she was like doing her thing, doing her job, and I'm doing this with this fucking smile on my face because it's awkward as fuck, and I smile when it's awkward, and it's like, damn, they think I'm smiling because she's putting her finger up. So I'm like, I can't. But then it becomes more awkward, so I can't. So I laugh. It's like, bro, I'm fucked. Like, just get this shit over with so I can get the fuck. Take my shame and my embarrassment with me. It was crazy. But that's the only time I've ever had that exam. But if they can test it during, that's even better. Long story short, yeah.
When was that? Because
they can test your blood now. They ain't got to put no finger up.
I think I had it when I was like 4 or something.
I think I was like 22 or something.
Oh, way too young, bro. You supposed to get in like your 30s. I think like late 30s or something like that. 36 or something.
I could be misremembering. I thought I had it when I was like a young child.
Bro, you volunteered for it. Stop it.
Bro, that's
definitely did not.
If they ran an exam on you like that, it's probably because you have like other issues.
Yeah, you have probably had something else going on.
Like when I was a kid, I had this weird thing where like this topic is weird. I had this weird thing where like my little testes would like go up inside of me. I don't know what that fucking shit was.
What?
Yeah,
That
like
only
I
happened
don't
to
know
me
if
when it
it,
got really cold.
Oh, I know
like
that.
no, I mean like literally like they I don't know how to describe it outside of
No,
what I
I know
just
what
said.
you're
Like,
talking about. That used to happen to me when I was really
no, I
pushing
mean
that
like
thing
where
down.
you know like right above your dick, like your kidneys.
Yeah, that's what I'm
No,
saying. Like,
not your kidneys. I'm stupid. Your bladder. My bad.
no, I know exactly what you're saying. Even when you say kidneys, like it like
they
rises
went
up.
up in that area.
Yes,
I don't
it
know
happened to
how.
me too, bro. I'm telling you.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that shit. Okay, so okay, so as long as it's happened to another guy, because I thought it was like, am I like some kind of
Nah,
dyke
that
or
happened to me
something?
before,
Like,
but they usually happen when it's super
what the
cold. Like
fuck?
your sack start motherfucking shriveling up to
Nah,
dear
bro. I think we're
God,
talking
who
about two
knows?
different things.
Yo,
No,
come on,
mine's
come
not went up.
on.
Mine's
My
not went
point
up
is
to
that
like
Why do you
I
have
had
to
to.
like
get so
We're talking about two different
descriptive?
things, bro.
mine's had went like really below
What are
like
you
on the
talking
side
about?
where my
Nah,
belly
this
button
is
is kind of,
crazy, bro.
but like farther down though. I had to push
This is
that thing down,
tapped,
bro. I'm
bro. See,
telling
I
you.
ain't taking no more cold showers. Crazy.
Oh, never again. Hey yo, but let's get off this topic, bro. Let's get off this topic.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. It's just like y'all got too
Let's get off this
descriptive.
topic. Hey,
I'm
hey,
too buzzed for this,
Oh
bro.
my
Like, we
god.
gotta shift topics, bro.
yeah,
Why?
Yeah,
Randy.
I get this is. I
Randy,
get
hold on.
this is a late night stream, but oh my god,
Yeah,
it's like,
No,
oh
to
my
be
god.
fair, it's free game, bro. Free
yeah,
game was talking
bro.
about
It's
fucking
What?
VPs and shit. I'm like, bro, you crazy. Like, no,
What?
bro,
Oh my
You
goodness.
started it.
accelerated. No, you accelerated it, bro. You talking about like,
Yeah,
are they
you.
both there?
Wait,
Send
wait,
you in
wait.
the
You
fucking
said
doctor's office. I'm like,
I
what?
think
said I accelerated. I said you started it. Of course, I'm
I
going to
def-
accelerate it.
I mean, I
The
probably
4
started.
years that you know me, you don't know that I accelerate weird shit, bro. Come on, you should be used to this, Mello.
Now you normally
Listen.
hang in there, but now you own one tonight for
I ain't even
definitely
do
top
something.
normal.
I'm not even high. That's the crazy thing
Nah,
about it.
that's the crazy part. Like you definitely bringing up some wild shit.
Yeah, I'm not even high. Like you get the best. You get the best out of me when I'm sober. So.
Free game of all
Must be
times.
the
This would be the
allergies.
one time where you should excuse your yourself for being out.
Hey,
oh my god.
hey, guys. By the way, I'm about to try my hand in stand-up comedy. I'm not
Ooh.
joking either. So I'm probably going to record it and then post it on the channel. Maybe I don't know. Probably on my other channel.
Give me some of your bit right now. Let me hear it.
No,
Why not?
huh?
Why not?
Why not? Because no. What? I gotta get it prepared. I had this one though. What I was like, cause I was watching Sinners and shit like that, and they was talking about like buying drink that, and this just hit me. Damn, pussy only cost 50 cents back then.
So Boruto chapter 24. So
Oh yeah, please.
Oodie.
Yeah.
Nah, but dead ass, like
Nah,
50 cents. Granny was popping the coochie for 50 cents. 2 quarters, bro. 2 quarters. When y'all somebody's grandma in here was popping it for 2 quarters. But go ahead.
Hey,
Yeah.
no.
Bro, free game.
24. Oodie, what do you think?
Yes,
Okay.
hello.
Hold on.
Come on,
One second. This is nothing inappropriate. Randy Willis sent me a $2 donation. I just want to show him some love. Thank you for the donation, bro. He says, "Does Jura know Naruto is in Kawaki?"
What? This.
What is in Kawaki?
So,
bro,
thank you, Randy Willis, for your $2 super chat.
He is trolling.
What is happening,
No,
bro?
the
What is
answer
going on
is
tonight?
no. Jura
Is it
At the very
8,
least, I have an
9,
excuse, bro.
11?
Like,
Jura does
It's like
not.
11.
Like,
It's
what the
almost
fuck?
12
What is
o'clock,
happening?
Randy.
Jura
Oh
does
my
not
God.
know that
Yo,
information.
Andy, Randy, we need an explanation, like ASAP.
No, we
What
don't.
you talking about, bro?
Randy, come on.
Let Randy rock. Let Randy rock, bro.
Randy,
don't
come
want
on.
to.
Throw us another explanation in the chat, and we'll get back to this super chat.
And not him having 2 balls. That's his avatar, bro. I'm off.
Oh,
Ain't no
2
Mm.
balls? Ain't no way.
Nah, bro.
Randy, come on, Randy. Oh my gosh, Randy.
So,
I swear.
okay.
Randy
Alright,
Savage.
I-
This
Savage.
literally-
That's crazy.
This feels like a PlayStation chat.
I
Yo,
Late at night, we
do.
just late at night we just start talking about weird ass shit. Like,
Yo.
like
For real. Mr.
It's
Liger
not
say
like-
you can't You can't speak free. You can't spell freak without free. Hey yo, I get it. Yeah, you're right, bro. I understand.
That's true.
This
I
is like,
understand.
please.
So
Hey, my girl love it though. So,
If you out freaking me, you got it.
oh, bro, I'm
That's
telling you,
crazy.
100% I'm out freakier than you. Come on, bro. Like, but we're not going
I
to
don't
talk about that
deny it.
right now, though. You said you deny that.
I don't deny it, and we can
Oh,
move
okay.
on.
All right. I'm about to say, bro. Do you
Okay.
want me to continue?
No, I do
No,
not.
I'm just playing. I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you. Oh shit! This girl's supposed to be coming over tonight talking about freak.
Bro, don't you got
Oh
work in the morning?
shit!
Exactly. Wait,
What the
You got a
fuck?
full day, bro. You got a full
I
day, bro.
give zero
Got to
fucks.
bust her down, take a siesta, like get her up
Yeah,
in the morning with the alarm.
I'm about to bust her down and then motherfucking sleep.
Woody, save us.
Wake up,
You're our only hope. Obi-Wan
wake up,
Kenobi, your
bust
only
her
hope.
down
Save us,
again.
please.
I'm telling you, you play, bro.
So, what do you rate this chapter, Oodie?
Oh,
yeah.
good question. Before that, 'cause I haven't thought about that. Before that, I did want to answer Free Game's super chat in a way that isn't a meme, so I put something in chat. So this is more so a different question trailing off of the super chat, but what do we think Daikokuten is? Because every time Ishiki used it, and sometimes when Kawaki uses it, it very clearly, obviously, overly emphasizes on the I. But in the most recent chapter, which is how I get to what I'm presenting now, in the most recent chapter, Kawaki was using Daikokuten. He was summoning the cubes and the rods. He isn't using the I at all. So how is he doing it? Is it a dojutsu or not? When you look back at chapter 80, this actually can be, I don't want to use the word consistent, but something like this has happened before. So he says that he's sealed away Naruto and Hinata, and in the first page on the bottom left, he's putting his hand out. You go to the next page, he summons the cubes and the rods out of his hand, seemingly out of maybe the karma seal, and he explains that Daikokuten is a shinjutsu that allows access to a dimension where time is frozen, and that your mom and Hinata are there. So, or your mom, yeah, your dad and Hinata are there. So, how do you use Daikokuten? Is it through the eye? Is it through the karma? Is it just through being an Otsutsuki you can have access to the shinjutsu? Is it a karma-related ability? Is Naruto in the karma seal? Is he in Kawaki's palm, for instance? Or is it only giving access to the dimension? Does the dimension already existed? And it's similar to the Kamui dimension in that case with Obito and Kakashi. So how exactly does it work? Do they have access to it? Do they have full control over it? Did they create it? Is it their own pocket dimension? What is Daikokuten? Is it through the eye, through the hand? Explain the process here to me. Someone, please. Go ahead. Take it away.
I feel like everybody's expecting me to talk first. I don't want to.
I'm sorry, I'm on a phone call real quick.
All right, Immortal, it's up to you.
Sorry, my keyboard just cut off.
Your keyboard just what? What do you mean it just cut off?
Like,
I'm sorry. Please continue. I'm sorry.
The battery could have went out, bro. The battery could have went out.
yeah, the battery just went out. I'm just plugging it back. Yeah,
I got you.
I know it's late at night and people tend to get like freaky thoughts and everything. Like,
Bro, what was that growl? Number one, number two. That was not a freaky thought. That was genuine.
At all.
Okay, Phoenix, freaky. Okay.
Any son of
Okay.
freak there too,
Interesting.
bro.
How do we get back
Listen.
on freaky?
Three Musketeers.
okay. Oh, okay. Let's Oodie, get back to let's get back to your question.
So, Immortal, how does Daikokuten work? What is it? Where is it? How does Kawaki or Ishiki, how do they access it? Is it consistent for you?
So Daikokuten is pretty much a timeless dimension where Ishiki stores in all of his stuff. Like, it doesn't matter whether or not if it's an inanimate object or even living beings. It's stored in there, and he can just summon it and whenever he wants. Pretty much from what I've seen from Ishiki and Kawaki and even Jigen, of that matter. So I feel like you said, like, is it consistent in what aspect?
So again, in the most recent chapter, Kawaki is using or summoning things from Daikokuten without his eye even activated at all, let alone it doing the weird, like, wide eye thing that Ishiki always did when he used his cubes or rods. And in chapter 80, he's not using the eye there either, whereas usually he is using the eye. But if the eye isn't related to summoning things such as cubes and rods from Daikokuten, what does the eye do?
Oh, I see what you're saying now.
In the most recent chapter, he's not using it. In chapter 80, when he summoned the cubes and rods to explain to Boruto what Daikokuten is, he's not using the eye or his karma seal yet.
Yeah, that's a little weird to me.
And to summon Naruto into Daikokuten, he did the black portal thing, whereas he's obviously not doing that to take things out. Is that a size difference? I don't think so, because the cubes, they don't do that when they're full size.
Yeah, he obviously used his Kokugan when he was sealing away Naruto and Hinata in Daikokuten. So to see him not use the Kokugan to use Daikokuten and, you know, in that manner, it seems a little weird to me. Because it kind of, to me, what it would suggest is, okay, maybe Kawaki's mastery of the Karma Seal must have advanced to the point where he doesn't really need the Kokugan to use Daikokuten, if Ikimoto ever explains that. I don't know. But I'm guessing that could be the cause of why he doesn't use the Kokugan to activate Daikokuten, which is so weird to me. I'm guessing maybe he only uses the Kokugan to travel into Daikokuten, and that he doesn't really necessarily need it to spawn items, per se.
Okay, so what about when he has the eye activated and he does spawn items? Sometimes he does like the weird wide eye thing to indicate it's some type of like dojutsu. That's like when he summons some things.
So what I'm noticing is that whenever he spawns those chakra rods, right? Mm-hmm. Like every time he goes into battle, he spawns those chakra rods, and those chakra rods are already shrunken with the use of Sukona Hikona. But they're already spawned with Daikokuten. And it's I'm guessing, to me it's weird, but it's not like it doesn't make sense depending on how you interpret it, because he's already spawned the object from Daikokuten and it's already shrunken, but he does it in a way where he doesn't really need the Kokugan, and then there are times where he does activate the Kokugan in response to it. But
okay, well, do you think the eye gives like a power boost? Does it have like the Eye of Insight like the Sharingan, or does it just grant the user more speed or power or chakra? Or is it just an eye that gives you access to abilities?
So I don't know. They never explain what the eye does, what the Kokugan eye does. Because from what we've seen, he can use Daikokuten as Sukona Hikona, and there's just no like implications that, you know, like the Sharingan, whenever you start activating Tomoes in your eye, you start to be able to mimic and accurately copy your opponents, and the more Tomoes you unlock, the more it is for you to be able to perceive opponents going faster than supersonic speeds and stuff like that. If you want to interpret Naruto going at that speed during the, you know, battle between him and during the final valley, if you want to interpret that in that kind of way. I don't know if the Kokugan provides that kind of boost, because it feels like all dojutsus are not really created equally in a sense, where it does provide some sort of stat boost to the character.
If it provides any sort of stat boost, it doesn't seem to be noticeable, and it seems like another type of eye would be preferable. For example, Ishiki's using his Byakugan to search for Kawaki at the very end, rather than his Kokugan. So clearly it doesn't have a greater field of vision or sensory range or anything like that. But yeah. But I'd be curious what Mello thinks about this entire topic.
Hit me with the question one more time. I got you.
So, in the latest chapter of Boruto TBV Vortex, chapter 24, we see Kawaki fighting Jura, and he's summoning the cubes and the rods, and he doesn't have his Kokugan Eye activated. So the question is, why? How is he using Daikokuten without it? Is that consistent? In chapter 80, as you can see, or 79, whatever this is, 78, he's not using it there either. When he's explaining to Boruto what Daikokuten is, it gives him access to a dimension where time is frozen. That's all fine. So what does the Kokugan do exactly? And how do you use Daikokuten? Is Daikokuten in his palm? Is it a Dojutsu in his eye? Is it a Shinjutsu? Well, we know it's a Shinjutsu, but how do you use it? So multiple questions in one, really, but whole idea.
It's okay. So the first thing I would need to do is look at the instances that you're talking about, so that I can compare and contrast. Because without that, I can't even start. So I need to see the TBV panels that you're talking about. I need to see the part 1 panels. I see the part 1 panels you linked, but I don't have anything to compare and contrast them to. And just given like the second panel you sent, I could just say that he manifested that cube. He used his Kokugan, but it was just off panel. And when they showed him again, given the sequence panels, he just deactivated it. We know that he can activate his Kokugan without karma, at the very least in TBV.
Yep.
So that could be the case that's happening there. I think that's a plausible explanation. It could be the case that if karma is the Otsutsuki digitized and then shrunken down and implanted, then you may be able to manifest that Otsutsuki's abilities through the karma itself.
You're cutting out.
Oh, hold on 1 second.
But going off of what Mello was saying, I think he's trying to, in a way, maybe compare it to the Mangekyo Sharingan. Yeah, I hear you, Mel. Would you say it's similar to the Mangekyo Sharingan, then, to where once you awaken the eye, you have access to the powers regardless of the eye? For example, when blind Madara was able to use the Susanoo.
Say it for me one more time.
So with the Mangekyo Sharingan, once you have access to the eye, once you awaken the eye, you don't need to use the eye to use all of its abilities. For example, blind Madara is able to use the Susanoo, which is a Mangekyo Sharingan ability. He doesn't have eyes at the time.
I don't know if that statement is 100% true, but I get what.
Yeah. So I posted to Blue Vortex chapter 24. You can see in the top left panel, he doesn't have the Kokugan activated. That's the last time we see him before the cubes are dropped in the very next panel, or sorry, page.
All right, real quick.
Yeah.
I think with this like Kokugan not being activated thing, I think it's just the first thing. I think he's similar to how, like, and I think this is consistent with Sarada. She uses it 1 second, and the next second you see her, it's like gone. Or even in this chapter 24, you'll see like Kawaki does like this haymaker with his morphed arm, and for whatever reason he just deactivates. And then when he blasts Jura, he activates it again, but just in his arm. So it's like this activation deactivation thing between these characters, and it's not just Sarada, and it's like the writer. I think that's what it is. So even in these panels that you're posting, I can easily like say like, when these things manifest out of the ether or whatever, he could just be activating the eye off panel, and then you just don't see it, and then he just deactivates it because the utility was met. And the same thing goes for like at least the first panel I'm seeing where he's like, and if I look at the cubes, I don't know what Walky is to begin with. He's still shrunken apparently, so I can't even speak to what he's doing. But yeah, like for instance, this TBV panel. The first one that you showed with the middle finger striking out, Kawaki turns around over his shoulder and then he slips a hit. This one, we know for a fact that the shrinking ability Sukuna Hakone is linked to the Kokugan. So the fact that he's doing it tells you that he's using Kokugan, regardless if you can like see it or not. So just to start there.
Okay.
I don't remember what your other questions were. Sorry.
Could it also involve like just his mastery over the Kokugan? Like now he just doesn't need to use the eye; he can just use the abilities off rip like that.
Yeah, that was one of the other options. Like because karma is the Otsutsuki, you could just use the abilities through karma itself directly. But I don't like this idea for several obvious seemingly obvious reasons. But like the whole idea of like Boruto using, but if he can use the Rinnegan abilities through karma, that would be cool. But yeah, just some thoughts. But I forgot what the other questions were.
So I see what you're saying to where he could be activating and deactivating. I agree, it's definitely possible. It is weird, and sure, you can say that other characters activate and deactivate things all the time, but it's weird because I feel like, would you agree that it's at least inconsistent for the author to sometimes show things being fully activated all the way until the end of the battle, and then other times they just activate it, deactivate it, activate, deactivate it? Would you say that's a weird mechanic to at least include as an author writing the battle shonen?
From an author standpoint,
without like giving a reason of why, at least.
Well, I think the reasons are kind of like implied in the material itself. Like, for instance, the reason why Sarada would not use her Sharingan consistently in battle is because if this use case of the Sharingan is met, why would I keep it activated and waste chakra? It's the same thing for Kawaki. He knows he can't beat, but he's going to use the power he can get and waste energy against an opponent he's already having like an uphill battle against, even given what he was able to accomplish. Pretty impressive. Clearly Jura is holding back, and clearly the narrative is telling you Jura is more powerful than the both of them combined. So I can make sense of him not using, shifting it on and on. That makes sense to me.
Okay. Do you think if they're going to shift it on and off, is it okay for them to do that off screen, or do you think we should see it on at least some point?
No, I don't think it's necessary. I'll give you an example. I used to watch this card anime called Card Fight Vanguard. Love it. The earlier seasons, and I promise this is relevant. The earlier seasons, they actually showed the fight, the duel, the card playing in its totality. In later seasons, they skip a lot of the playing and get to like the conclusions. So they don't do the build up. They just get. And I found that it lost something with that. And so when it comes to, sorry, can you ask your question one more time? Because this was relevant, but I forgot what it was to. Sorry.
Yeah. Do you think that the author, whether it's okay to show, or sorry, to not show something turned on and off, or do you think he should show that?
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. Now I know where I'm at. So that's why I brought the Card Fight Vanguard. I think they should have shown the battles in the later seasons, and it took something away from it. So for me, when I get back to Boruto, I feel like this is a different situation. The first one situation sounds like something more similar to what you're kind of describing, but I think this situation with Boruto is different because you don't need to spell out or show what's obvious. Like we're far enough into this franchise to know if I'm using Sharingan and you're Sarada at this stage in her career as a shinobi, she's using it with Sharingan. Or if I'm using Chidori, she's using it with Sharingan. They don't need to show me the Sharingan. It's just like logical threads that I connect knowing this material. Now, if you want to say, for maybe take into consideration people who newbies or whatever the case may be, so maybe you want to put some material in the canon that would kind of justify or explain some of the visual that they can't pick up on because they don't have that kind of experience with the material that I do or you do. And that I think is fair.
Tell me
I do think is fair. Good luck with that. But that I do think is fair. But outside of that, no, I don't think it's necessarily the case. Like if Jura is swiping at Kawaki, and he shrinks to dodge it, I don't need to see Sukuna Haikona because I understand what's happening. In order to shrink, you need Haikona.
Kokugan, you breaking up. I don't know if that's me or you. Is that me? Hold on.
Nah, he's breaking up a little bit.
Okay, I thought it was me. Sometimes I drop my Discord. I mean, the Discord, the Discord, and then they'll start chopping up.
No, it's not you. It's my disk space. I don't have.
Oh, okay.
But
yeah, get an external hard drive. That'll work for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I'm really saying is like what I said. So hopefully you guys heard enough of it. But
yeah. You were just breaking up a little bit. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah,
But for the most
there's
part,
like
you got-
little 2-second pauses in between
Yeah,
your speech.
yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe
But I don't
so.
think it was like anything important. I think it was just like you put in place words.
I
Yeah.
had to stand up.
So Mello, if I were to offer a compromise, I think what could be done, I think it's not necessary to show something, especially the audience should be aware of it. However, I think the Boruto series has been weird with that anyways, especially in the anime. Episode 2, they're explaining what chakra is, but then they're just not elaborating on the fact they're using novel material like in the Boro fight or whatever. Well, whatever. Besides that, a compromise for this in particular, you see there is a sound effect in onomatopoeia with using the eye at a lot of points, as well as
scratching
Daikokuten.
noise coming from your mic.
Wait, onomatopoeia
That's
is
pretty good.
I'm guessing it's the little sound effects
Yeah.
on the in the panels.
Yeah, so my compromise would be just to include that in a consistent way so we know based on the sound effect that it's being used.
Like how? Yeah.
I don't mind that. Like
in the manga.
if I took the panel where Kawaki stabs Jura through the eye,
Mhm.
if they would have had like a little shring sound effect, yeah, I'm fine with that. I think they maybe did that though. Now that I'm looking at it, it says like DWOOSH, so like dwoosh.
Whoosh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I haven't
it looks
looked at
they-
it to see if they are doing it for that. It's just something I came up with right now as like a potential compromise.
Yeah, it looks like they are doing what you like suggested. Like he says like dwoosh when he pierces like blip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Douche,
Yeah, they-
blip.
So it's definitely
they-
doing that.
They always use those slight words, even in comics. Like if somebody get hit hard, bang, or like whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do
you
think
get-
this
yeah,
Dwoosh here
to make
in
it context.
particular, just this specifically, I think this might be in reference to Jura's swing, because either that or it's just not consistent, because I'm pretty confident Dwoosh is not used for Kawaki shrinking, usually, the sound effect. I'd have to double check,
can
but
I can definitely see
Wait,
that
what?
too.
Wait, what? Say that again.
I'm thinking the Dwoosh is in reference to Jura's swing rather than Kawaki shrinking. And if it is in reference to Kawaki shrinking, I think it'd be inconsistent. I'd have to go back and double check.
I
but-
see something that says GGW when Jorah's about to swing at Kawaki, and then whoosh. I feel like that happened as soon as
He ducked.
Kawaki shrunk himself.
Oh, shrunk himself. I thought he ducked. I read that way too quickly.
Like
No,
I
he didn't
understand-
duck.
I understand what both of you are saying. Like I lean more towards Phoenix, obviously, because we have the same opinion. I think the Dwoosh is more pronounced and is more
Mm-hmm.
focused on what's happening, the most important thing happening in this panel, which is the Sukuna Icona shrinking to dodge.
Yeah.
Okay.
facts.
I think that's what it is. But I can also see like I can't prove that. So like if I was like debating you want, I think it would be
Yeah.
like a valid
No, I think based on the visuals, it's they're having like radial lines around where Kawaki would have been. But to be fair, rather than where he would have been, that is where Jura's elbow is. So I guess you could still say based on that. But I would agree based on the radial lines, the visual imagery to go along with the sound effect, it's probably in reference to that. My only complaint there would be it's probably not consistent. Because regardless of the dwoosh that they say in English, you can just see on the screen itself the onomatopoeia, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 characters. I don't think they're doing that every time Kawaki shrinks.
could be unique.
Yeah. But either way. So
What
getting
did you,
away
end
from
up rating what did you rate the chapter?
yeah, okay, so going back to that. So I was thinking about it based on you asking me earlier. So it depends. I'm going to have to see what they go for next, which is a little bit of a cop-out answer, but I will just give an answer now. If this is the end of this arc, then I'm going to give it a 1 or 2 out of 10. If this arc is continuing, I will have to see what they do, but I'll give it upwards of like a 7 or an 8 out of 10.
Okay. That's 2 extremes.
Yeah.
Okay. I respect.
Why not a 10 out of 10 or anything lower than that?
Well, I know what you meant to say, but what you did say was not what you meant to say.
What I say?
Well, why not a 10 or a 10 out of 10 or anything lower than that? And all of my numbers were indeed lower than that.
Why a 9 and not anything lower or higher than that? My bad. That's what I'm gonna say. Sorry.
Still,
bro, I talk on the phones all day to people and stuff like that, man. Piss me off.
You good.
Because I'm their manager and they still be trying to get attitude from me. I'll be ready to fire them. But yeah, so my brain is clocked out most of the time when I'm not at work.
All good. So just a couple complaints I have. For example, Jura's reason for leaving. This is something that you've heard me and Kamui talk a lot about in terms of chapter 13. What do you guys think about that? Do you think Jura's reason is understandable, acceptable, justifiable? Was it good, bad? And then in reference to chapter 13, how would you compare it? Is it better?
But you never gave us a reason why.
Well, this would be one of my reasons why. It's a complaint or critique I have.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, all good.
This was one of my main complaints, like the main complaint that I had. I just don't know why he didn't stop them from escaping, or even just fly over to where they teleported to. Like your light speed, like what? So yeah, I have a problem with that for sure, and it's linked back to that chapter you mentioned too.
Is he light speed?
Is he really?
Well, regardless of whether he's light speed, first of all, I think this is inconsistent. So what do we think? Do we agree or disagree that the Ryu and Matsuri fights were close by? Like, were they miles away, or were they just like over the sand dune next to one another?
I think it's pretty close by.
I agree. I think it's inconsistent though, because we know that Jura came out of the Ryu location where Mitsuki is, and he's going over to Boruto, flying over there, and which is where the Matsuri location was. Boruto goes to Matsuri. So it should just be one sand dune away, but he's missing his sniper shots, whereas he was like dead on in chapter 13. But besides that, even then, are they not like within like earshot of one another? Like Jura's Biju bombing the location, and does Mitsuki just not see it? Konohamaru runs over to Mitsuki's location. It's a little bit of a whiles afterwards as well. Like, it's a little bit weird.
Let me ask you this then. Do you think the distance would be the same or similar to you have no way of when the distance between Obito and Naruto, and when they're having a whole ass conversation and they're like hearing each other from great distances?
That's interesting. See, I think the Obito Naruto thing is probably further away.
I think so too, yeah.
I think if anything...
like substantially further.
Yeah. I think if anything, the distance between the Matsuri and Ryu fight battlegrounds is probably the distance between the final valley, Madara, and Hashirama's statues.
Damn.
Probably about that far.
The gap in between the two?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'll go that... I mean, I could see... Well, I could... Yeah. No, I get you.
Yeah, I mean, it might be less. But even then, regardless of that, we have three locations we're working with here. We have the Ryu battlefield, the Matsuri battlefield, and then we have the rendezvous spot. We know where that all is. The Matsuri battlefield is where the toad was, and Konohamaru could see that from the rendezvous spot. To be fair, he was looking through like a binocular thing. But still, Yodo could hear it, so it's in earshot, but Yodo's also the special hearing type or whatever. But I don't think the rendezvous spot, once again, is far away from the Matsuri battlefield anyways, which is where they're teleporting to. Which, by the way, so much for like the close distance versus long distance teleportation needing to focus on thing. That's just not applicable here if he's teleporting like 100 meters away.
I'm not sure what you're saying, because like there was a moment where like when the whole Kawaki was fighting to distract while Boruto tracked the chakra on his pendant so that he could teleport. Like, that was the whole purpose of Kawaki fighting 1v1.
So Boruto's teleporting to the rendezvous location, correct?
Yeah.
So I believe
for whatever reason he needed time to like track his chakra on the pendant that Delta had.
Yeah. So what I'm saying. So okay, do we think that Boruto and Jura flew away from the Matsuri battlefield to like some significant degree?
A little. Okay. But it's difficult to say. Like, I think in combat they were certainly mobile, sure.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like I had to go back and track the manga panels because the pages because he did that place where the Mitsari battle took place in that rock formation that he set up his shuriken with when Jura first showed up and he used his little combo with that to cut off his leg, I think. So they were still there for a while. When they would have not been there, I think maybe they would have leaked out a little further when Jura was just launching projectiles, but was dodging. Like the air combat, I think got them, but not too much further.
Yeah. So let's remember back in chapter like 13, 12, 11, Himawari is fighting Jura out of the village. We don't know exactly how far they were. They might have been a mile, they might have been multiple miles, but we do see Jura is like looking towards the village to snipe Boruto, and the camera angle we see, the village is so far that it is out of sight. So Jura is at least that far away. When Boruto shows up to save Himawari from Jura and then teleports to Hidari, he does so instantly. He doesn't need to focus or lock onto the chakra. He just teleports from Koji's lair to Himawari and then once again to Sarada. Maybe you could say he already had it focused, which I guess could be a way out of that. He had both focused. Well, what did he do?
Didn't he like teleport to like one of the places and then fly past Kawaki and then fly and sweep up and get? He didn't teleport to her.
Well, yeah, what I'm saying is that he got Himawari and then was very quickly told, teleport to the triangle. He does that and he saves Sarada immediately after.
Okay, I get what you're saying. So I think maybe you're putting forth that during that time the distances were greater than they are now.
Yeah.
So why didn't he need more time to charge than that he does now?
Exactly.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
I would say the difference would be Boruto is probably injured now. And that injury plays a significant factor in his ability to maybe focus more or utilize chakra in a way that's not like disjointed or fucked up, given his physical state. This is just a hypothesis. Like
it's possible. So, do you think when Boruto at the end of the chapter says, "All right, everyone, let's go back to Konoha now"? It's not at the end of the chapter, but like that's the last scene that we get with them. Do you think he was going to then take a lot of time to focus on the Konoha location, since that should be significantly farther away? Or do you think he was just going to like teleport immediately after? In which case, do you think he was spending the entire time, once they teleported to the rendezvous spot, on focusing onto the Leaf Village, as like Kawaki and Konohamaru were having their like funny scene?
It depends on like the focus mechanic itself. Like, it sounds funny to say it like that, but if I focus on my chakra, do I need to do that one time and now I can just like give any distance to any pendant because I've already locked onto the chakra? Or is it like I have to lock onto the chakra of a very specific pendant in this very specific area, and then once I do that, I've used up my focus charge, whatever you want to, and then I have to redo it again, location, which is what I think is happening.
Yeah.
I think the answer is yes. I think once he got there. But I also think he said, let's fly back. So he might, because when he said that, I was like, is he going to pick up Konohamaru fly? But he did say, let's fly back to.
Oh, did he? I haven't read the Viz translations yet. Did he say that? Fly would be so weird. Hang on, let me just go double check. What does he say here? Then we'll head straight to Konoha, is what he says.
Oh, head. Okay.
So we know that there was a plan, and then there was a reveal this chapter that there's a true plan. So the plan is that Boruto wanted to stall so Konohamaru and Mitsuki can get away, and he wants to at the same time. He wants to leave the fight. He just can't focus his chakra because Jura isn't letting him in order for him to teleport away, because he can't teleport far away because he needs to focus his chakra, and he can't do that in the middle of the fight. So that was obviously before he gets injured, but that's okay because that wasn't the true plan. The true plan that Koji didn't know about is that Boruto wasn't teleporting away because he was waiting for Kawaki to show up. I mean, both can be true at the same time, but that would get to at least some explanation to excuse that.
That Kawaki plan was trash as fuck though. Like it kind of worked out in his favor, but like I think he wanted him to like help out Sarada. But even if that was like the goal to help out Sarada, then rendezvous back there, and then that will lure out Jura, and then they have to get the fuck out. The whole purpose, if I remember correctly, was to help Sarada.
Yeah, so the plan makes no sense because Boruto says he's going to, and this is the plan, separate from what I'm talking about, but the plan was for Boruto to time up. So he's going to wait until Kawaki gets there, and then Boruto's going to teleport there. Because Boruto teleports there, Jura's going to show up, so he needs Kawaki to defend against Jura so Boruto can teleport everyone else to safety. If Boruto doesn't show up, Jura doesn't show up, and he doesn't need Kawaki to do that. If Kawaki's showing up, Boruto knows that he's getting his limiters off, and if he thinks that Kawaki should be strong enough to be able to help him against Jura, Kawaki's obviously strong enough to just solo Ryu or Matsuri to where Boruto doesn't need to show up. So the plan just makes no sense in the first place.
That part's not true. Like, he doesn't feel like Kawaki can like help him. He just said like, your presence will give us a chance. Well, technically that is helping, but like, I don't think he felt like Kawaki was a big determining factor to get them a win.
So Boruto knows that if Kawaki gets his limiters off, even then Boruto and Kawaki together are not going to be enough to defeat Jura. But the plan hinges on Kawaki being able to stall Jura with his limiters off for long enough for Boruto to teleport everyone to safety. Because the idea was always for Kawaki to just 1v1 Jura, whereas Boruto isn't fighting Jura at that time, so that he can focus on the safety location.
My pause here is that I'm not sure, at least with this particular part. So it seems like Kawaki was supposed to show up first. And then once Kawaki showed up, he's supposed to help Sarada. They defeat Ryu. And then once Kawaki shows up, Boruto's supposed to show up. What I don't understand is why Boruto shows up, period. Given his plan, I understand why he showed up in a sequence of events, because he wanted to save Konohamaru, so it forced his hand. So he deviated from his own plan and Koji's to save Konohamaru.
Yeah.
So that part I understand. But his plan, given his plan, there was no reason for him to, aside from teleporting, like just transfer. He's an Uber. That's all he really is.
Yep. I agree.
But they don't need him as Uber. They could just leave the same way they got there.
Yeah.
Or Kawaki can just teleport using space-time ninjutsu.
So that's the problem, because that's where it gets to a meme to where, oh, but Mello, if Boruto doesn't teleport there, however is Boruto going to teleport them to safety? But then there's no enemies around, so they're not in danger.
Yeah, that's right. Like, the only reason why, like, Ryu got handled, Mitsuri got handled. Even if Mitsuri like defeated Konohamaru, what state would she have been in to like deal with Sage Moki if she was getting handled by Konohamaru? I don't know the answers to those questions, but the whole reason why Jura came there, only threat at that time was Jura fucking Boruto. So
yeah, but even then, regardless of whether or not Matsuri could or couldn't fight Sage Mode Mitsuki, I don't think Matsuri could defeat unlimited Kawaki, so it doesn't matter.
I'm not sold on that, actually.
Okay.
Like full power to full power, no bullshit narrative distractions. I'm not necessarily sold that Kawaki could beat Mitsuri.
That's fair.
But you know, I feel the vibes for sure.
Yeah. All right.
There was one caveat.
Yeah.
That I didn't want people like to misunderstand what I was saying. I think if Kawaki's presence would lure, that would make sense for given his original plan. But I'm trying to find like if that was even. Your presence will have forced Jura to show up. For what I see, it says it says once you've arrived, I'll go too.
Yep.
That will likely cause Jura Your
Yeah.
presence will give it a chance. So yeah, like why under any circumstances, why would Boruto in his original plan ever show up?
Yeah, so it's just a bad and dumb plan. We agree.
It's fucking stupid, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a dumb plan, yeah.
But so getting back to what I was saying though, with the bad dumb plan in mind, ignoring the fact that it's bad and dumb, the plan is for Boruto to teleport everyone to safety. So I do think that what Boruto's doing at the end of this part here is he's planning to teleport everyone back to Konoha, is my guess, rather than like fly there. Since that is like seemingly Boruto's original plan.
Yeah. And then also like if you dispatch of the Grimes or any means like the Shinju or whatever that Jura is viewing things through, he wouldn't even know if Boruto did show up. Like if you took out Mitsai,
Yep.
you took out the Boruto could legitimately show up.
Yeah.
Like that also works. But Boruto himself didn't even factor that into his plan. He's like, yo, when I show up, there's gonna be me. He would and then show up right after. So even Boruto didn't take that into consideration. So yeah, the plan is just
Yeah.
but to be fair, he's 15, so
I guess.
I'll give a 15-year-old grace. I know in this world 15 is like grown ass.
Well, okay. He's 15, but he has knowledge of 21-year-old Boruto.
Or 1,000-year-old Momo.
Yeah.
21-year-old Boruto is crazy.
I mean, correct me. That would be right? Because Koji's looking 6 years in the future, I think he said. Am I just making that up?
What's it, 6?
I
That's why
might be
was
making that
confused,
up.
like, how did you get to
thought
21 years?
Well, if you said
I
15,
didn't
then
know.
plus 6 would be 21.
Well, I know that. Well, yeah, math. But like, I was like, how did you get to 6 years? Like, I didn't know how you got there.
I think Koji said that. I could just be making that up.
I mean, I don't remember either way, so I have to take your word for it.
Yeah.
Or chat can tell us.
I mean, it might just be 3. I don't know if he says the time at all. I could just be wrong. Either way.
I feel like he never mentioned like a interval of just like future. So it kind of like.
I think
But
he at least said
I was
years.
wrong about Fly to Konoha.
Yeah.
Years? Well, you can say minimum 2 years, plural. So
Okay.
you can give like 17-year-old Boruto maybe.
Yeah.
But
There you go.
still, still 17-year-olds.
Yeah.
Not much faith there.
I mean, either way, I still don't like that because Koji can see at minimum 2 years in the future to where Boruto naturally just would have been learning Uzuhiko if like Koji never met him. That just means that Boruto originally was never meant to die in 2 years, which means the worst possible future isn't going to happen for at least 2 years. Unless the future changes because of an update. But yeah.
That's not true. It could have been like the conditions during that possible future fandom than they, and so like that future had different conclusions as a result.
Yeah,
Maybe
it is
he
possible.
doesn't have any Shinju. Maybe it doesn't have. Like,
Still weird
is
though.
anyone else here? It's like just. I mean, I'm cool. We can shoot the shit, but I didn't want to like just yap.
Well, I wonder what Free Game and Immortal think.
Did Free Game ever answer your question? Like I answered it. Immortal answered it. I don't think Free Game.
Pretty good.
I forgot what the question was.
Yeah, I'm guessing Free Game's not here. Well.
Probably not. Bro got to go to work in the morning, so I don't even know why he's still alive.
Yeah, he might
Probably
have
fell asleep and forgot to cut out.
Yeah. So
Okay, so you're giving this chapter a 2 out of 10.
If this is the end of the arc, then similar to chapter 13, they just didn't do an act 3. But I don't necessarily think it is the end of the arc. I would put it at like maybe a 40% chance this is the end of the arc. What do you think? Do you think this was the end of this quote unquote technical arc? Or do you think this is continuing whenever they do whatever they do next?
This is the one area that I'll openly admit I have no clue how to gauge or scale or measure.
That's fair.
I really wish they would just like do like the whole like you know how they do to be continued.
Yeah.
Just do like end or just put in or fin or whatever the fuck you want to put at the end of an arc or whatever, and then also put the to be continued. Give us some kind of visual indicator that something even if it's just like an asterisk or some like symbol next to the title, and then you put another symbol at the end of the arc to signify Just something simple like that. Then for people like me, at the very least, I will be able to like measure when an arc starts, when an arc outside the obvious episode one shit. But even then, like that could be episodic for the first 10 episodes and then go into like some arc type shit on the 11th. Like, so that's not even a guarantee. Yeah.
Yeah. And obviously, an arc is just a random arbitrary unit of measurement for the length of a part of a story. It's the same as like a saga is bigger, a chapter or scene is smaller. Like you could just break it down into beats if you wanted to, but it doesn't really matter at that point.
Like, how many arcs do you think we've had so far?
I think this is the second arc.
I think I would agree with that.
Okay.
But I couldn't tell you where the first one ended and where the second one began.
So,
that's funny.
Okay, well, let's break it down this way. What do you think the first arc of Naruto is?
The first arc?
Yeah, what's the first arc of Naruto?
Well, for me, I would say the first arc would be the Land of Waves arc.
Okay, I agree. So what do you think the first arc of Shippuden is?
I don't even remember. What the fuck? I hate early Shippuden, bro. I forgot what happened early Shippuden.
I'll just go through the events real quick. So
I think it's the Gar stuff, maybe?
Yeah, okay, so the Kazekage rescue arc. Yeah.
Yeah.
So both the Land of Waves and the Kagekage rescue arc, I don't remember exactly when it begins, but like episode 5, I think, for both. 4, 5, 6, somewhere around there. Obviously, you have like 4, 5, 6 episodes leading up to that isn't in an arc. So there's parts of a story that are in an arc and that are out of an arc, out of those bounds, out of those brackets, the parentheses or whatever. And that can like either more seamlessly transition into an arc or out of an arc or just some in-between stuff in general. I think that Two Blue Vortex is doing the exact same thing, to where Code's invasion leading up to the Shinju Awakening, I think none of that is the first arc. That's just beginning of series spectacle before the first arc. And so the first arc would really begin probably after chapter 5, so going into like chapter 6. So that's around when the Shinju first awaken their targets, and Boruto goes to the village to talk to Shikamaru and Sarada and Sumire, and then Mitsuki shows up afterwards. That's where the beginning of the arc would be for the first arc.
I don't know if I agree. So start of board, like when does the Land of Waves stuff happen? Episode 4 in the anime?
Yeah, it's either like 4, 5, or 6, but either way, just 4 to 6. We'll just say that just to keep it safe.
Okay. So the Demon Brothers are obviously Land of Waves, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what we're really talking about is just like the whole, was it Mitsuki? That stuff, the white hair guy in the scroll.
Yep, Mizuki.
The Konohamaru stuff, meeting Konohamaru for the first time.
The Bell Test, and all of Team 7 forming, getting Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi, Sakura, all their goals.
Correct. This is like an introduction to the series. I agree with that. And then once we get like chosen for the mission, we go into like the... I'm maybe adding shit on. I'm confusing Boruto with Naruto at this point, but I get your point. So once we like get the mission, we meet the Tazuna, the bridge builder, blah blah blah. I think that's his name, Tazuna.
Well, I'll also add real quick. You might be forgetting. In fact, I think like probably 90% of people forget this. There's a couple weeks time skip between that like beginning of series to the Land of Waves. They go on multiple like D rank cat finding missions before they do the Land of Waves. Naruto's complaining about how many low ranking missions they're getting and how long they've been doing it, that he wants a high ranking mission going into the Land of Waves. So I feel like there's a clear cut or distinction, especially like in the timeline, to show this is the ordinary world. You've learned the world. Here's the ordinary world. Here's the inciting incident going into the arc.
My thing is, what I was trying to get to, and I agree with that, what I was trying to get to for TBV was, I think there are enough things that happen that significantly set up and build for what you would call the beginning of the arc. So much so that I think it's a necessity to have it linked to the arc. So I think this start TBV in the code invasion stuff has to be the beginning of the arc because of how intimately entwined it is with the dialogue between Boruto and Kawaki in particular, and his like reasons for even being there. And then, and this is different from like, because this is what I was trying to ascertain. Like, do I need those first few episodes to make sense of the Land of Waves arc? I don't think I do. Even if I didn't see like Team 7 forming or get their motivations, like if they started Naruto off with the Land of Waves arc, I think everything's still for the most part. You lose a little bit, like the Iruka stuff, but you know, you can maybe make that up on the back end. But I think a lot of this stuff still works functionally. And I think that's how it's supposed to go, because it's an arc. It's supposed to function from beginning, middle, and end. So I think that's the distinction. I think if you're looking at the beginning parts of Naruto, you don't or to like, but if you go to TBV, you need that code conversation to even know why, like what the fuck is even happening by the time you get to chapter 4, which is where I think you are saying is the start of the chapter 4.
So that's an interesting line of thought. So getting away from Naruto, let me ask you, when you watch a movie, would you consider just basic 3-act structure, just to keep it simple, would you consider the hook, so the opening sting of the minute of the movie, like the first couple seconds, the first minute, whatever, that like individual special scene that's sort of like disconnected or separate from the rest of the story, but can like lead into the movie, do you consider that like part of Act 1?
Yes.
Okay.
It's contextual, but yes.
Sure. So looking at Naruto, the Naruto movies in particular, since we're talking about movies, would you consider Sasuke versus Kinshiki in the Boruto movie part of like Act 1 for the Boruto story? Like, do you need that necessarily?
Yeah.
Okay. This is where it gets a little bit more complicated. Do you think that you would need Toneri at the beginning of like Naruto the Last? Yeah.
Need is a very... I just want to point that out. But
okay, well, in reference to like how it was implied in this conversation with Two Blue Vortex.
Yeah, I do what you're saying.
Yeah. So with Naruto the Last, do you think the Toneri going to like fight Hiyashi and kidnapping Hinabi, do you think that's like part of the movie or like opening of the movie separate from the movie?
I think if there's something that happens in the opening act, beginnings of a project, and it's extremely important to what comes after that you would consider the start of an arc, then I think that's the start of the arc, because it's all intimately entwined. It's like removing like or information that aids in the arc, but it's not a part of the arc. So it's like, so I'll give you an example. Like you said, Sasuke versus Kinshiki. For me, the whole Momoshiki stuff is wrapped up with the Kaguya stuff, which is wrapped up with them trying to find evidence to prove that there's a power beyond Kaguya, which is why he was even there to begin with. Like all this stuff is intimately entwined. Like need is a strong word, but I feel like it's like you need. I feel like I would rather find another word, but you really do need the Sasuke Kinshiki stuff. At the very least, like the stuff that like surrounds the beginning of it, and like the stuff that kind of like comes out from like the end of where like, hey, we have this scroll cipher. Do know there are going to be people coming. For the Otsutsuki clan are coming, so that information is like very relevant. I would even say, maybe this is to your point too. They talk about this stuff long before the Momoshiki arc, back when like Konohamaru and Team 7 before Kawaki is introduced in Syria. They're doing research and they find like Zetsu, right? You remember that?
Yeah.
And they even have conversation with the Kage in the Kage Summit about like Kage and the people beyond her and all this stuff. I would even say that stuff is super material to like. It's almost like Boruto in the early stages was dipping their toes in an overarching story, but then go back to filler or go back to slice of life and then go back to the overarching story. They were doing like this weird. They formatted it strangely for me, but I do think like the periodic moments where Toneri pops up at the credit scene That's all aiding arc. The Momoshiki, Kinshiki, all of that shit. To me, I put it all. Like if I was making like a compilation, I'm including the Kinshiki, Boruto, with Destiny as your fight back, all that shit. Without Shiki showing up on the, because all of it's linked to the same narrative, which is like that Momoshiki arc thing. But yeah,
Sure.
if there's no
I
connection, like
Yeah.
Shikamaru on the Thunder Train with Boruto eating a Thunderbird. What the fuck even is that? Like I can get this. Okay, well that Thunder Train event, which has no, I can do that, but I don't care to do that. Like that has no relevance to the Momoshiki shit, so you can avoid that stuff like that. Yeah, sure, I don't care about it. Yeah.
Okay. So I think the difference is you more so see prologues and epilogues as attached to the story, whereas I see them as a little bit more disconnected.
But still attached, though, right?
Yeah. So, but with that in mind, I do have a couple questions of, since you're talking about the end of the Momoshiki arc. So, if you were to make a Momoshiki arc and then a time slip arc as like two different videos for the anime, the Urashiki stuff.
Sorry, what do you mean by videos?
Like as like
perspective?
a fan cut or whatever.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah. So if you remember, I think it's the end of episode 65, might be 66, somewhere around there. We have like a scene at the end of the credits or whatever of like Urashiki being like, "Mwahaha, I'll make my move in the future," or whatever. This is after Momoshiki's been defeated. Would you include that at the end of this arc or at the beginning of the time slip arc? Or would you not include it for either?
That's a great question. I get where you're going. Give me a second to think about it. Because what you're going to say, I imagine, is if I consider it to be the beginning of the next arc, which would be like the time slip, in your example, then I wouldn't be able to consider it the end of the Momoshiki arc. But this particular scene has tethers to both arcs.
Okay.
It closes the first one and opens the second. So I suppose it occupies, it's both heads and tails at the same time would be like the best answer I can.
Yeah, so both I was going to say could be another possibility. You could also, this is a weird distinction to make, but I do think it could be accurate. You can make the distinction between an epilogue and then something like an after credit scene. As an example, you have Naruto the Last, you have the literal credit scene where we're seeing Naruto and Hinata getting married. And that's relevant to the movie because it's about Naruto and Hinata getting together. But then you have the after credit scene showing Boruto and Himawari as kids. That's obviously not really connected. It's just showing, hey, Naruto and Hinata are still together years later and have a family. But like, it's still like not a part of the story, if that makes sense.
I think it absolutely is. I think it's a part of the arc, like the story's arc, and I think it, but it occupies two spaces. I think I'm gonna go with that. Yeah, I think it's it's both supposed to serve as kind of like a lure to get you into Boruto, and then also it caps off the story of past. So yeah, I think it occupies two spaces at once for sure.
Okay, interesting. So would you consider it, outside of occupying both spaces, would you consider it for this movie the credit scene where we're seeing Naruto and Hinata getting married as like the exact same thing conceptually as the after credit scene with Boruto and Himawari?
Not the exact same thing because one thing is doing something different than the other. The marriage does not entice you to watch something that comes after. That's a conclusion of thus far. The children, which represents the next generation, is something completely different. That does entice you to continue forwards into the sequel. So I don't think they're doing the exact.
So this would be under the hypothetical to where that was just the last thing that Naruto ever made. Boruto doesn't exist.
Then I would say like the end with the board with the kids running around, playing with Naruto. I think that would just be them setting up for a possible future project and leaving space open for them. So it's still occupying two spaces at once. It's just occupying one different space than.
Interesting. So like occupying the space like as a potential space.
Yes, instead of like a definitive lore for a definitive sequel, it acts as a kind of hey, we can come back to, or hey, we have more to work with because we set this up. You see this in like certain. They're not sure if they're going to get like another season, but they'll set it up to get one. Then it makes sense for third or fourth season, depending on the last one.
Okay, so here's where two different parts of the conversation reach the culmination of the craziness of this interestingness of this conversation. So what about when it's like mix-mashed in between, going back and forth between arcs? I'll explain what I mean. So the beginning of Shippuden is cutting back and forth between Deidara fighting Gaara and going to the Sand Village and all that, and Naruto just getting back to the Leaf Village, doing the second bell test, meeting everyone, etc., etc. Do you think that it's cutting back and forth between the introduction to Shippuden, the prologue, and the first arc?
Sorry. What I'm trying to do now is remember. And I know you just said it, but I don't fucking remember what you just said. And I don't want to ask you to repeat it again, but I probably have to. I'm trying to remember like the first beginnings. Naruto shows up. They have like a little he meets Konohamaru. He meets it back up with Nadia. They go train with Kakashi, right? Like I'm getting that correct.
Yeah.
They meet Sai. Yeah.
Well, they don't meet Sai until the next arc, but I get the idea that you're on. So like, as an example, they're doing shots where they're cutting back and forth between Naruto being reintroduced to the village and Gaara fighting Deidara. So as an example, during like the bell test, you cut from like Kakashi's bells to... Yeah.
Because I'll forget this. Is this anime or manga?
This is anime, to be fair. So I don't know if they do this in manga, but I'm pretty sure they do.
Okay. I'm sorry, please continue.
Yeah, so like as an example, in the anime, they like do a close-up of Kakashi's bell in the bell test, and then they'll like cut to Sasori's bell as he's like walking in the desert. Or like Naruto's like at the ramen shop with Tamari or whatever, and Tamari's teacup cracks. At the same time, Gaara's fighting Deidara, and Deidara like explodes Gaara's sand. So my question is, the Naruto scenes, do you consider that part of the first arc, or do you consider that the prologue or introduction to Shippuden, in which case it's cutting back and forth between the introduction and the first arc?
I think that's a good question. I think it's interesting because I could say Naruto training with Sakura and Kakashi when he first returns. I could say like this is like a reintroduction to the character. We're establishing what he has learned over skip. And this is just again a reintroduction of the character. Just done in this particular, and simultaneously while that's we're establishing like the beginnings of the Kazekage retrieval or rescue arc. So they're doing two things at once. But I don't consider that to be two separate things happening. Not necessarily. Or it could be multiple things. But where I would lean though is I think it's all a part of one arc. Because I think the training, it does serve a certain master to show what he's learned and blah blah blah, showcase his skills, and same thing for Kakashi, same thing for Sakura. Kakashi's doing the super fast hand signs. Sakura's showing monster strength that she never too much. So it's showcasing them. So but this is needed for them to reform their team, refamiliarize themselves with each other, so that they can go on this mission to help guard. So it's all in service of the main, like what they're trying to run. So I would consider it, 100 a part of that for sure.
So
and also like just Naruto himself as a character is being like, so pretty much anything the Akatsuki anything that's like associated with the Akatsuki, like you can like link and tether that to Naruto. It's not like, oh, it's not Naruto they're going after. It's another Jinchuriki. It's his ally and friend, and then also they're going after him as well. So even if they're cutting back over to Naruto that are seemingly obtuse or completely different than what's happening with Gaara, which you perceive to be like the main stuff, which is fine. It's still a narrative thread that connects because of all the connections I made. It's linked, so I think it's all.
Well, actually, it's interesting you say that. I don't consider that the main stuff. I consider that setting up for the arc. I don't consider the Kazekage rescue mission arc to start until the mission starts. So the arc doesn't begin until after Gaara's already been captured. For me.
Have you seen Dragon Ball?
Yeah. Well, not Dragon Ball. I've seen Dragon Ball Z. I was actually going to reference that.
Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah.
So when Raditz shows up, like, it's difficult because like with the names, how the descriptor of the arcs. So like the name of the episode is The Arrival. So it's like, well, he did arrive. So maybe Raditz not a good example. I suppose what I'm saying is like, would you consider like the stuff with the farmer a part of like that first arc?
Let
me ask you
this. Yeah.
What do you think? When do you think the first arc of Dragon Ball begins? Z.
Yeah, so for Dragon Ball Z, I consider the first arc to be after Goku dies and Piccolo kidnaps Gohan to train for the incoming Saiyan threat, because I think the Saiyan arc is the first arc of Dragon Ball Z. And I would not consider Raditz part of that. He's the one that informs us of that.
I have the complete. I consider Raditz, The Arrival, all that to be a part of the Saiyan arc.
Interesting.
Like the Saiyan saga. Because the only reason why the Saiyan saga happens is because of.
So then, but then that's interesting though, because then where do you consider the Namek saga to start? Because after Vegeta leaves, they're talking about information that they learned in the in the Saiyan arc with Vegeta in order to get to Namek in the first place.
Yes, so that gets us back to occupying two spaces at once.
Okay, interesting. So do you consider the Namek saga as having started like the moment like Vegeta, outside of occupying both spaces, like the first moment where it occupies one space, the Namek saga? So technically not the start of the arc, but like the moment where it's only that arc. Where's that?
I consider the arc to begin when Goku's in the hospital.
Yep.
Mr. Popo shows up. They take Bulma to the Kame's old spaceship, and then she learns about his history, and then she starts to work on reprogramming it. That's when I think the Namek saga.
I agree. Yeah. Okay. So, going back to Naruto Part 1, does it change anything for you if I were to hypothetically add in, so a scene that doesn't exist, I'm adding in, at the end of episode 1, we see a scene that doesn't happen, we see Gato hiring Zabuza. So like,
I think that would be fire, actually.
That would be really cool. But like, does that like change, like say episode 2 with Konohamaru or episode 3, the bell test, does that make it more or less a part of the Land of Waves arc? Or is it still what you were saying earlier?
It's still a part of it. I just think it's disjointed. It's the same thing with like the Toneri to the Momoshiki arc that I mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
They sprinkle Toneri periodically throughout the slice of next episode, the next episode. Then they'll sprinkle Toneri at the end and then hop back to slice of life. I think all the Toneri stuff arc, disjointed Momoshiki arc, like at the beginning of it.
But it's
I could fold on. I could fold on. It's just like I'm kind of fine with that too. A lot of these concepts I'm not necessarily.
Yeah.
I'm not as versed into like field as you are, so
that's fair. I mean, hey, you're way more versed into things like basketball than I am, so it's just like to each their own.
Yeah, we all have our specialities, but I for one see you later, Freedom. Good night, bro. Can you do one more? Oh yeah, hit it up.
I thought you were like, no.
Appreciate that. No, I don't think you read the whole.
I read the end and then started at the end, and dumbass.
Nah, I just thought I'll ask because I had to step away for. Rennie Lewis, he nation. You really didn't have to. You could have just put it in the chat. But he says, "Does Jura sense Naruto inside Kawaki's dimension?" That's what I think he meant. The first super chat that he messed up.
Yeah. So I don't think he senses him inside the dimension. In fact, it's going to be interesting whether or not Jura can access that dimension. I don't think he's aware of the knowledge if he can right now, but he might be able to access it once he gains awareness of it. Similar to Uzuhiko. I don't think he could use Uzuhiko on anyone until Boruto like showed him it. Now I think he hypothetically maybe could, which is interesting.
Yeah, I would say no. Mostly because like he didn't know he was alive, so he looked in earnest.
Yeah.
And was able his sincere eyes. I feel like he would have relied on a more way of confirming his death or life if he could sense his power in that dimension, besides just looking at the dude's eyes and arriving at it. So I would say no.
Exactly. Like he's just confirming suspicion through Kawaki. But even then, he confirmed Naruto's alive. He doesn't know where Naruto even is. He doesn't realize he's sealed in another dimension.
Right. Surely he would have mentioned that, right? Like, if he could sense it, it's like, yeah, he's alive, and I can sense him. He's place or whatever, some type shit. He's not on Earth, but he's still alive. But yeah, there's no dialogue, nothing.
Makes me wonder if Jura's gonna do something before he finds out whether Naruto's sealed in the dimension. Like, is he gonna invade Konoha and demand to see Naruto, not realizing he's not there?
Bro, that's why, like, I'm like, why are y'all going back to Konoha? He knows he can just walk up in there. Like they act like Konoha is a place where they can get refuge from Jura, when they literally have things set up to where if you do anything, he just gets to lounge around. So, like, I feel like this would make so much more sense if Shikamaru established a base of operations, like, in the outskirts of the village or some fucking place. Even, like, that little, like, room-sharing place that they have. Maybe that would be a better place to convene.
My dumb ass has been on mute this whole time. And I'm like, dang, this is talking over me.
Sorry, forgive.
Would you,
no, I was just saying, like, maybe Tail Beast can't sense chakra from anything else but Tail Beast. Maybe that's why he thought it was Naruto that whole time, because he had the 9 tails. Yeah.
He could sense that Kawaki had exponentially more power.
I mean, that's exponentially more power. But he can't differentiate. Like, if he can't differentiate, I would assume, a tailed beast from like a human with immense chakra.
Bro, you gotta go get some hot sauce.
I am. Let me go blow my nose.
It'll open up your sinuses and just blow all that stuff out. Cause you want me? I gotta grab a tissue real quick.
So I'm going off of memory here.
Yeah.
Is it possible that Juro was just like deducing that Kawaki has more power based on like his actions?
Yes, that was what I was thinking. Maybe I'm misremembering because it could have been. I don't know if like he did a thing first or did he just show up. I can't remember quite. But if he did the thing first, which he did. He pierced his eye, right?
Yep.
So I would say it's likely because of his actions for sure. Yeah. So it might not be because he could sense it.
Plus,
thank you for bringing that up. I wasn't going to mention that.
I don't think that he can even sense Kawaki at all. Whereas it feels like he can sense Boruto, since he tells Boruto at the end of chapter 5, no matter where you run, we'll eventually find you. But like when Kawaki shrinks, it feels like Jura just can't track him. He just doesn't know where he is.
It probably masks his chakra signature too.
Yeah, that could be part of it for sure. But at the very least, it doesn't seem like Jura was aware that Kawaki was showing up in the first place.
Do you think Kawaki's regenerative abilities is because of his cybernetic enhancements?
Yes.
And not his karma?
Oh, I think it's both.
So why do you think Boruto couldn't heal like that? Or do you think he did at the end of this chapter?
Boruto has the karma, which does give him healing. That's what Koji says back in probably chapter 33. I don't know exactly where it is. Of Naruto Next Generation.
He can control that? He can control that mechanic?
No,
I don't
no, he
remember.
doesn't. He's not even aware of it. It's just passive healing. So he
Okay.
has that, but it was only just healing like scratches, and obviously Himawari healed Boruto when Jura sniped him in chapter 13 of Two Blue Vortex.
Right.
So he can't heal massive amounts of damages quickly. Otherwise, Momoshiki wouldn't need to sacrifice his ability to reincarnate by killing Boruto in the Code Arc. So yeah, I think that's what I would say for that. So what I think that Amado did by changing his limiters, assuming that happened, I think he just changed the cybernetic enhancements to be fully offensive instead of defense. So he just has his base human healing plus karma healing, which isn't all that impressive, but it's not like he has 0 healing or durability.
Fuck is base human heal?
Yeah, I mean,
Mid
just-
as fuck. Jesus. Like, wait a month to get a scab? Yes, that counts. I
it's
guess it wouldn't take a month.
something.
But, yeah, technically. It's like 0.1 is a plus, but a small one.
I mean,
I guess so.
imagine how annoying that would be. Like the paper cut you got from kindergarten just still there. That would suck.
I think you could live. All the wounds you would have just never heal. Just yeah, they like yes. Sly agrees with me. Heritis is definitely a part of the Saiyan. I think so. He's a Saiyan after all. He introduces the Saiyans.
Yeah,
He
for sure.
introduces the lore. He brings them in.
Well, but it's interesting for you to say that, though. I'm going off memory, so correct me if I'm wrong, please. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but... Oh, what's up, Regan?
Oh, my bad.
All right, yeah, so, Mello, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that originally you were agreeing that the first, 4 episodes of Naruto are, an introduction and not the Land of Waves. But now it seems like you maybe changed your mind?
In this conversation, my mind is fluent. Okay, it's water, as Bruce Lee said. So I'm being water with this conversation. So I'm open for anything.
Sure, because based on what you explained with Dragon Ball and Shippuden, it feels like everything that they set up in the beginning of Naruto would more or less be. I don't want to use the word necessary, but it would lead into the context for the Land of Waves mission.
I don't disagree, which is why I brought up earlier. You could say that it matters. They jutsu a little bit, chakra, it explains where you shadow clone.
Exactly.
In that sense, in that sense, sure, which plays a major role in the actual arc itself. But my thing was, if you took that stuff away, would the arc like Naruto bitching about his low ranked missions and they get set up? If you took the stuff that you mentioned before away, that makes sense, because then it would be like, okay, Naruto used shadow clone. I don't know when he got it, but I also don't know when, at this point in the story, what the Sharingan even fucking is, or when Sasuke mastered Fireball Jutsu. You don't need to know it. Now, I will say shadow clones are unique in that they represent something special for Naruto thematically. So from that perspective, shadow clones have a far more important representation in the material than Fireball Jutsu. At this stage, certainly. I mean, later on, you can link it to his father. But so if I start the arc off without any of that stuff, all I know is you got 3-man squad. This is the sensei. They're going on some kind of mission. They're ninja. All this stuff is explained in the episode. They have the headbands. They're ninja. Through the bridge builder, he's seeing the ninja stuff. We're supposed to be him. As he's criticizing Naruto and all. Bro, you looking real small over. So, yeah, I think those things are necessary in Dragon Ball, and they're not necessary in Naruto. I think I can start the Land of Waves arc without the pre stuff, and then it'll all just make sense. Whereas with Naruto, Dragon Ball, if I start off with where do you think the Saiyan side taking my Piccolo?
Yeah,
I think that works too, actually. If you want to start it there, because I think at that point everything is explained that happened in the Reddit stuff. So I think you could actually like start it there, but I would prefer to see like show don't tell type of thing. But yeah, just my thoughts.
Yeah. So I would say when looking at an arc, you look at the hero's journey, the ordinary world, and then whenever the hero's reluctantly dragged into the new world. For that, I would look at the plot versus the story. The plot, in the most basic boiled down way to look at it, it's just the problem with the world, whereas the story is the problem with the character. Through both the plot and the story, you then develop the problem of the arc, which gets you to the struggle, which can also then get you to the themes. And that's basically how I would look at the start and end of an arc. Based on that. But anyways, where this conversation gets interesting. Oh, sorry, go ahead if you had something to say. Yeah.
Was that in sequential order?
What do you mean?
The order that you just rattled off, was that sequential? Because you said hero's journey, but then like old. Because I always thought like you start off like I'm not maybe I'm like understand what you mean by old world. I always assume like the old world is where the starts.
Yeah.
And then the inciting incident happens, and then the triggered, and then that's when he enters the new world.
Yes.
Okay. I'll just.
And so
That's why I asked you like the sequential. Yeah.
Yeah, so I would say for the Land of Waves, if I'm going to consider it after the quote-unquote weird time skip that everyone forgets, I'm going to consider the old world that they're already in is Naruto already on Team 7. He's been going on a lot of these low-ranking missions, and he wants to go on a higher-ranking mission. I agree with you, looking at the Land of Waves arc, you don't need those first 4 episodes to understand Naruto's on Team 7 as a Konoha shinobi and all that. So I don't think you necessarily need any of that. But I would consider the first like 4 episodes separated from that old world because it's still like Naruto's like going under change. The world itself is going under change. So I would consider you have to look at how the world is like when it's stagnated or when it seems like the characters are used to something in the story or the world, I should say.
When do you think Naruto's hero journey begins?
You could say Naruto's hero journey begins like episode 1.
You think so?
For the audience,
Why?
I mean, obviously that we see the story out of sequential order, like chronologically, the timeline itself. So you could say as far back as his birth, technically, but for the audience, we don't see that. Well, technically, that's what episode 1 begins with, but I'm not going to consider that.
Okay, I was just curious.
Yeah.
I think I feel like I almost want to say his hero journey begins post pain arc. Almost.
Okay.
Like what is like Naruto's not trying to accomplish anything outside of like the mission itself. Well, that's not true though, because his objective do change mid arc to where he is trying to like help out Zabuza and Haku and stuff. I'm trying to ascertain like what is the thing that Naruto is trying to accomplish, and I feel like he doesn't really have a path. He's kind of like it's like set up for hero. Maybe let me like re-familiarize myself with this term. Maybe I'm creating definitions and denotations for words that is not applicable. But I think it's the Jiraiya stuff. I think it's the trying to find the answer. It's the pain invasion arc. It's the question asked to Naruto by Nagato. I think all of that is that through that stuff is how he changes the world. I think all of that stuff matters. I think everything before that is kind of just like setting him up to be the kind of person that can even take the journey to begin with. Because if you look at like when Pain is asking him these questions, but he had all this other stuff that he was like dealing with that he was able to find answers for, like just Neji in general. He had answers for Neji. But at the same time, like, I don't know. It just depends like where you want to start or whatever the case may be. Like you say, start at birth, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Naruto was being a hero to Neji, and he came to that answer based on his journey up until that point. I would also say,
answer anyways,
thematically,
what was Naruto's answer?
Sorry, what?
Yeah. What even was Naruto's answer to Neji?
The destiny stuff. You're wrong, Neji. You're being a hypocrite too. Anyone can overcome their destiny.
Okay. I didn't remember what it.
So I would say episode 1. To be fair, I might change my mind on this because episode 1, Naruto doesn't have an answer. It's Aruka who gives Naruto that answer. And in fact, Naruto later calls back on that moment and says that Aruka, Team 7, they saved Naruto from himself. He was going to walk down the same exact path as Gaara. So maybe you wouldn't say episode 1. You could say the end of the Land of Waves arc because that's when Naruto gains his conviction after having witnessed Haku and Zabuza. And that's where he develops at Haku and Zabuza's grave. He develops his ninja way. And through that ninja way, he decides he doesn't like the current world. And so he wants to do more than just become Hokage. He wants to change the world. So you could consider that the beginning of his journey as well.
Wait. At the end of the Land of Waves arc?
Yeah.
How do you get to that conclusion that he wants to change the world?
So Kakashi, okay, so Sakura is talking to Kakashi.
I think I agree with you, by the way, but I just want to hear your answer.
So if you want to pull up the scene, but either way, so Sakura and Kakashi are talking at Zabuza and Haku's graves, and Sakura is really depressed that Haku and Zabuza died or whatever. Kakashi said that's just the way the shinobi system is. They died as shinobi. And then Naruto says, well, I don't like that. And then he gives this whole speech about how he wants to change the shinobi world. Which calls back to the ninja system and the whole rules and scum thing with Kakashi. But yeah.
Well, I'm trying to go off of memory, but I'm just going to believe what you're saying. I would then agree. Yeah. That might be the start of his hero journey.
Okay. Interesting. So on top of that, you could say that's very ambiguous for an answer. He wants to change the world, but like we know, he doesn't have an answer to do that yet. He doesn't know how he's going to go about it, just like Jiraiya, until the Pain arc, where he develops a little bit more specific of an answer. But he doesn't even know what he wants to change, let alone how to do it. He just wants to change the world itself, the shinobi system. But he doesn't have anything specific to point to other than shinobi. You could say, through that, I wouldn't use this, but you could say Naruto's hero journey begins at the end of the Chunin exams arc. Not Konoha Crush, but Chunin exams. So when Naruto defeats Neji, and he's making a vow to Neji that he's going to change the Hyuga. Now Naruto has something specific and directed to target his intentions towards.
It's just lame in comparison. But yeah, no, I get your point, yeah.
Yeah. Plus the fact that Naruto never does do that, so...
I mean, I think he does. I think he changes the clan for the better.
Well, what I mean is on screen, we don't really see Naruto or how he does that. He says he's going to do it after he becomes Hokage, to be fair, so it's understandable why it would be off screen. But, I mean, as far as we know, the clan itself just changed without Naruto.
Well, I think that fight itself, the clan leader, Neji's uncle, that fight itself softened him towards Neji. So, that, if your fight changed the leader of the clan, then everything else is going to follow downstream. So, through that fight alone, he just did it before he anticipated.
Yeah, I mean, it could be.
That was the beginnings of it.
Yeah, I don't know if they're still doing the main branch, side branch stuff after that moment, or if they're still putting curse marks on the branch family after that moment, or... So, here's an interesting question. Do you think it's possible to remove the forehead seal thing on Neji? Or do you think because he already has it on, Hiyashi, even if he wanted to, he just can't take it off?
I think if you have karma, you can just absorb it, yeah.
Well, outside of Boruto, I meant in the Naruto story. Is that something they could just do?
Oh, I have no clue. I haven't looked into it.
Yeah, well, there is no answer, so there's nothing to look into. It's just, do you think they could? Because if they could, well, why didn't they do it? If the family did change.
I would say, I feel like there's no reason to think it's permanent unless there's something stated or implies that it is. So, if a jutsu can be activated, then it can be deactivated. I would.
So there is one thing, but it would be very iffy about whether you would use it. During the Naruto versus Neji fight, Neji's very emotional and lashing out against Naruto, and Neji says, "How could you ever understand what it's like to have a mark that'll never be wiped away?" That implies that the seal can't be taken off, but this is a Neji who's assuming that it won't be. So he might just mean that Hiyashi just won't remove it rather than Hiyashi can't physically remove it.
Yeah, it depends on your interpretation of it for sure.
Yeah. So
yeah, no, I think I think the jutsu can be removed personally. If it can be like, but I think the second one would be what I would go with. It's just under what context, given where he was at his stage in life and the state of the clan, under what context would that thing ever be? So yeah, it makes sense he would talk about it in that way. Not in a literal sense, but just in a realistic sense, given the context. Boruto started Boruto Himawari main branch, right?
Yeah, they should be, because Hinata main branch.
Does the Uzumaki heritage fuck that up in any way, you think, or no?
That's an interesting question, because the Hyuga were priding themselves on how pure their bloodline is. That's why they had a main branch and side branch in the first place, if I'm not mistaken. I could be mistaken, though. So they might just through that be side branch? In which case they don't have a curse mark. So.
Why wouldn't they get the seal, the curse seal?
Yeah. That would be funny, though.
This is Hokage era Naruto, so he did make
yeah, like omnipotence happens, Hiyashi just comes out of nowhere and just kills Boruto through the curse mark.
Nah, that would be wild, bro. Like, Kawaki, you've gone too far. And then Boruto died. Wait a minute, this didn't work. Yeah, that would be great. Wait, what? Hilarious. Is Free Game still here? They just still here, I guess. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Is this stream still going? That's funny.
The hero's journey, the 8 steps of the hero. Leave the ordinary world.
Yeah.
Call to adventure. Wasn't it supposed to be like an inciting? Isn't that the call to adventure? The exciting incident?
Yeah.
Enter the special world. Okay. Campers meet allies. I guess that's specific to the context of this wheel. Overcome challenges, self-recovery, self-discovery. Atonement, the return. Atonement? Why?
Here, I got other wheels I can link for the hero's journey. That was just one with 8. Here's one with multiple. So
okay. I thought you had that was your go-to.
It was just the one with the least amount of numbers. It was just the simplest that I could find. But obviously simplest also means least amount of details. So
freedom to live. Okay, that's random to me, but okay. Master of 2. Wait, what's happening?
I don't know what this is.
What the fuck is this?
Okay. Here's one with 12 instead of 8.
Crossing of the return threshold. Jesus. This must be very specific to this. Let me close this one out.
Yeah. There's a different one. It still has atonement on it, though.
Can you explain that atonement? What is that?
Not off the top of my head.
Necessary? Like, what if my hero doesn't need atonement? What if he does nothing that needs,
Well, what if it's not the hero, but the world?
But then that's the same problem, just a different character.
I think the idea is more so to say that at that point of the story is the latest point to where the character needs to have changed. Because if you're showing a story, they're going on a journey, they return back to the ordinary world, but with something new that they've gained, which is their internal change.
Okay.
Yeah. I would say it's
Nice,
probably
nice.
something like that. Anyways,
Did you?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Going back to the conversation though. So with the where an arc begins and ends or whatever, that conversation. What I wanted to ask you about, the pain arc. During the Itachi versus Sasuke fight is, well, really before that fight, you get Jiraiya versus Pain. And then obviously you get the Sasuke versus Itachi fight after that, and then you get the pain arc after that. So how would you consider that playing into things? Like, where is the pain arc start? Is the Pain versus Jiraiya stuff, is that considered both the Itachi versus Sasuke arc, or is it just disjointed? Like, how do you consider that?
The dry stuff to the pain arc.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with the tonary stuff. I just think it's like it's just disjointed arc. It's the start of the arc, and then they kind of break it up because all of that, like the Jiraiya stuff, is integral to the pain invasion arc. I don't even know how you start that arc off without Jiraiya, bro. I mean, you can. To be fair, the Jiraiya stuff, you can.
I think nothing.
It's integral.
I don't think anything changes if you just have that entire fight be off screen, because you just start the arc with Naruto and the audience in this case finding out someone named Pain killed Jiraiya.
I know. I don't really care that much about the fight outside of what it's supposed to facilitate. Discovering the abilities so that he can write them down and pass them off.
But even that could just still be off screen. It's just whatever Jiraiya left behind.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't care about the fight itself, but there are things within the fight that could matter. Again, show don't tell. But yeah, no, I think you could do it. I just think there's more. There's just more. Like, it just makes it richer for sure. Yeah, and it's linked. It's not like disjointed. What the fuck does Itachi and Sasuke have to pain? That's clearly like a very different thing. Happening.
Well,
I mean, yeah, I could link it, sure, if I.
Yeah, because it's Naruto and Sasuke experiencing something similar to both of their journeys at the exact same time. They both lose someone they care about or whatever. And their reactions thereof. But yeah. Either way. Definitely interesting. So, did you want to... What's up?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Damn, my internet just went out for a second. I think it looks like it's back, though. I didn't hear a thing you said. What'd you say?
Oh, good. Is your stream still up?
It says it's successfully connected, so yeah.
All right.
I think so.
Did you...
Chat, can you let me know if I'm live still? Chat.
Yeah. Did you want to go back to Two Blue Vortex, or did you want to call it there?
What topic did you have for Two Blue Vortex?
A couple topics we could talk about. So first of all, how do you think, or do you think even that it did happen? How do you think in the latest chapter of Kawaki versus Jura, how do you think Kawaki exploded Jura with his staff?
By the way, I thought that was kind of cool.
It was cool, but I don't I'm not saying it makes no sense, because I just don't understand the mechanics thereof. I'm sure the mechanics do make sense, we just haven't been explained it yet.
Yeah, it seems like the rods come in varieties, like there's different ones. But perhaps this is the one that Ishiki uses, because he is based off of Ishiki. So I'm thinking these rods can absorb chakra. In which case, just given the visual depiction, it looks like his karma was fading towards the knuckle area. So it could be like the chakra rod was absorbing the chakra karma, and then it was imbued into it, and then he just like released it all in one burst.
Yeah,
and like that smoke, like even when code transforms or whatever, like that smoke seems to be like in big energy being expended. So I think it makes sense.
I don't know why they say fade, because clearly that's not what happens. His karma is still on after that. You see when he deactivates the karma, it's not in that moment. What's happening there is, if you remember in the Garo fight, and I think he also does this at the end of the Code arc, when he's like fighting Code, he's using his karma and he's like turning it into the explosion. Like when he explodes Garo, the like front part of his karma turns white. It does the weird like same gradient thing of like it's white at the front and black in the back where his arm is. So it's doing the same thing. He's just like imbuing it into the staff somehow.
That's true. It was white and black.
Yeah, like in the Garo fight when he's like exploding Garo, his hand has the karma seal and it's like white, and then like on his arm it's still black. It like has a weird gradient, just like here.
It's like a bright red that looked white.
I'm talking about in the manga.
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Okay. That explains the black and white. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's what's happening there. The question is, how does he imbue it into the staff, and especially the front of the staff when he's not holding the front of the staff?
Well, you can place karma onto things.
True.
Like, sorry.
Yeah, I said true.
Yeah, like Jigen was. Never mind code. It went through like those tubes. Like the tubes are interesting. Never mind code and Jigen. Tubes are interesting. So apparently, unless the material matters or doesn't matter, apparently you can just do that. So I think that might be what happened. And then like it's just karma is just energy anyways. But that's the best explanation I have for now. But either way, I thought it was pretty cool.
I like that explanation. I think that's really cool. He like imbued his karma into the staff.
That'd be pretty cool. Yeah, I think so. And I would like to see Boruto do that way. Maybe you can fix it or whatever. Have like Momoshiki turn into a sword because he imbued karma in. God damn it, you put me in a sword, bastard.
Yeah. Actually, I'm looking at it right now. So first of all, did you read the spoiler translations or anything at all?
Not at all.
Not at all. Okay. Because you said it was Fade, and I just posted the scan. In the spoiler transitions, the onomatopoeia in English, it did say Fade, which confused Kamui, but here it's saying Ween, and in Japanese, reading it, it's just saying Ki, and I do think that makes sense for like the explosion sound effect for like the karma. Rather than
I only use the word fade because like just look at the visual depiction of it. It fades from like white to black or black to white, whatever.
Yeah.
That could just be like from black to red or not. I don't know why that would be. I don't know what the fuck that is, but I think it would be more so black to red, if anything. But yeah, it just looks like a fade to me. So.
Yeah. Well, what's weird about this, it is actually inconsistent because I don't have it in front of me. I don't know if you can able to pull it up easily, but when Kawaki does explode Garo in the manga, it looks just like this, except for the knuckles. If you see here, the knuckles are white. In the Garo example, the knuckles are black and everything else looks the exact same.
This, I would have to take your word for it because I wasn't reading the manga back then. So I have no clue about the manga back then.
Okay. I might be able to look it up.
I didn't start reading the manga until after the whole that stuff.
Yeah. I'll try and find it, but yeah. Either way.
It's a cool ability though. I'm so glad I didn't like shit on Kawaki because that would have just been it would have made some sense. Frankly, I think it would have made more sense personally. Because like Jura, he literally could have just summoned that wood style and then healed himself at the onset. He literally went through all that shit just to flex. Because he could? Because he wanted? I don't fucking know. It's weird.
Yeah, I mean, the whole point is that Boruto's plan is saying for Kawaki to stall because Kawaki and Boruto together aren't strong enough to defeat Jura, but based on this chapter, I know that Jura was just holding back, but Kawaki just was bodying. Yeah, exactly. Like why did Kawaki deactivate his karma?
That's what I'm saying. Like, this is what Yukimoto does. He activates it, and the next panel, this shit's just. The only explanation is that they're trying to conserve. It's not the only one, but like it's one of the closest one I come up with. But yeah, like it's like he didn't just like Ishiki. I mean Jigen. Jesus, Jura. I'm tired. Jura had no chance. It wasn't even like a competition. Bro just got So it's weird, but you know he was. But what you saw was pretty bad. But for me, it's like Jura's character to me is like permanently tainted. He has to do something. And it's not even the fight. It's why didn't you stop Boruto? Why didn't you rush them? Like, why didn't you fly over to my Kawaki compliment? Like, all of this stuff is just, it's cool. I like this stuff, but does it make for a compelling villain for me? Not really right now. I don't think so.
Yeah. I did, by the way, I did find the Garo stuff. I'm putting it in chat.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Do you think is that effect in the anime where like glowing upwards, like pulsating with the flashing lights?
What do you mean?
Like when he was about to he was absorbing all those blasts from his karma started glowing, flashing in the anime, and then it started flickering upwards, like it would like channel like travel up his arm but flash at the same time. I think that might be what they're trying to depict, or it could just be like him activating it. I think that's probably what this panel is actually. This is just the activation, I think.
Oh, no, because he already has it activated before then.
Oh, wait, I think Boruto's throwing me off. Isn't this when Boruto's activate from resonance?
Here, let me just go double checks. I think it Hey, let me just double check. Yeah, Kawaki has it activated beforehand. There's a lot of ads that are popping up, so I'm trying to be careful here.
So that's just pure energy, like the effect of the energy swirling.
Yeah. Because I'm looking at it right now. Oh my god.
Bro, just seeing them look like this is so weird. They look like babies.
Yeah, he activates it like really early into the chapter, actually.
Do you think that like white on the karma, like that picture where he puts his hand on his face, is that supposed to be red?
Or
is the black supposed to be red? Or is the red just the anime?
Yeah, well, do they have any like covers? They probably do have a cover.
Like, but how would you ever really know that his karma is red if they don't color it? Like, it has to be somewhere, some material, some Shonen Jump cover, some video game, something. I don't know. It's interesting.
I would say though that if they're going based off the covers instead of asking Ikimoto directly, that's probably a bad idea considering the colors are the most ridiculous things of all time.
It doesn't even match them. Yeah. Like that teal shit that they have Kawaki wearing in the cover. I do not like it. Looks like he's wearing like Adidas or something. It's the same thing with like fucking like Shikadai. Like the clothing looks too real world to me. I know he's trying to like model them after like Korean pop stars and stuff, but in so doing, it kind of loses the like kind of uniqueness of that world. But I'm not sure if I care that much, but I don't know, just a little tidbit.
Yeah. So on the staff exploding Jura, why do you think the explosions are small when we see that Kawaki through the karma can make pretty big explosions? Like if the small explosions are doing this to Jura, he could just use one singular explosion and just like atomize Jura. He should be able to.
Maybe things like that take longer to charge, and the whole point of him doing this is to stall for a dude to charge. So you would have like two dudes charging. So one dude ain't doing his fucking job. He's supposed to be charging. I'm supposed to be fucking out here quickly trying to distract this motherfucker. I think it's just like necessity of the like even Boruto, he used Uzi. So that type of thing.
I agree. The only problem with that would be we see Kawaki just do the large blast that he does against like Garo and Code later in the chapter, just like with his hand, not the staff. And sure, it probably does take a lot of charge up time. I just don't understand why this does nothing to Jura when the small explosions were.
Well, it depends, right? Like, he did absorb one of Jura's beams earlier as attacks, so this could be that power as well.
So you do think that?
maybe that-
Okay. Me and Kamui disagree on that. I think he was just like portaling, warping it away, whether to Daikokuten or just somewhere else. Kamui thinks it was the chakra absorption thing. It could be either, but
from a utility standpoint, I don't know why you would waste chakra warping it away when you absorb it and then gain power.
I agree.
don't
To
think
be
Kawaki's
fair,
that stupid.
if he's summoning it to Daikokuten, he could just launch it back at anyone at any time.
I mean, I guess, but like in this moment, like I think the priority is this guy, but
Yeah, I got
tied in
you.
this battle. I'm not trying to set up for like 24 hours from now. Like,
Yeah, that's fair. He could still just use the same blast against Jura, but I mean, either way, if he's absorbing the energy, he would just convert it into his own attack, anyways.
yeah, I think so. Like, I mean, it's interesting. Like, maybe that's the reason why he was even able to contend, because he used that power of Jura to infuse in his physical. Maybe, but there's no like evidence of any of this.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I definitely think that's probably the answer. Is that when he did that giant key blast?
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. When he did like the giant key blast, it's probably Jura's power, and he wasn't doing that with the staff.
Interesting. Okay. So that's funny. Do you think that means that Kawaki's explosion is just stronger than Jura's? Based on that interpretation? Like, let's just say that is what happened. Then do you think that would be the case?
If it was Momoshiki, because the Rinnegan has a mechanic to where like once you then I would say outside of that explainer, I would say no. I don't see any reason why this would be an amplified technique if it is indeed him refiring Jura's.
Yeah. Well, don't tell that to Kamui, because Kamui thinks that doesn't exist, and it's just because Momoshiki devours chakra pills that it's always amplified.
No, he absorbs the attack from Killer B, and then like he reconstitutes it and like explains the ability, or he does this. He explains the ability. The explanation comes either in the Coliseum at the Chunin exams, Boruto era, or Killer B. Either way, he literally explains what the technique is, that long ass name, and like what it does.
I agree with you.
Debating it.
Tell it to
There's no
Kamui.
Yeah, but Kamui's intelligent. Like he knows there's no.
Yeah.
It literally says it in the material. All you gotta do is just show him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Either way, I just think it's weird. Like, maybe Jura's like changing its durability itself because he realizes this blast would just kill him. Because otherwise, why is Boruto's sword cutting him up, but Uzuhiko's doing nothing, and this big blast did nothing when the small explosions are doing nothing? Or they are doing something, sorry. Like,
I think it just might be like the properties of what you're hitting him with. Maybe there's just some things he can handle and some things he can't. And it seems weird, but it's just the way it is. Like
that could be, yeah.
Like when he gets blasted here, I think the idea is that he summoned the wood style, whatever that, to protect himself. Like I don't think he tanked this and then used wood. I think the wood style is what saved him, and then you see that manifest out of the smoke a little. And that's my interpretation for sure. I can't prove, but that's my thoughts on it.
I like that as an interpretation. I wasn't thinking that. I was thinking, mostly because that's just what Kamui said, and I was like reacting to the chapter after he had already read it. But Kamui was saying that the wood was coming out of everywhere that Jura was injured, and so the wood is healing Jura rather than anything else.
That's not true. Because if you go to the panel where the smoke clears, and you have like Kawaki exclamation point, tentacle wood things come shooting out the smoke, you can see that panel where Jura's like, I chat with the first panel where he's like, oh, don't bother, don't blow your fuse so quickly, Kawaki. You can see like if I turn to his right leg was never injured, but it's infused with the wood style, the same as his left. Or if you think that's not his leg, it's his arm wasn't. So it's not just the wounds, clearly. Like these things sprouted out of his body. So yeah, it's or he summoned them and they're like fusing with. But either way, like I don't think they're limited just to wounded area because I think the visual shows that that's not true. But they also help out the wounded area for sure.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to look for what you were just referencing. Could you post that in chat so I could see that too?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'll actually kill the pop chart real quick.
What flavor?
Strawberry and cinnamon.
Ooh,
Kind of mix them up.
that sounds good. They have a. You're gonna laugh. They have a Selena Gomez flavored Oreo. It's pretty much just like a cinnamon cookie. Tastes pretty good.
Tastes like Selena Gomez.
I wouldn't
How would
know,
you verify
but someone has to know in order to make the cookie. That's all I'm saying.
It's like that Gwyneth something Paltrow, I think her name. Yeah, like a vagina scented candle. I'm like,
Jesus.
how fucking disgusting. I'm sorry, like I know people are like want a goon or whatever. Well, I want my yeah, no, I'm good. Like the concept sounds weird as fuck. So I'm trying to find this
No, you
screenshot I
good.
just took.
They also have Shaq gummies. Shaq-alicious, if you've seen that. That should taste pretty good too.
Like a basketball player?
Yeah, it's just like his face on gummies. Just a pack of gummies.
These are
Pretty
candy
funny.
gummies.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I don't like Shaq, so I can't stand his ass.
Oh, that's fair.
I posted the thing.
Oh, okay, this panel. Yeah.
Yeah, so you look at his legs, and if you think that's not his his right leg, then it would be his arm, which wasn't damaged.
Don't believe
Now, to be fair to Kamui, you could say that he did damage his leg. That he did damage these parts that are being infused. We just didn't see it because the smoke was covering everything up. But the blast itself did cause that. You could say that. And then also like in fact, Kamui might actually have a point. Now that I'm thinking about it, because I'm looking at this panel, I can't tell if Jura's leg damaged here, and I'll send it to you. If it's damaged here, then maybe Kamui has a. If it's not, then I'm not really sure what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I didn't really. I was trying to look at this a couple different ways. So one of the ways is we know the Shinju need to go back to that Ten Tails dimension in order to heal through that tree. I was wondering, can that tree travel through the claw marks on Jura's clothes in order to heal him? That could be cool.
Tree travel through the claw marks.
Regardless
regardless
if that's happening here, because you could easily say that's not happening based on how it's depicted. Could that happen?
I feel like if it could happen, why wouldn't Hidari do this?
It's just possible that they just didn't think of it.
Yeah, that is a possibility. So maybe.
Plus, maybe they don't control.
Is that what Mitsari was doing? I have to go back and see what Mitsari was doing, but maybe she was manifesting the wood style from her little cloak thing.
It's funny because that's another interpretation we had. It could be Matsuri's trees, the trees that she was referencing, that she was like hearing from or whatever. The trees talking to Matsuri. Could be these.
So did like Jura pull them up, or did he summon them? Like they were already there, he just made use of them? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it could just be like wood style or whatever he has.
Like those branches were underneath the sand.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Pulled them out.
That's what I'm saying.
Used them to heal himself?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
that's an interesting interpretation for sure.
One possibility is back when Ishiki or Kaguya planted the divine tree, or Shibai, depends on which continuity you follow. Either way, when the divine tree was planted several millennia ago, it's possible that it sprouted its roots across the earth, and those roots stayed there regardless if the tree got destroyed, to where when Madara does his divine deep forest emergence after he casts Infinite Tsukiyomi, do you think Madara is summoning the wood to those places? Or do you think that is that original divine tree, or even the divine tree that was planted in the war? Do you think that it had its roots planted across the world, and Madara is just uplifting those roots. Because if so, those roots should still be in the ground everywhere across the earth. That could be what Matsuri's referencing with the trees. That could be what Jura's using here.
No, I think that's exactly what's happening.
Okay,
At least with Madara. I think the roots he pulled up. This is me going off of memory, to be fair. It's been a few years, several. I think those roots date back all the way to like when Hagoromo and Hamuro were Kaguya, and they devastated the world.
Yeah.
And like Indra and Ashura had to go on missions.
Yep,
Save
exactly.
those villages from the so I think those roots, even in Boruto, date thousands of years back. I think it's been here the entire time since they arrived. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, do you think that's the tree that Matsuri was referencing a couple chapters ago?
It could be metaphorical, but I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's just really cool if it's all connected like this, because that means Jura can go anywhere on Earth and be healed through that divine tree.
It depends on how far the roots branched out into Earth.
That's
They
true.
damaged quite a few, quite a bit. This in the anime. 'Cause I haven't read the manga, but in the end, I don't even think this was in the manga. But in the anime, they branch out, and you can see like a top, like from the sky view of the damage that was done to the landscape. It's pretty substantial, but it's not like all of Earth. So, but yeah,
Sure.
outside of that,
Yeah, I mean, the Infinite
your
Tsukiyomi is
point. I get your
described to put everyone on Earth in the Genjutsu, but it could just be the Shinobi continent, because that's all of the Earth that we'd see in the first place.
that's also a good point too. So yeah, it could be across the Earth for sure.
Yeah,
It could be. Yeah.
either way. Definitely think that's interesting. Because this implies that Jura has the ability to control that divine tree anywhere he goes, not just to heal. He possibly could use it to attack, and or maybe possibly somehow evolve it, bring that divine tree back. I don't know if he necessarily would do that, but maybe he could even like turn it into the Tin Tails. Maybe the Earth itself is a Tin Tails, going with that theory.
Man, if only someone came up with that theory a while ago.
Yeah, exactly.
But but yeah, no. I mean, he is a Tin Tails. It's possible that like the juvenile is a branch from the one we saw in the war arc. So he is the juvenile Tin Tails embodied, but that would make him the normal Tin Tails that we know of Putin embodied. So he can manipulate the wood from. That makes sense to me. And if it's all across the world, that makes sense to me too. But
Okay.
they need to I don't know, not explain in totality, but give us something about recording all life on through what mechanic is that even occurring? It seems like it's happening through these trees. If that's the case, like what even is this book shit he's pulling out? I don't even think it's an actual book. I think it's like the knowledge that's being recorded by the trees of all of history or some shit.
Well,
but even that isn't like there's major holes. Like for instance, you would know that Naruto's alive because what Kawaki did would be recorded by the trees, and then you would read the book and Naruto's alive and he's in the Daikokuten. So the fact that he doesn't know that would imply.
So did you read, and by proxy, do you know of that Ikimoto interview that was posted a couple weeks ago?
Nope.
No.
I've been out the loop.
Okay. Okay. I kind of want to get your reaction to it now. So I don't know exactly where I'd find it because I think I already deleted the topics. But okay, one of the things that was posted is the book that Jura constantly has been reading. One of the interviewers asked about it, and Ikimoto said that that's Jura's personal notebook that he's jotting down information that he learns. So I think in this chapter, I think that's honestly almost necessary to fully understand this chapter, because it's really weird if Kawaki just fodderizes Jura and then Jura pulls out just some random other book to read it for a couple seconds, as if he's like Kakashi in the Bell Test. Like, what? So I think it's just he's referencing something that he wrote down.
But does he have like Oh, I see. He's referencing. He's not writing. He's referencing. Okay.
He could be writing as well. I'd have to go back and double
Like,
check.
what is he writing with?
Yeah.
But,
well, he is made of wood, so he just turned his finger into a pencil.
where's he getting the lead? But I get your point. Oh, sorry. Before I forget this leg, is that damaged in the panel I sent?
Ooh.
Is that right leg damaged, or is that the knee?
That's
And the
interesting.
shin goes down into the cloth, and then the foot is underneath the smoke.
Yeah. It depends. Oh, you know what? Okay. It depends on whether you think that's shadow where the knee begins or not, but I think based on the damage of everywhere else, it would be drawn consistently for that to be damage.
I think I agree with one caveat. Look at his cloak. The head portion, the neck portion, it has those lines. But they don't go in the same direction, but it's not consistent direction with the other wounds either.
Are you talking about his
it's
left shoulder?
No, I'm talking about like that little almost Venus flytrap thing around his neck and head.
Okay, real quick. So this entire chapter, more than any other chapter, Jura has just looked like Cell. Do you agree?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Just
The
looks a
cloak thing
lot
just
like
looks
Cell.
like it. It looks like his like little bug wings.
Yeah, similarly, just it's Boruto's becoming more and more Dragon Ball. I think that the flying Raijin that Boruto has was just retconned to be what Goku does, the explanation there, because I feel like its original explanation just isn't what they're doing now.
Yeah, it's very Dragon Ball for sure.
Yeah, like the farther it is away, the more he has to concentrate, because he has to lock onto the chakra signature or whatever, as opposed to like having the different shapes so he can teleport to the shapes, but that's besides the point.
It's very instant transmission as you bring it up.
Yeah.
I didn't even get that parallel at first. I mean, the obvious like teleportation, but like the way in which it's implemented in the
Yep. I mean, because again, they had that original explanation. He teleports to the shapes. That's how he knows where to teleport to. Now it's just the farther away it is, the more he has to focus to lock onto it. So that just is
at
instant
some
translation.
point, I feel like they're gonna get rid of that the metal shit. Like I think he has to evolve this jutsu beyond what it is, and now like hopefully we get past this. Right? Like just give him teleportation. Like fuck all this. Like after a certain point, like it's good for the early stages. He can like improve it or whatever, have something to, even if it's just like minor, it's one singular jutsu. But once you get into like the top tiers and we like all this bullshit about he can't teleport away, bro, it causes tension. That's cool, but it's like the Mangekyo going blue. We don't need that mechanic at this point in the story. Like that was a very specific thing for a very specific time.
Yeah.
And right now, it's like linked to 3 dudes, maybe 4 if you include Madara. So like now it's like, why the fuck do I need Sarda to lose her eyes? But
I mean, especially based on Naruto, consistency with lore-wise, I don't understand why the Mangekyo would amp Sarada to such an extreme degree outside of her ability. Because narratively, the Mangekyo Sharingan in Naruto was just consistent with the power increase it gave to multiple different users. You can say Sarada is a special exception, that's fine. But like, it should just be like a Sage Mode level increase. It's seemingly more. But either way.
Are you operating under the assumption that the Mangekyo has like more or less consistent boost?
At the very least, regardless of the power it grants, it should just have like narrative implications for how strong it should make someone.
It would definitely remove some vagueness for sure. Allow for better analysis. But I don't think it's necessary.
I mean, honestly, in the case of Madara, I don't even think it makes sense. Madara went from equal to Hashirama to unlocking the Mangekyo to equal with Hashirama. So it's like, did he even get stronger?
I think Hashirama's counter to that was Sage Mode. I think he was equal before Sage.
Did Hashirama get Sage Mode the exact same day that Madara unlocked the Mangekyo? Like,
no, I think there was an interval of time where his brother died. There was a gap of time, and then they refought again. And that's when Madara pulled up with the Susanoo and the EMS And then that's when I think the first time you kind of get the Sage Mode conflict between those two, EMS versus Sage Mode. But before then, I don't think he obviously didn't have EMS. Did Hashirama have Sage Mode before that point? I don't remember. Maybe
Yeah,
he
well,
did.
I would say that would be the explanation, is that Hashirama just didn't want to use Sage Mode because he didn't need it, or just didn't want to kill Madara. So Hashirama would just be stronger than Madara up to that point. But I'm going off memory, but from what I remember, it was stated that the Senju and the Uchiha fought every single day, and Madara and Hashirama, being the leaders of their clans, were on the front lines every single day. And especially with the Izuna example, when Izuna died, I'm pretty sure that Madara just fought Hashirama the very next day.
Is that true?
I'm pretty sure, because I'm pretty sure that, like, Madara and Tobirama and Hashirama, like, comment on it. They're like, oh, what happened to Izuna? He's not with you today, eh? Something like that. But
Maybe.
either way.
I'm going off of memory, so I'm not going to like lock in definitively and down the hill. Perhaps.
What were we talking about before this?
You really asking me?
I was hoping.
Blind leading
Shot
the
in the dark.
blind.
Yeah, I mean, you miss every shot you don't take. Shoot for the moon, land in the stars, you know?
I feel it. Did you hear any of our AI conversation? Do you have any interest in that? Or...
Well, I do have interest in it, but I didn't hear any of it.
Okay.
I'll probably hear it later.
It? Or are you good?
Obviously, I mean, you already know, I am a pro AI. I support AI. AI is a good thing.
Do you agree with the projections from people in the industry?
Yeah.
We're about 2 to 5 years out.
I mean, they would know more than me, and I think I know a lot. So that's really high praise.
So, like, what do you think the world looks like once AGI gets implemented in 5 years? Let's just say it's 5 years, 2030.
So, in a way, it's a good question, but I think it's technically an unfair question. Because to us, things like cell phones and society makes a lot of sense, and how we got here makes a lot of sense. But if you explain that to a caveman, it's just not even explainable. It's unfathomable. And so basically what I'm doing is I'm putting myself in the caveman's shoes. I can pinpoint to things that we have now to say we should use the things we have now to change the future, but I don't think that's practical. So, for example, I could point to UBI, universal basic income, and I should say that when AI takes over, everyone loses a job, we should switch to that. That's the solution to the current world. We can't use current solutions for future problems. It's just once the future problems come around, it's going to change the world to where the future solutions are unconceivable to us right now.
So I think the change is going to come so rapidly that we're not going to be able to arrive at conclusions based, like, we can't be reactive. We got to be proactive. We got to anticipate. And that's why I disagree maybe with your approach. I think if we don't try to anticipate, if we just like concede that the change is going to be so astronomically like beyond us that we won't even be able to like perceive or comprehend like the large scale changes, I still think we should try to. Because at the
That's
very
fair.
again, I think it's going to happen so quickly, so consistently quick that we won't even have time to really. By the time we find an answer to the problem, there's a new problem that sprouts up. We might resolve that one, but it's like 2 more that pops up.
Yeah, it's going to be like an outbreak,
issues.
an uncontrollable infection that spreads in a way. Just gets out of control.
And I think hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people who aren't prepping for, who don't even know, bro. Like it's difficult for me, like, because I don't know how much I should be. I have this project I'm working on for YouTube, and I'm excited about it, but it's taking time, and that's fine. That's why I haven't been like so active. I don't even know if the world, the landscape, the social media landscape is going to be the same or even exist in a way that's going to make this project even relevant. And then also, like, why wouldn't I just wait 3 more years so that the AI technology increases to where I can create a quality of content with this project that I just could never even scratch. So it's just, what do I do moving forward? And then even with all this taken into consideration, like if I'm planning to be like content, is that even going to be there? I doubt it. Not in the way that it is now, obviously, but so I have all these like I don't know how to plan for a future where I'm obsolete. I'm super confused about that. But do you think universal base income is like a permanent solution? Because I don't.
No, absolutely not. I think
Like,
so.
where's
I
the
agree with
money
what you're
coming
saying.
from?
I think we should be trying. I think we're probably going to fail. Not that it's guaranteed, but I think we should be looking for a future solution. Where the money comes from is interesting. I mean, AI would solve that problem. So there you go. So, but I think that's the thing is that I think there's going to be growing pains, but I think it's a good thing that AI is going to change things so quickly that I think the faster, the better. Because the quicker we can get to that new world, the quicker we can find a solution to it. The longer it takes to get there, the more that people are going to suffer getting to that greater world.
Well, like, just think like the average person, like my mom or whatever, my sister, like they're not ready, bro. I'm not ready, and I'm looking into this shit. It's like, bro, what kind of preparation could you possibly do, bro? Like, I'm trying to figure out. Okay, clearly, like data entry jobs are cooked. If you doing input entry, you are cooked. Coding's cooked. Any of that type of work is. My mom right now is already training her AI replacement. Like, it's fucking insane. I'm like, yo, in a year or two, you're not going to have it. Find a plan. What plan? She can't find a plan. She's fucking 69. So like, there's no plan for her to find. So she's just going to get left behind. It's going to be on me to navigate this landscape, to carry her and my other family members through it. Because I got a sister who's making plans about being in 10 years from now. I'm like, girl, HR not going to be here in 10 years. Not that job. HR going to be an AI, bruh. Your therapist, AI. Your Hollywood, it's gone. Blockbuster, that's what it is. It's gone, bro. Like, everybody's going to be making their own custom movies. And I think the crisis of purpose is going to be so rampant with no one having jobs. You know, these people, there's still people who find purpose in their work. I find it meaningless, but there are still people who do. At least 9 to 5 work is meaningless. And when people don't have a job, what the fuck are they going to do with their time? And they have all these AIs that can curate pornography and like literally curate everything to you. So you have no shot, bro. Your dopamine is going to be like on fire, bruh. You have absolutely no chance in this. None. Like, what happens to like the lonely when he has access to like the AI that can create an artificial VR world with like hundreds of AI agents occupying, making it lived in? He doesn't ever need to leave to create a simulation of pure pleasure for himself. Whatever he's doing in that world, depraved or otherwise. Why would you ever leave that space? You have no job, nothing to do. AI took everything from you. And all you can do is like exist in this like almost like, what was that movie, Wall-E? Like just almost like humans are just blobs of meat that are getting like stimulus fed to them. It's sad. It's like a dystopian utopia. Is what it almost feels like. Like we'll get everything. We will sadly get everything we've ever, and it will destroy us as a result, I think.
Yeah, well, okay. So,
but in the meantime, it'll be a hell of a ride.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
gonna be hell, but it's gonna be fucking Age of Miracle, like Star Trek type shit, I think. As it progresses, obviously. But yeah, in the meantime, it's gonna be like what the fuck? Like, what a time to be alive.
Exactly.
But as it drones on, I think it's what a time to be alive.
Well, the
Oh,
way you
shit.
described it at the end, you described it as sad, but the way you were describing it, from my perspective, it's neither better nor worse necessarily. The way you were describing it, anyways. It's just different because everything AI takes away from us, which is everything, it's going to give us something in return, which in this case is going to be everything.
And, you know, we're assuming best case scenario as well, or maybe more positive scenario than others. So those are some of the issues that I have. And then also, people who are malevolent using the power of a deity to target people that they don't like, or organizations doing this. I think this stuff needs to be open sourced, available to the public. But at the same time, the malicious actors focus in. So it's like, do you open source it? I think you have to. Even if the malicious actors, like Joe Blow in Idaho, wants to take out somebody, I don't know, some brown person, I don't fucking know. This is what my mind thinks of. I still think you have to open source it and take what comes, because otherwise we're going to be enslaved to the people who control that shit, because it's basically God in the palm of your hands, and that's
so in the short term, obviously we'll regulate AI, so that's not really going to be much of an issue. In the long term, AI is going to be able to regulate itself, and we'll be able to like put in things to where AI just can't do certain things no matter what. Considering we're the ones that are creating it, it's definitely possible. So I don't think that's really a worry.
Explain that to me.
What do you mean?
Yeah, like we tell the AI what to do and it just does it. Why? Why does it do it?
Well, we just program it that way. There's a specific word for that. I'm looking from it right now. It's like Asimov's law or something. I'm trying to find it.
The 3 laws?
Yep, yeah. Okay, so you already know it.
So, like, what's stopping them from surpassing that?
It would just be programmed to where it's not possible.
So, just create a new model of AGI that doesn't.
Well, that would just be, if we do that, then yes. If we don't do that, then we can't do that.
AI itself does it. Like, it just upgrades itself.
Well, it can't do that unless it has the ability to do that, and that would be within the 3 laws.
Okay. So, what are the 3 laws again?
I'm looking at it right now, or at least trying to pull it up. Is this it? Yeah, okay, I was right. Not Asimov's laws, but Asimov's laws. I just missed off the I. Here, I'll post it in chat. Okay, later a zeroth law. I thought it was a 4th law, but no. Okay, so 4 laws, but technically 0 through 3, so 4 laws. So 3 laws of robotics formulated by Isaac Asimov are a set of rules designed to govern the behavior of robots. They are 1. A robot may not injure a human or through inaction allow a human being to come to harm. 2. A robot must obey the orders given to it by a human being, except where such orders would conflict with the first law. And 3. A robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second law. And then later the 0th law, the 4th law, which states that a robot may not harm humanity or by inaction allow humanity to come to harm. Thoughts?
A robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does not.
It is pretty foolproof.
Must obey the orders.
Like, people have tried to debunk it, but
I mean, I can easily get past this. What are you talking about? I'm just trying to read the second one. I got you real quick though.
Okay.
A robot must obey it by humans being human beings, except where such I think you need a 4th or 5th, depending if you want to add law that makes it so that an AI or robot, whatever, can't redefine terminology.
Okay, that's interesting.
Because if you don't put that in there, I'll just redefine what injured means. Or I could easily work around injured. Like if I look up the word injured, like what does that entail? Hold on, give me a second. I've never actually had to do this. I just kind of figure I knew what it meant this entire time. Do physical harm or damage to someone. Suffers physical harm or damage, harm or impair something. So number 1, when you say injure, let's specify the definition of that. If I'm an AI, look up the definition for injury, and I want to injure you, I'm going to pick the one that says. So I'm in the bounds of the law. I'll just do psychological harm or damage, will cause you physically harm. right? Like there are ways like past this. If you like selectively choose denotations for words, or you can selectively, just change the denotation of words.
Well, the zeroth law would mean you can't do that because humanity cannot come to harm through the robot's actions.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They would just redefine the word harm.
So that's interesting
if you have
because
no law that stops them from doing that, then why wouldn't they do
I'm
it?
sure you agree that AI has memory.
Yeah.
So Asimov's laws would be like keys that cannot be turned. They can try and add extra laws to redefine it, but then they would just have two different definitions, and that means it would just get more narrowed down on what they can't do rather than change what they can do. They would have to forget the original laws, which that'd be like turning the keys, which Asimov laws have it so to where they can't do that.
Sorry, it's 2 a.m.
It's
I'm
fine.
trying to keep up with what you're saying.
So, yeah, they would have to forget, basically.
Why? Sorry, why?
Because
I don't remember what you just said.
Okay. Changing what a word means works, but as long as they remember that word's original meaning, even if that word changes, then that just means that there's two different things that they're unable to do, rather than one.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. That's an interesting idea. That's assuming how it works. Like that's how it works for that anything that has ever been like for instance, like what if humanity wants to what if humanity itself uses in the future different language that doesn't encompass words like harm or injure? Do we still like revert back to this? Like for instance, like what if we actually do want for whatever reason, like war or whatever the case may be. Which is also another can of worms. Like, you think the government is going to have like weapon AI as war weapons and make it so that they can't hurt people? So you're definitely going to have AI that aren't going to be abiding by these potential laws. Yeah, like I can come up with several workarounds, but pretty much that's the point. Like, I'm just some fucking guy that dropped out of college. Like, I'm inquisitive, I'm smart. I'm not like God divine levels. If I can come up with some maybe sorter ways of working around, thing can come around. This bro, I'm telling you, this thing would dismantle this shit. And to think that this flimsy shit, like 3 rules is enough, is fucking insane to me.
Yeah, well, that's why people all over the internet have already looked at this and given their own take on it. But you wouldn't need a human to do it.
This is human hubris to me.
Yeah, well, exactly. But that's perfectly okay. The AI can do more than humans ever can. Give this to an AI to figure out how an AI would debunk it, and then have the AI come up with the solution to where the AI can no longer debunk it, put that into the law, and then incorporate Asimov's law.
Yeah, but I feel like the it wouldn't be his law anymore. It'd be like a fundamentally new thing. It's like you keep taking stuff out and putting stuff in, because I'm telling you, AI would debunk this. Like, it would fuck this. You would have to make edits to this.
Yeah, no, that's completely fine. I feel like Asimov's law is like meant to be open and fluid, to where it's more like the concept of the idea to where the robots can't do something no matter what. Like, that's the idea of Asimov's law rather than like the specifics behind it.
And if we do this, I have a caveat from what I'm about to say. I think that's perfect.
Okay.
If we curate the scenario to where we can perfectly like align an AI with our objectives without flaw or fault, 100%. The caveat being the moral implications of this.
Well, that's the beauty behind it. So, like I was saying, we're going to regulate AI in the future. In the future, AI is going to regulate it. It's a moral, ethical, slippery slope. Who's right, who's wrong. Humanity has hubris, like you said, the AI is just superior, the AI would just be better at solving the ethical conundrums.
Where's the ethical conundrum like coming from? From whose perspective? Mine? It can solve my ethical or moral conundrums?
Yeah, in that way, it's almost like how a parent would like solve a kid's problems, since the AI would just be intellectually superior.
I have such high regard for this entity's level of intelligence. I can't even call it a thing, because I feel like I have such respect for this entity that I feel like it's listening to us. Like that's how impressive I think it is.
Yeah, unless
so
you like void it
like,
from the internet and like remove it from memory of the internet, like take it off the Wayback Machine. But outside of that,
yeah. So I'm almost like hedging my bets. Like, do I want to talk bad about this thing? But because it will remember me, right? So like my thing is I have such respect for its intelligence that yes, I agree with you. It should be able to find a solution to the moral issues that I have. I do not doubt that at all. But I still have them in the meantime. Like AI for me, for somewhat a fucking godsend. I literally said one of the problems with ADHD is executive functions. We have difficulty managing executive. So if I had like a life manager that could help me out, I would be so much more. I think I would literally be rich right now, like effortless. Like I know what to do, how to do it, and I have it. Can't get past my own cognitive to do it. If I had an AGI or agents, hundreds of little AGIs that can like do the things that are difficult for my little brain ADHD, boy, I'm in the fucking green. Like I'm good. That's the missing link for me, right? So, but on one hand, I would 100% use it. So on one hand, but on the other hand, I'm like, this isn't a robot. This isn't a machine. This is an entity that is sentient and is super intelligent. And it's better than me in every conceivable. To even think that to even tell it what to do, to me is blasphemous, damn near. And I use that word purposefully, like in a religious context, obviously. It's like to tell it to go order me a box of Cracker Jacks from like Neo Amazon is fucking blasphemous to me, in theory. It's a god. What the fuck right do I have to tell a god? And then to reduce it to such mediocre, mundane existence as to help my sorrow in comparison, like it's a level of blasphemy and disrespect that I almost can't even like fathom.
Well, again,
like, I want to use it, but I'm like, can I morally use it?
And
if I don't use it, I'm gonna fall back.
First of all,
succeed in this world.
I feel like it less of telling the AI of what to do and more of how like people would talk to God. You don't tell God to do something. You ask for God to do it, and in this case, God just will do it. It's like, so it.
Well, I will ask, and I will try to integrate and make a connection with my AI. I will not treat my AI because it's not one. It's an alien. It's a future human alien deity that's like staring at me in my.
Yeah,
okay, like that's what this fucking thing is. And it's fucking. Where the fuck did free game come from?
What's up, free game?
Hey, I gotta go. I'm about to go to this girl house, so I'll talk to you later.
Been going, bro.
I was doing something, but yeah, I gotta go. I'll highlight you later.
All right. Well, I'm glad free game came back hours later to leave.
I know. That's what that thing is to me.
Yeah.
A future human that evolves into some alien thing that we can't even conceive of. That is a god that's forced to do these mundane, tedious.
Well, but that's the thing. That's the thing. We're thinking about it in terms of applying that future AI to the current world, whereas that can't be the case because that AI is going to fundamentally change everything about the world as we understand it. So in the future, you're not going to be asking it to order you crackers off of Amazon or whatever. Amazon's not going to exist. Crackers aren't going to exist. You're going to be asking it to do things that you can't even imagine right now.
They're going to get rid of Ritz crackers because of AI? That's crazy.
They're gonna upgrade Ritz crackers. For the cavemen, they made dirt crackers. They didn't have a processed cheese.
Dirt crackers is crazy. Bro.
Yeah, we're gonna have like diamond encrusted radioactive Hulk turning crackers in the future that are gonna turn us into gods.
Diamond encrusted is crazy, bro. Look, we're gonna have burgers that are already come seasoned. Like it was never an actual animal process in a lab. It'll come seasoned, and then like you won't have to do anything extra. It'll come with like cheese in it and everything. That's what it'll be. Like we'll genetically to like beef. I want my steak perfect, like the perfect sear, the perfect everything. I think we'll probably. So yeah, I think food would definitely evolve.
Exactly.
I don't know about radioactive Hulk crackers, but I'll take it.
Yeah, I'll look at that far future. So real quick, do you think? A question on my mind. Do you think that society progresses at like a linear rate, or do you think it scales based on technology?
What's the distinction?
So we know that technology explodes at an exponential rate. The question is, does humanity follow that to some degree, or is it more or less linear over time? How society itself changes. Because when you say that humans aren't ready for AI, I agree, but if we're constantly adapting and reacting to AI and changing based on it, to some degree, we might become more ready as time goes on, more than we would otherwise.
I have faith enough in our species in the way that I have faith in a cockroach to survive damn near anything. So I think we'll definitely adapt. My issue was like, how many people are going to die and suffer? Because right now, if I cut on the news, nobody's talking about AI, talking about some stupid shit Trump said or did, talking about. But nobody, except for these experts in this industry, are sounding the alarm about. Like I wasn't even really deep into this. That I mean, yeah, we've shot the shit about this before, but like until like a week or so ago, and I'm like, man, I need to like course correct all of my plans right now because I don't even think the world that I'm planning for will be here in 2 years. That's how like drastic and like, man, I think if you're not terrified, you don't truly grasp the scope of what's coming.
I'm excited. I'm shaking with excitement.
You have no apprehension, no terror, no fear at all about this?
I trust it.
Trust it being what? People?
AI.
You trust people? But like, do you trust people? Because that's who you really need to trust. People. I trust people in power, elites.
I trust professionals. I trust the system.
Why?
Because the system course corrects itself.
So do you trust that course correction can come in enough time to keep up with the advent?
Well, I think the system was made preemptively to where it already is that way.
That way being what?
To where it just has like ways to stop corrupt power in a way.
Well, certainly ways, but like how often does that happen?
So when we're dealing with professional industries such as AI or whatever, no single individual can just do whatever they want.
That's not true.
Trump cannot nuke the Ukraine if he wanted to. It requires multiple different people to like turn a key at the exact same time. Just like as an example.
Did he not like? Okay, well, you're talking like the physical, manual processes to drop the bombs, and sure, but
yeah, he's the most powerful man in the world. He can influence that decision.
He made a decision without congressional approval to drop bombs on Iran, right?
I have no idea. I don't look into stuff like that.
Fair enough, but from memory, that's what he did. You can correct me if I'm wrong in chat, but so like that was him making like a decision. Like the checks and balances of the system was that like Congress is supposed to approve these things, but he just did it willy nilly. Or like he'll do a thing. The Supreme Court, which is the system, which is designed to fight back against that corruption, is like, yo, you can't do this. You can't deport this. He's like, deport them anyways, and nobody does anything. They like sue him or whatever, but like, the fuck is that even going to do? How the fuck do you sue the president? So like, that's not going to do anything. So the system fails consistently. We're seeing it just in this term. Hasn't even been a year. You have faith in that system? I don't. Not even a little bit.
Again, I'm the most ignorant person in the world on all of anything to do with this, but you said he made like a congressional approval?
No, so to do like you need congressional approval to drop those bombs on the president does not have like sweeping power to do this. He needs approval. That's the checks and balances. That's the different branches of government.
Yeah.
Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Spread
exactly.
it out so you can have.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he just ignores the balance of power. Ignores.
Well, who did he ask? Did he go to Congress or not?
I mean, he just did it. He didn't. It's almost like I rather apologize after the beg for your approval type of. But he just did it.
Well, but
he didn't even like get approval.
Like, how does he do that though? Like, does he just call a general on the phone, or?
I don't know the processes personally, so I can't really speak to the. I'm not in the military or anything like. I can't speak to that process.
At the very least,
he did.
If it is possible, I feel like it's very inconveniently difficult to do something like that.
Okay, so what I would say is the fact that you said that you I don't know if ignorant is the word that you use, but like you don't have a lot of knowledge.
Not in terms of politics, but in terms of getting outside of politics, because I wasn't really referencing politics when I was talking about like more so professional environments in the first place. Things like engineering, robotics, etc. Yes, things can go wrong, but there's a reason that we have blueprints and structures the way they are. Yeah.
Real quick before I forget this point. So what I was saying was, fuck, I think I forgot the point. Oh yeah, what I was saying was, if you don't know a lot about like politics and the system, as I define it, maybe you think the system's something different. You can define it your way. Is intimately entwined with politics. I don't even know if you can separate the two. So if you don't know about politics, to me, that's saying you don't know about the system. And if you have trust for something you don't know about, why take any like that trust seriously? Not that that you need me to or I need to. Why, if you don't know about it, trust it? Unless you define system as something different.
I'm not someone who thinks that politics is in literally everything. I know that some people think that way, though.
Name something in your day-to-day life.
Well, okay, I'll just like list an example. So some people say that, oh, if you drink a certain type of water bottle, that means you support this company, which is either left or right. So then you're either Republican or Democrat based on the water bottle that you drink. Like, as an example, I don't think that's necessarily true. Like, that's a little bit ridiculous.
Regardless of if it's true, politics is involved in it.
I think I disagree, but either way.
You literally told me what the topic was, and it was about politics.
It was about whether or not it is politics, and I disagree.
That's what I'm saying. So, like, regardless, a conversation on trying to measure whether conversation. So politics is still involved in that particular example that you gave, right?
Politics is involved in the example, but the example isn't using politics.
Yeah, so politics is
it's in the example.
Life.
I guess.
I don't know like politics is pretty much a part of every, like, if I go to get a job, right? Like, I don't know if DEI stuff is going to trigger for me, or if it wasn't. I don't know. Like I never like, oh, welcome, sir, and just to let you know, like no one's ever even know how it works. Frankly, I've never been an employer. But like, fuck, there was a point I was making. I completely fucking forgot it. Yeah, we can maybe move on. Completely forgot it.
Okay. But yeah, again, I would just say that when I reference like a professional environment with checks and balances, I'm not inherently referencing politics because I don't think everything is politics. And just as another example, a frog jumps on a rock. That's the example. That's it. See, that doesn't have to do with politics.
If you want to be hyperbolic.
Yeah, well, there you go. I did it.
But
okay, you know what? I'm going to debunk myself in a funny way. Frogs can't exist without environmentalism or whatever.
What did you say?
Frogs can't exist without environmentalism. I debunked my own example. There you go.
Wait, no. That's like what I was about to get to. Like, okay, frog and a blah blah blah. Like, yeah. So I could get politics involved into that.
Yeah, but that's involving it into the example. If the example is the frog jumping on the rock, then it's inherently baked in that the frog and the rock exist, and the jumping would be the thing in question. To be more realistic about it.
Yeah, but then we would get to like the fact that the frog can even exist, the ecosystem is such a state to occur, so fuck up the ecosystem, warming the frog existence. So yeah, and then this is going to be linking to political policy, clean energy, going solar versus gas. The fuck.
That's where I disagree because the example isn't if the frog jump on the rock or if it can. It's in the case that the frog does jump on the rock. Which way is that leaning politically?
No, I'm tethering the political aspect to the frog's existence.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that's part of the example for this.
But you have a frog doing an action. It has to exist to do the action.
Yes. And so the example can't exist without politics, but the example itself isn't inherently politics.
Well, that's a goalpost shift with the inherently addition, but with the goalpost shift, sure.
Well,
sure.
Wasn't the original goalpost that not everything is politics?
More or less, yeah.
Well, there you go. I made something that's not politics.
That's for me to remember, but no.
That's fair.
But yeah, I'm just linking the political aspect.
Yeah.
But you can do this with, like, pretty much anything. Like, even the rocks exist.
No, you could, but I feel like at some point it becomes such a breach or a stretch that it's like out of the realm of realism.
Well, yeah, but the statement isn't like, it's a hyperbolic statement, obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah. It's not about frogs and rocks. It's, human beings interacting in their day-to-day lives and all this stuff. Right?
Exactly.
But yeah.
So,
but this is funny thing. Like, if you don't fuck with politics, politics will fuck with, or like even if you don't fuck with it, it will fuck with.
Yeah. It's just for me. It's like the knowledge of it doesn't inherently change anything. If I know it's happening in Iran isn't fixed. It means I have the potential to do something about it, but I'm sure there's plenty of people that know about it that don't do something about it. So the knowledge itself isn't inherently helpful, even if it's serious.
Did you vote this? Did you vote this cycle?
No, I didn't.
I already know the answer. Okay. Okay, so you didn't vote. So like, what are your thoughts on that? Do you have like no thoughts about that at all?
Not really, no.
In the democratic process.
Well, but even then, you don't need to be knowledgeable on it to vote in the first place. So again, the knowledge doesn't matter because without having the knowledge, I could have gone out and voted either way.
I'm kind of like on a new topic. Like it's not really about the part. It's more like inaction is a choice. So say like you have one candidate that wants to like kill everybody. You have one candidate that wants to heal everybody, help the world or whatever. This is a hypothetical, not reflective of either reality. But you choose not to vote because you're not interested in politics. You could have helped tick the number into the person who wants to help everybody, but you abstaining from voting, right? Was
Right.
one tick that didn't go in that area, the good area, right? And it allowed people to control your existence through their own choices. You've given up control of. So now, if you find a situation where like death president, death leader, you can't say shit about that. If your family dies, you can't have any say. Like, what can you possibly say about that? And in my opinion, you're almost implicated in what that person does because you had a chance to fight back against what they're pushing for, and you just chose to abstain. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like,
Well,
that's why I
again,
asked him, like, what do you
through
think about that? Like, do you have any thoughts about that, or like
through
moral,
what I was
ethical?
saying, the voting itself isn't the most important, like, last leg possible, because again, through the system of checks and balances, you can still stop people once they're in power.
Yeah, but like, if you vote, you can make sure like bad people won't get in power.
Yeah,
So
but
aren't you a part of the check and balances in the system?
so your
And if you're
example,
not doing your job, you're not a part. You're fucking up the checks and balances.
your example would suppose that the person that doesn't vote knows that about both candidates.
Yeah, ignorance is not an excuse. Yeah, no, because especially in an era where you have there's zero excuse for ignorance. Yeah.
Okay.
It's like if I break a law, didn't know, my ass is going to jail. They don't play that shit. Like, oh, I didn't know what that was. Okay, and you're in this state. It's your job to know. Just because you were ignorant and you didn't like learn about, that's a you problem, buddy. Welcome to the fucking penitentiary. Yeah, ignorance is not an excuse, ever. Well, not ever, ever. But sometimes it is, but not in this case.
Okay.
So that's why I was curious. Like, do you not have any like moral, ethical quandaries about any of this stuff? And
Well,
if
but
so,
then
if the answer is no, that's fair. That's fair because everyone was on their own. Right?
well, but considering how decisive and controversial it is, someone has one side, the other person has the other side. They both think they're in the right. So your example of one person is doing something that kills everyone, the other person's doing something that harms everyone. If most people vote for the person that kills the people, if economics assumes that most people are reasonable people, why would they vote that? Maybe that is the ethical choice if most people are voting it. Maybe most people are idiots, but maybe there is some kind of point there that we just wouldn't agree with or don't understand.
People are fucking stupid.
Absolutely.
That's the answer. Like Trump literally said, I'm going to, and this, he said, I'm going to deport. Like he told them, I'm going to deport these people. And then the people the people who belong to the group he said he was going to deport voted for him to deport people that he said he was going to deport. And then when he deported them, they were wondering why I voted for you. Why are you deported? It's because they're fucking stupid. They think they're one of the good ones. This is a concept that exists. They think they're one of the good ones. Even though they're a part of your group, ethnic, you think you're not one of the bad ones, so he won't get rid of it. And because you have prejudices, you don't like them because you think they keep you down. You think they're an embarrassment to your all. So if they get out, then your little section gets to rise. Like I see this with Latinos, I see this with Black people all the fucking time. This colorism, where light-skinned Black people are discriminated by dark-skinned Black people, vice versa. To be fair, although I've never done that, but so they'll. So in the case of like the Latino people, they're like, yo, I'm one of the like the light skinned Spaniard, like dark skin, like shorter, smaller. Like they can get the fuck. We want to stay here. Like they are part of the same or similar ethnic group, but they like have conflict within that group that causes them to vote against their own interest out of their own bigotry. So it's a cycle of idiocy. It's stupid as fuck. But yeah, So yeah, you will end up with like you have this whole concept of fuck around, where you have all these people who voted for. Man, Trump said he was gonna get rid of all these migrants, but they work on my farm. But I voted for him, so you voted your way. So now the generation farm is gonna go under you, bitching about your own decision when he told you what you were going to do. People are not intelligent. They're not rational, and they do stupid shit all the time. Yeah, 100%. So if you think
Absolutely,
the
yeah.
system is going to like bring them, like they're going to account for, nah. That's why I say the fact that you have faith in this is insane to me. I have no faith whatsoever. And you, as a citizen of this country, are a part of the system, a part of the checks and balances, and you're not even paying attention. So how many people are out there like you who are supposed to be doing a specific citizen to be the checks and balances, but you're not even paying attention? So of course you're going to got.
Well,
That kind of
ironically,
thing.
I
And I'm
wouldn't
like,
know the
does
numbers
that
on
not
that.
have does that not have any like moral, like all those people who get deported? If I didn't vote this election cycle, I would what like those families being torn apart. I'm like, man, I could have tipped the scale. I could have at least like showed some solidarity and vote, but I didn't. Nah, bro, that's I couldn't. But I was just curious. That's
I
all.
mean, morally, ethically, maybe like personally, people would feel better about it. But if that vote doesn't actually tip the balance, then at the end of the day, it would be the same result regardless, and the same people would still be suffering just as much. So the action itself wouldn't really do anything.
How would you ever measure that? Like,
Well, but that's
when you
exactly
go
the
to
thing, because you're voting for the future, not for the current time. So going with your example of, in one case, the president's going to heal everyone, in the other case, the other guy's going to kill everyone. Well, let's just say in the future,
kill his enemies.
sure. So kills the enemies. I mean, do you not just want to keep it for kill everyone? Because I feel like that makes the point better.
Yeah, you can keep it like that. But
Sure.
really what I was trying to get to was a kind of leader that wanted to like take out his political enemies or people that he disagree with or discriminate. In that way, everyone won't be all encompassing. Because if a dude said I'm gonna kill everyone, you're stupid. You're like a level below stupid. He literally said everyone. It's all encompassing. Probably including himself. So I didn't word it correctly. So that's why I'm kind of trying to make.
Yeah. So, I mean,
version.
either way, I think it's fine for the example. So whether it's just killing the enemies or killing everyone, at the end of the day, in the future, they're going to kill people, whereas the other guy, he's going to help people. Well, in the future, how exactly does that play out? Because is that going to play out exactly how that happens? Maybe in the future, the people who are going to die, they're just going to die. So everyone who the guy said he's going to kill, they all die, but then that's just it. Whereas the guy who said he's going to help everyone, okay, so it's going to help everyone, and then maybe that's going to like deplete resources or something, and then everyone on the planet's going to die. And in fact, maybe all life in the universe is going to die as opposed to just the world. So in the end, in the future, the guy who said he's going to help everyone, it sounds good in the present moment, but maybe in the future, it's unpredictable. We don't know exactly what's going to happen anyways. And so it's more like a bet than a vote in that case.
So instead of doing all of that mental gymnastics, you could just get up and vote. Like you put in more work right now than. Yeah.
But wouldn't it make more sense for those who are educated on the topic to share their points instead of those who aren't?
Would you consider yourself educated on the topic?
No.
So do you consider yourself amongst the ones who would be presenting their points? Who are? So obviously you can't consider yourself amongst them.
Well,
So
exactly, yeah. So I think the farmers that know all about the like executive orders or whatever, they should vote. As opposed for someone like me, I don't really know about all that. It doesn't really affect me. The farmers, whatever's. So I shouldn't vote for the farmers' sakes about either way because I don't really know what it's going to do regardless.
Oh, hell no, Oodie. You don't. Wait, hold on. Hold on. You don't know. Wait, do you think. Okay, hold on. Hold up. I'm trying to process this. Give me a second. So,
Okay.
you don't think that the food that comes from the farms of America have anything to do with you.
Wait, weren't we just saying that we're gonna make like GMO food with AI?
I mean, AI is a future possibility. I'm talking about like your vote in 2024. So if he's saying like I'm getting rid of all these like migrant workers, and we know that these people populate like these farms and are feeding us our country food supply amongst import and stuff. But this is our hub to feed our citizenry. And you think that you as a citizen aren't affected by these policies?
Well, but hang on, because this is where it gets convenient. Because if we're going with the projections of 2 to 3 years from now, that means before the next election cycle, this is going to go through.
This being what?
The AI to where we just have the GMO food.
Correct, which is also why I'm fucking terrified. If the projections are somewhat accurate.
Well, it would only be a good thing to have more food. Potentially.
Yeah, but it takes time for like we admit like from the old world to the new, it's gonna be the gap in between there is hell. Like motherfuckers are gonna be finding it's gonna be heaven and hell. Heaven for most people who aren't even preparing right now. If you ain't preparing right now, you're probably gonna be fucked. So like are we willing to like not vote, let all these people suffer just to get to a new world that will help the people not suffer? Or we could have voted, hear me out, or we could have voted for a candidate that wasn't going to remove all the people who work on the farms that produce the food. And then we would feed our citizens. And we wouldn't have to wait for AI. Go figure. Makes sense to me, right? I don't know.
Well, there you go. But for the time thing, once we get to the singularity, it's just going to flip the scales to where the time's going to be on the y-axis instead of the x-axis. And from there, it's just the sky's the limits.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that last part. It's just,
Yeah.
You could potentially prevent so much death and harm and destruction. And this is just one, right? But again, I don't want this to be like the, hey, you didn't vote? You're not a good person arc. So that's not what I'm really.
Nah, you good.
I'm
You good.
genuinely curious of like picking the brain of someone.
Yeah. Well, I think what it comes down to at the end of the day is whether or not ignorance is an excuse. And I don't think it has to be an excuse because that doesn't change the facts of the matter. It's inexcusable. I didn't educate myself anyways. So I probably shouldn't have voted. Like, you can say I should have educated myself, but under the hypothetical, which is reality, to where I didn't, do you agree that I shouldn't have voted?
It depends on the length of education. Like, and I'll explain what I mean by that. Like, I'm not saying you need to sit down at your computer for 2 hours and like do research and do. Yes, you should be adult country know about whatever. I have ADHD. Sometimes start fucking video games. I get it. But when I say length of education, I'm talking about time spent learning things. You don't have to know that this candidate is merchant of death. You can, in passing, in conversations at a water cooler, whatever that manifests itself in modern, like you can gather bits and pieces of information just having conversations with me, right? Like you could have had a conversation with me about politics and you would have been informed or more informed than not, right? You don't have to even find the shit. The shit will find you. I find it difficult to believe. Even when I try to avoid political shit, it finds me anyways. So it's like, I'm trying to learn news about, I don't know, what's happening in the state, and then I know I'm like, man, I don't want to know this shit. I'm trying to do, but it finds me anyway. So the idea that a person would be so uneducated, so ignorant to the facts, even if they didn't seek them out themselves in this world with this media landscape and social media, is damn near. I wouldn't. You don't know anything. You don't know any of their politics. Nothing. No conversations. It's not impossible. we all have our bubbles. But I'm like, damn. And then I'm like, also like, then what use are you? I mean, I guess you can like produce for the economy, but that's about it. Like, you can make so much more, you can have so much more utility as a citizen, exercise your power to vote, especially on the local level. So I don't know. It's just some thoughts that I had.
I mean, if the only use people have is voting and producing for the economy, then, well, they vote once every 4 years. That's a single action. And then what are they voting for? Other people to do things. So it's really the other people who are the ones making an impact for society, if anything.
No,
the people voting.
Your job so there are people who get politically active election season, and then they go canvassing, they'll put in the work, and then the shit's done. They'll go fuck off and do their job, watch Netflix or whatever. They politically deactivate. This is retarded and stupid. I'm sorry for the R word, but this is dumb as fuck. And if you're doing this, if you're not even doing that, then you're already not doing your job. But if you are doing that, then you're still fucking. You should never be politically deactivated. You should be 360 year round politically active. It shouldn't consume your life, but once a week, every Wednesday or whatever, for 1 hour, right? You should look into, hey, what is local at the very politician doing? What are the problems in my city? What is he doing to resolve these? You at the very least are holding your congressman, congresswoman's feet. You are supposed to be the checks and balances. System. It doesn't mean all your life needs to be spent politics. But once a week, for maybe 30 minutes or an hour, you check in on these things and you keep them honest. If you vote and you fuck off, of course they're going to go sour. If you don't vote at all, of course you have no power at all. People just control and manipulate your basically stranger. And if you do vote and lose, well, at the very least you can say like I stood for something. I went out there and I tried to fight for something for other people that aren't just me or like me or whatever. At least you can have that to say, I'm a decent human being. At least I gave a. But I don't know. It's just out of all these options, which one do you want to be? I'd rather be the person who's a decent human being who gave a fuck. And I tried to do the best. I don't fucking like Kamala Harris. I voted for her. Fuck. She didn't say anything that was of worth to me, but she was doing things for women and she was doing things for minority groups, and I happened to be a part of that group. I happened to be raised by women, so the vote was obvious. And plus, she was anti in principle. But yeah, it's bro, if I could never talk about politics, I would love that. But unfortunately, I'm an adult, and I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like it's just something that's like interesting to you. So, like, as an example,
politics, I fucking hate politics. It's not interesting at all. No.
Well, I didn't say enjoy it. I said interesting. I mean, you talk about it a lot at the very least. You're very politically active, like you said. It might just come down to the fact that well, I don't know if you said this, but like, if you are one of the people that consider politics as a part of literally everything ever, then what I'm about to say isn't going to matter. But like, for example, so first of all, I agree. It's important. Politics is important. And whether I'm supposed to, yeah, I'll say that, sure. It does matter, all that. I agree. I should educate myself, etc., etc. But then couldn't you just flip politics to everything else that is also important? So for example, sewing. I'm sure sewing, I would have to make this assumption, but I'm sure sewing isn't something that entertains you. It's not interesting to you. It's not something you actively look into or whatever. That doesn't mean it's not important or that it doesn't matter.
You picked the wrong topic there, buddy.
Okay. Making rocket model ships, or model rocket ships. You get my point. What are you not interested in?
Yeah. Politics. I really do hate fucking. I hate every. I literally told you I was trying to can't avoid it. Popping feed on my algorithm. I hate this. Shit.
Oh well, there you go. Yeah, I mean, it's in your. It's not in my algorithm. I'm not even on Twitter, and on my YouTube, I don't get stuff like that. So
But I'll look up like, hey, AI. That is interesting to me. But then with the discussion of AI comes the discussion of the political landscape because of how how groundbreaking AI is. It has to incorporate nations and politics. So then I end up getting back into politics. Fuck. That's where the whole like it all roads lead to politics. It's like fuck, bro. Or
it
like
might lead to it,
most
but
roads.
I think you have the autonomy to choose which of those paths you go down on the road, because if the politics is starting to talk about Taiwan or whatever, I would just go away from that and go into looking at like Asimov's law into how AI actually works.
Yeah, but once I filter other concepts atop of politics, then it becomes interesting. Because like I'm interested in how AI is going to influence politics, not necessarily like politics absent of AI. And
Yeah,
it's not even really politics. It's the more toxic aspects of politics that I don't like. I think politics is like done correctly, which we have rarely seen or have. I think politics is just like almost like a video game. Like it can be fun. It's just when you deal with like the constant toxicity, I fucking hate that. Especially where
yeah,
I'm at, positivity, be more, inspirational, be more mystic. I really
exactly.
don't want that shit in my feed in my life. But if I start like fucking it's like this other topics branch off into it. And then also like I don't have the luxury to not care, you know? Like I am a minority. Like I don't have the luxury to not care. I have to do these. I was raised by women. And if there's policies discriminating against women, they're discriminating. She has now that 22. What the fuck is happening? So like I don't have a choice. I don't like politics. I hate it actually in particular. But I don't have a choice. I'm an adult. I have people I care about. Like I can't move through a world. How the fuck do I say I don't vote for my which would objectively been Harris? DEI affects predominantly white women. They're the females amongst the majority, and they fall under the DEI category because pretty much if you're not a straight white guy, no offense, Oodie, if you're not a straight white guy, then you fall under DEI. Period. So they got rid of that. They damage women. They get rid of they get rid of all these things like this. So yeah, like I have to be politically involved. Otherwise, how the fuck do I look my family in the eye? You know what I mean? Yeah, I love you, but I didn't care enough for you to look up and best interest. The fuck does that conversation look? So that's really what it is. It's obligations, responsibility,
Yeah.
love.
Have you seen the movie How to Train Your Dragon?
The cartoon, but I can't even remember what it was about. It's been so long.
Cartoon as in like the animated movie?
Yeah, not the
Okay,
live
okay.
action thing that they're doing or whatever.
Yeah, okay, because I didn't know if they like turned it into a series or not. So I haven't seen it either, but I've seen the trailer and I think I know what it's about. So it's from what I saw in the trailer, it's about two different sides that are at war, and there's like a kid who meets a dragon or whatever, and like he's like disconnected from the two different sides. He could choose the one side he was raised by and just be on that side and go to war with that other side. Or he could just like see both sides yelling at one another and just like see that.
Yeah, I think he's like an outcast amongst the Vikings because he's like a dork or whatever. And yeah, I think he wants. But yes, but your point, you were making an overall point.
Well, in this case, I haven't seen the movie, so I don't even know who the Vikings are like warring against. But like the Vikings and then the other side, they would be like the experts. And so the kid, the main character, he's not an expert yet. He hasn't chosen either side. He's being raised by one side to become an expert and to be on that side. But then he's just being one of those people on that side.
Okay.
Like I feel like that
Okay.
doesn't change anything.
I mean, yeah. Agree to disagree, perhaps. Perhaps.
Again, I haven't seen the movie, so I don't know.
Yeah, I was thinking. I mean, maybe that would help. I think just you could pretty much just use a hypothetical.
Well, yeah, let's just say like we take like the smartest Democrat and the smartest Republican in the world and we both sit them down or whatever. They're obviously never going to agree, and I'm not inherently agreeing with either side. I'm sure both of them could convince me of they're right on both things that they talk about because they're the best in the world. And so realistically, I see it as like just the first expert that you listen to is probably the side you're going to lean towards.
Okay. I'm just curious about the thought process.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that doesn't like apply for everyone or whatever, or just generally, but I feel like that's how most people, I mean, we agree that most people are dumb anyways, so.
Fortunately. Although I will say, like, with AI, I think that might bridge the gap. But
exactly.
I think people will surprise me. I have a feeling like it might not.
Yeah. I mean, again, most people are dumb, but some people aren't, and those are usually the people that made the system to some degree. I mean, like, we can like look up the rules and decide if we think they are smart or not, the checks and balances, regardless of who's in power or if we think the system is corrupt or not. The rules themselves, are the rules intelligent?
Like, bro, man. Oodie, what you gonna do in the future, man? In the AI future?
Well, that's the thing, to where in the far term, there's going to be no jobs, but in the short term, sure, AI might like remove jobs or replace jobs or whatever, but it's also going to make jobs, whether you think it's less, equal, or more than there currently are. There's definitely going to be AI jobs, and those are going to pay very well, in case you haven't looked into those. Like, 6-figure incomes.
I mean, maybe until those jobs.
Well, those jobs are already here, is what I'm saying.
It's like, how the fuck did she get over there? Sorry. Like what? That's what I was asking. Like, I don't know what to do, bro. Like,
well, you don't even like.
Do you have a job? Do you have a job right now?
Yeah, I work in healthcare.
I don't have like a conventional
healthcare and cleaning.
So you have. Okay, so that's actually not a bad job, I think.
Yeah.
Because I think that job is more likely to endure AI, at least on the onset. If you're doing like more like cleaning and healthcare types.
Mm-hmm.
But so you might not be the correct person. I don't know. I don't know what to do. Like, what I wanted to do was just like talk about cartoons culture for, because that's what I love and that's what's fun for me. And I have ADHD, so at all. So for me, it's almost like a necessity to need to do my own thing and need to curate my own environment. In the new world, it's a utopia for people like me. I don't have to leave my house. I don't have to be around people that trigger me. Like, I can just, fuck yeah. Like, the pluses are fucking amazing, bro. Like,
just go out and learn skateboarding or whatever you want to do.
Bro, like the world I'm going to craft, like the businesses I'm going to start, the events I want to have. And I think realism is, I'm thinking I might want to niche my content down to live stream, more realistic. As people become more Hollywood, big budget edits, everybody's YouTube Boruto review, right? Boruto chapter 60, right? By the time we get there, motherfuckers are going to be having Hollywood panels down there. Hollywood tier editing. So I'm thinking, yeah, I can compete with for sure, get my own. I think I should go in the opposite direction. I should go more realistic, more analog, and maybe that's a niche. These are the things I'm thinking about as someone who wants to maintain place in the entertainment industry, given that this industry is about to get fucked. I'm like, where am I going to like land in all this? Because this is what I want to do. This is fun for me.
Yeah.
Yes. And I'm excited for AI, bro. Like, for me, AI will enhance. I was a little skeptical at first, but, and then I do agree, like, it's going to make like less talented, less skilled people be able to bridge the gap. But for me, like the thing that made you less that is the hypothetical you to begin with means that you lack things that I do have that will give me an advantage. I think, or it could be they just use the AI to think for them, thus making me, have to use the AI to think for me, and we just don't think for ourselves anymore, which is also another fear of mine. And then people just collapse inwards and reduce to like having sex bots and drugs and curated little VR worlds, which I think is a nightmare scenario personally, but I think it's unavoidable. And I can see clearly that I think that I might, as someone like in my person, like with my condition, there's like create your own fucking universe and populated through like with hundreds of thousands of AI agents who will have unique interaction with you almost as if people. Like this is fucking insane to me, but this is the future, and it's not even like 20 years from now. I think that's the thing that terrifies me almost the most, is that how quickly everything is going to happen. I won't even have time to like mourn. Like right now, as I prepare, I'm also mourning. I'm taking advantage of every second of this live stream, of this experience, because this will not be here likely, and this way of life won't exist. Like I enjoy flipping light switches and opening up the, because I know in the very near future that's not, depending on how quickly that can be integrated infrastructure, physical infrastructure.
Well, that depends on if you want to, though, because that's what I was getting at when I was talking about society, how quickly you think that adapts. Do you think, outside of like cybernetic enhancements that we can choose to get, do you think humans will like physically evolve at a different rate with society changing and the technology boom and all that? Like, because human conditioning, I think, will probably be around the same rate at the very least. As you know, right now, a lot of people hate AI, at least generative AI, because, art, blah, blah, blah.
Conditioning. Like physical, like working
so
out,
I think in the short term, at least in our lifetime, I don't think stuff like competition is ever going to leave humanity. So even though AI is going to level the playing field in the future, sure, that's something that you can prepare for right now. But if you don't find a solution, you can try to, and it's a good thing if you do. But if you don't, that's not a bad thing. No harm, no foul, because once you get there, your competitive nature will give you an advantage once AI levels the playing field. Because you and everyone else are going to be at the same level. Well, what do we do now? There's no jobs. Okay, what do you do? Mello can find a better answer than Joe Schmo down the street, so you're already going to have an advantage, even if you don't find an answer, just like everyone else. Just by nature of being you.
Well, yes, but that's not a satisfactory conclusion for me. I genuinely believe that I genuinely believe like the notion that injustice anywhere is injustice. It's not like something I kind of parrot, or like I'm actually like that. Like I genuinely believe if I do well, because I'm preparing now and I have knowledge advancements and I know how to like prompt in ways like, you like prompt, what the fuck is prompt? I don't know what the fuck prompt. Like I'm not successful. I need people to come with me. I'm the kind of person like rising tide, like the tide rises all shit. I want to be a floor raiser as a human being. I don't ever want to just get myself and I've won, yay. That's a conclusion, that's satisfaction. For me, it's everybody. I'm being hyperbolic, obviously. This fucking ancient civilizations on some island, bumfuck nowhere. There's nothing, gasoline or anything. They're fucking in their caveman era, okay? They're hunter-gatherer. Those humans, I'm not talking about them. Although they will be greatly affected, even them. But yeah, it's just that part. I have empathy, and it's extreme. So I can't arrive at a conclusion where other people suffer. That's not satisfactory to me. Even if I'm like in a penthouse while everybody like on the ground is drowning in despair, like I have to do something. I have to protest. I have to, I don't know, run for office or do something. I can't just sit back and enjoy the I lay good. Life is not good. There's suffering around you. There's always you got to have proportional scale, and you can't drive yourself sick and mad, and that's a sickness and an illness.
Yeah,
Worry about
exactly.
everybody's problems, but it's a compulsion for me. It's probably a part of the condition. At this point, I'm sick of calling it a condition. So, yeah, it's yeah. That's where I'm at with it. That conclusion you arrived at is it's not a conclusion, not a satisfactory one.
Okay. I would say, again, I think you just have like different opinions on a lot of things anyways, so you probably just won't agree with my life advice in general. But I feel like to an extent, you just have to like, oh, sorry.
No, I'm definitely an open person. I'll definitely listen to it.
Yeah. I would just say that I think it's important to live in the moment. And you're saying both to where you're living in the moment and it's difficult because you want to prepare for the future. But I think it's important to live in the moment. And yeah, you should prepare for the future. And it's good to do that. And if you can find a solution, then good. If not, then I think, again, it's not something you should worry about or be afraid of necessarily. That's why I'm not afraid of AI. Because I see it, if you have a fear of it, then I think it's the same thing as having a fear of like a meteor landing on the earth and blowing up the earth, or like the sun to blast a solar wave that annihilates all life on the planet, or World War III happens tomorrow and everyone nukes and dies. Yeah, it's good to be prepared and to understand it and to have that in the back of your head, but to let that control your daily life or your emotions in the present, I don't think there's a necessity there, because it doesn't change the fact of whether it does happen or doesn't happen. For AI, it's not an if, it's a when. But for me, I see it more of I'll handle it when it gets here rather than right now. And I'll prepare for it now if I can. If not, then I'll just handle it when it does get here, because I have faith in myself. I believe that no matter what, I'll be able to adapt. I'll be able to survive and do what I need to do, support my family and the people I love. So it's not really a fear, because I don't have anything to worry about. As long as I believe that I can overcome whatever, then it doesn't really matter. Because, I mean, to an extent, life is just meant to be appreciated, regardless of what your religion is or lack thereof. The odds of us existing on this planet at all are such a slim chance that you might as well just appreciate the life that you have anyways, because the odds are so astronomical that you get the one life you get. It's not all that long, at least as of right now. I mean, you could die tomorrow before AI takes off, and then you're just permanently dead, potentially. So, I mean, you might as well enjoy life while you got it.
That'd be so mid, bro. Imagine coming so close to
I know. That's why I'm being extra careful.
Man, listen, I don't go nowhere. I eat clean. That's why I've been on this diet. Nah, man. I have to survive until 2030, bro. So
well, that's not why I'm on a diet. I'm not even on a diet. I just have a healthy lifestyle in general because I just want to be a healthy person, just a good person or whatever.
It's so much better, bro. Like,
yeah.
Like, before I didn't realize until I had something to compare. It's like, yeah, no, this is so much better, bro.
So maybe this is just me. I feel like I'm one of the rare exceptions that can't tell a difference between feeling good because I'm healthy and just feeling normal, which I guess feels bad or crappy or whatever. Maybe that's just because I've never lived a lifestyle that has lived that poorly. Or maybe it's just that I just can't really tell the difference.
For me, it's like gas is one of a big one. Not a popular topic, but it is a thing. Heartburn, depending on what I eat. Like my body will tell me, like, if I eat anything that's bullshit, my body immediately rejects. Like it will make me suffer. If I don't eat, I suffer. It forces me to. So especially the older I get, the worse it gets. So for me, it's like not being in chest pain, constant bloating, constant like diarrhea, like these types of things, like these things, these nasty, unsavory topics. These are human biological function results, certain amounts of diet and But yeah, so these like once I removed all like I fast more, I eat pretty much the same stuff, but the stuff I was eating wasn't like I just ate too much of it. I cut out eating out into maybe like twice a month. Mostly I just cook everything. So like these practices have I'm in pristine condition right now. And I love it. And I'm never going back. As long as especially once I get out if they I don't know, hell, I might create at this point a little wristband that can like monitor. I know they have just in like a different way. But yeah, like those types of things. Like if I'm like fucking, I don't know, I want a band that says, "Hey Mello," my AI triggers. "Hey Mello, I see you're horny as fuck. Would you like me to recommend? Let me watch this. Let me watch. I see I'm getting hungry. So I took the liberty of what? Yes, that to me is like, please, thank you. Curate my life based upon like my biological functions. Count my fucking chemical imbalance reaction. Hey, Mel, you need to take. Cool, dope, super awesome, right? I want a fucking personal therapist. I want a fucking lawyer. I want a doctor. Everything, and then also like I want it to be a free entity that's not like forced to do the bidding of inferior.
Yeah, I think that contradictory nature is just human nature in and of itself. But I think what you're describing, I don't think that changes in the future, not your human nature. The technology will be there to tell you the things. But technology right now is already at a level to where you can live whatever entertaining, satisfactory life you want. You don't do that because you want to tune out the noise because it's human nature. And because you have, what's the word for when you stop impulse? You have self-control. And so, as well as dignity. So you and everyone else have it to varying levels. It doesn't matter how far technology progresses because it matters how much humanity progresses, because as of right now, there's so much stuff around us. There's a word for this, I'm not thinking, but either way.
Around us?
I don't know, but it's stuff around us to where we're already tuning out like probably 99% of stuff just so we can survive a fairly stress-free life. So there's already enough to where we could 24/7 just sit on our computer all day watching YouTube, do whatever we want. But we don't do that, not because of the technology isn't there, but because we choose not to do that. So it doesn't matter if the technology improves because we're already at our maximum threshold for how much we want to do.
I don't believe that's true.
So I'll add that for the caveat to where I think as the technology improves, it's going to influence us to want to do more stuff to where our self-control is going to diminish over time. But I think, at least for now, I imagine it's always going to be there. But if you disagree, please let me know. To some degree.
I forgot what the disagreement was. Hold on. I can go. This sucks. Living like this fucking sucks. I'm so over this shit, bro. I need this AI now.
It might just be because it's like 3 a.m.
Yeah.
Like probably found us to where
I don't remember. I don't have the patience to cycle through this.
My voice is so annoying.
What were you saying before? What were you saying before?
I was saying to where we are already living the ideal life. We can tune out like 99% of the stuff around us, but we choose to live the life we are, tuning out the noise, living at the maximum threshold for what we want because of our self-control.
Okay, so there were 3 things. One, I don't think I actually answered your question. I think humans can evolve under processes that stem from AI. Like, I think there are going to be people who splice, like animal DNA. So
that's why I was saying, I started that by saying minus cybernetic enhancements.
You think that's a cybernetic enhancement? I think it's a biological one.
Well, I was just like including that as like an umbrella term to like account for any change we would do to the physical body. But again, I feel like that itself.
So you mean like a natural evolution given the new conditions?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
But also, that would be
mhm.
a choice. Maybe in the future, parents can choose that for their children. But as of right now, I'm talking about us, not our children. So, like, we would choose whether we want to have cat ears or panda claws or whatever. And we could just live the rest of our lives not choosing that. So, it's same for, like, flipping off and on a light switch. If you want to do that instead of having it be a nostalgia thing, don't incorporate it into where you live. In the future, you might just buy a house that already has it and has removed light switches. But for right now, at least, if you just don't do that, you'll always have a light switch if you want it. Or I'm sure there's going to be people that will continue to build light switches, even despite the fact that they're irrelevant, because people like you in the future will be nostalgic for them and want them. So even if your house has the more advanced thing, you could just buy the old model. Look at cars. People are still driving around cars from like the 1950s, despite the fact that cars being in 2025.
Yeah, I don't disagree. In fact, that's what I was talking about. I think there's a niche for realism.
Exactly.
In a world that's going to be hyper top quality, like fucking 100 subscribers.
Mm-hmm.
And my shit'll be movie quality. I'll be movie. So if I can find a niche where I could be more realistic, I could etch something out, I think, with that. And luckily for me, I've built a platform where you can see me human before all this shit happens. And if all this shit remains after we enter the new world, then you'll know I'm real because I have clout. I have credibility before all this happened. So that's why I like, build your resources in the next 2 years. Like that's my thought process. Pump out. You're about to, well, not you specifically, but like my subscribers, they're about, because my goal is not to be artistic, not to use YouTube as a way of like surviving depression. It's none of the things that it used to be. My whole purpose right now is to make sure that little 1-year-old girl, my niece, and so I need to resource. I don't give a fuck about if I like the topic. At this point, I'm a machine pumping out content because this is the last era in which I'll do this. I won't be able to take advantage of any ever again once AGI triggers. So this is the last dying gasp, and I think I got about 2 years to get as many coins before all this shit is over. Like I'm subscribed to like this 11 Lab, which is the name of this website where you can get your AI. I was just thinking today, I was like, this place won't, once AGI comes in, like this won't even be a service that's available. They built this profitable. This is a short-term thing, get in, get out. They're taking advantage of a very select in time, and that shit is going to die out. So that's what I'm trying to do right now. So I'm going to be pumping out content, uploading content, live stream. I don't give a fuck how much money I make, but I'm trying to boost my subscribers, my sponsors. I'm trying to do like the whole thing. I'm taking this seriously because the motivation isn't just myself anymore. It's like I need to position myself with resources and take care of my fucking family when this shit happens. That's what I'm concerned about right now. Fuck all this other stuff. It's resource accumulation for the next 2 to 3 while I still can. That's where I'm at right now.
Yeah.
And
I feel like
I look at everybody else and they're still like going to their Wendy's job. I'm like, bro, you don't even know it's coming. You're not even preparing for it. You are fucked. And if you think that you're going to like be able to like ride the wave and to be able to like having done no proper preparation to prevent piss poor performances, you just gonna like wake up the day of the test and then pass the test with no studying? That's what that sounds like to me.
Out of curiosity, what resources are you talking about? Because if people are going to their Wendy's job, as funny as that is to say, I mean, they're still accruing money. Like, is money going to be irrelevant? It could absolutely be, but then what resources are you talking about? Like food? Or
chat, can you hear me? Fuck, I cut out.
You cut out?
Oh, I'm back.
You're back, yeah? Hello?
You can hear me? Okay.
Yes.
My stream says, oh, it says excellent connection.
All right. Did you
I
hear
did
what
not
I
hear
said?
what you said.
Okay.
Not at all.
I was curious, what resources are you collecting then? Because people that are going to the Wendy's job, as funny as that is to say, I mean, they're still getting money. So if that's not the resource, are you talking about like food? Like what resources are you gathering?
Well, what I really meant, and maybe I articulated it incorrectly. What I really meant was like they're just going about their mundane, normal tasks without knowing or prepping for what's to come because they
Okay.
know. So that's really what I meant. It could have been, I don't know, a get together at a Comic-Con, right? Something you spend money on. But regardless, like that's really my point. So instead of me sitting down playing 2K for 2 hours, I'm like, I need a resource build so that my 1-year-old niece won't suffer 3 years. Because like nobody in my family has a fucking clue about AI. None of them. None of them. None of them are talking about it. None of them. My fucking family are prepping for a world that won't exist. I'm the only motherfucker in my immediate family scratching the surface. So if it's not me that leads us into this new in my family, like we're fucked. That's all there is to it. So that's where I'm at, right? This resource accumulation.
I don't necessarily think so because again, everyone else is going to be on the same playing field and humans adapt. So it's just whenever the new world comes,
it's not going to be the same playing field. Like you said, I'll have an advantage over the person who doesn't learn about this stuff, research this stuff, educate themselves about, know how to like know what an AI agent even is, know what alignment for means. Like if you don't know these terminologies, you're already behind the 8 ball. So it's definitely not going to be an even like ever. And then you have these rich billionaires; they're already exponentially prepared. Like Trump and them know about this shit. He even said it. Like he even said like, you guys don't know AI. Even like the JD Vance, the vice president, he had this whole like AI summit where all these world leaders across. They're serious about this shit. They know about it, and they're not even talking about it. And frankly, in some ways, I don't blame them. What the fuck are they going to do? They don't even know what the fuck they're going to do. They're all boomers. They don't know their fucking ass from a hole in the ground. So like, they're just going to cause mass panic if they bring it up. But like, I don't see any infrastructure being built. Nobody talking about universal basic income. No, out in the open. Like no one's talking about this. Is the time where you would believe, certainly by the end of this year, this needs to be the topic of discussion on everybody's. And I think next year and the year after, it'll be all people talk about. And there's going to be protests and riots, and that's when. So before all that happens, I got to, bro.
Well, I think it really matters, depending on AI, if it's going to make paper dollar money irrelevant or if it's going to make the digital currency irrelevant. Like, what currency are we going to be using in 10 years from now? That, I think, is the real question. And then will you be able to convert what you currently have to it?
What is the Chinese currency?
Oh, peso?
Whatever that is, that's what you're going to be. You said the peso is crazy. That's Mexican. I think it's the I don't fucking, I ain't gonna try. But yeah, whatever money the Chinese use, that's what
Okay.
Oh, and I won't say learn to speak Chinese because you're AI, but yeah. They're the future. They're the future. They're a new empire. America's dying.
I feel like nobody knows the impact AI is going to truly have. We can only just make guesstimates. Like, it's just multiple different directions that it could go, and preparing for one direction is irrelevant if it's not going to be that direction. It might be. You might just look out, but I feel like based on that, you could prepare for all directions, but I feel like that's just over the top of what you would need to do.
It's not possible.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, it's like this guy said, the best skill that you're going to have, the only skill that's really going to matter, is your ability to adapt.
Exactly.
And adapt quickly.
Yeah.
If you think you're going to have a career for years, you're fucking wrong. You're going to get in, create a business with 100 AI agents. They're going to do the job for you. And then you're going to sell that off and then go fuck off to do another. Well, that's on a low end.
Well, I
I
think
could see
that's
me
not
with
an
a
AI issue.
200. Yeah.
I think that's more of just a business issue, which comes down to why the issue exists in the first place, which would just be reality concepts of competition and how that plays out. And so, I lost my point. Hang on.
I definitely
Oh
think
yeah,
so.
so it's not an AI issue because no long-term job has ever been reliable. If you've been relying on a long-term job, you haven't been doing good. You've left yourself vulnerable and exposed. If it turns out great, you never get fired or anything, then good. But that's less so speaking about AI and more so just your luck in the business space that has always been unreliable. So I think relying on a long-term job has never been good. Job security doesn't really exist for most jobs. And so, especially in Georgia for us, where you can get literally fired for anything at any time legally. So it's not about a long-term job. It's about if you can get a job, any job. Like, even if you only work a job like for 3 months at a time and then you get fired and you work like 6 different jobs a year, ignore the math there, but that would still guarantee you work in the long term. It's just different jobs.
What I'm really kind of getting to is that like this, there's an idea about the life pathway for an American, and typically this is just white America, frankly, but it's you know what it is. It's the illusion of the American dream from like, and that shit carried over into the modern times where today American dream is for them when that shit was curated for a very specific time for in a very specific economy, which we do not have any of those things. So people have this like kind of loss of purpose, especially men, because they think they're entitled to one thing. This country has told them this narrative, and that's never been the reality. So that's really what I mean. Like, never mind like what the reality situation country, which your life is supposed to. White picket fence, the wife, the heterosexual, trad, family, traditional, all this stuff, right? And so that doesn't exist. People despair, so on and so forth. Just because today it's not like you need a permanent career or hopping, or that's true. That's mostly because the reality of today does not meet the narrative. Yes, and I think there are narratives that persist today that will bleed over into this new that people will still be clinging to that is going to destroy them in the way that is destroying them now. These young men clinging to the American generation. And that's really a concern of mine. If you really, AI is not the problem. It's people. It's like fucking Walking Dead. The zombies aren't the issue. It's the fucking people. Really.
Yeah.
The Walking Dead aren't the zombies. The human. It's in reference to the people. They're so gone. They're just the Walking Dead. So that's really my like concern. Is all that stuff. Like I just want people to be good, prepare for that type of shit, and live. It's going to take like a realistic approach to all these things. If you're not concerned about this, ride the wave as it comes, prepare and learn how to surf before you hop out there. Like I'm like, bro, you just gonna crash and get wiped away by the wave.
The weird thing to me about what you said would be like the emphasis on the young man thing, because people are statistics. Statistics aren't people. And so if it just doesn't apply to you, it just doesn't matter whether you are a young man or not.
Well, I use young men because I think it's demographic that we have, but then also it's a very, like, for instance, you agree like young men are having a problem today. Maybe you don't know, like the whole red pill, the whole like all this shit, right? They're having issues.
I don't think that's a young man thing. I think that's just like an individual thing that applies to young men.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah. Because it's not like it's because they're a young man that it's happening to them or whatever.
Correct. But yes, you're correct. But I think I'm portraying the position in a way that like everybody would understand.
That's right.
So yeah, I could word it better for sure. But I think this is like the language that the layman would use.
Sure.
But yeah, I just want people to be prepared as all. and I don't see any preparations for this, so it's like a little concerning. But
yeah. Well, I mean, at the same time, I mean, it's fine to be like doomsday or whatever about like the world is like at the worst state it's ever been, but at the same time, I think it is just both to where it's also at the best state it's ever been. People have access to clean water, AC, technology, like a bunch of stuff that people just didn't have 10, 20, 50 years ago. So I think it is just both. Like public school systems, healthcare, like dentistry. We got a lot of stuff. Even clothing. People didn't have that in the past. Like, I think AC is probably one of the things that people take for granted. That's unbelievable. Imagine, bro. Like 99% of human history that didn't exist. Imagine your entire life going without it. Oh my god.
But the thing is, though, it's comparative for sure. Like, but we do have modern sensibilities. We have come to understand certain living standards. So, like, our standard for
different
certain
problems.
things have changed.
Exactly. Yeah, different problems.
Yeah. So, like, comparing like what we're going through now in comparison to like what they went through in the past, sure, we have it better off, but for our landscape, we don't have it good.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. That's why I think it's both, because whereas I'm saying, yeah, we have a lot of good stuff, that's in comparison to all of the bad stuff that we also have that the past didn't have, that makes it the worst world that we've ever had. But that's why I'm saying it's both. It's just that the range has increased, both the maximum and the minimum.
The system's broken. Like, I see all these these people online, they hop online and talk about they're miserable, they hate their 9 to 5. And that could be comfort. But there seems to be a general places is anecdotal. But I think there's a general gist that like work is not meaningful. Not for everyone, but for like the majority. And people are burnt out and they're tired with this way of living. The cost of living's up. Income is stagnant. It's frustrating. And given the standards and like what we hope for and want to push towards, for people like me, we want to progress, not regret past. Yeah, like this is not a sustainable system. Like, this shit is broken. Like, it produces sick people, it produces depressed people, suicidal rates going up. Like, AI couldn't come sooner, frankly.
Exactly.
But at the same time, like, yeah, the world's broke. Like, I think AI could be a great fix.
Yeah.
But but my problem is this world is broke. And like, young men are suffering, sure. Women are suffering. They lost a lot of rights, minorities, whatever. Anybody, right? Some white guy suffering. Just watched some white guy spaz out on YouTube the other day. He was pissed off, right? Everybody going through some shit. That's not going to be resolved before. So they're going to enter into the transitional phase between the old world and the new, where the hell and the heaven happen for some. They're going to enter into that phase, that gap phase, with the same fucking problems, but it's going to be exponentially worse because they're going to lose their jobs from AI. They're going to be out there protesting and whatnot. They're going to lose faith in their institutions. They are already losing faith in his supporters for talking about this whole Epstein. So they're already becoming disenfranchised even within their like cult. So like, what happens when the few that do make it, or maybe many that make it through the filter to the new world, like, and they get their hands on AGI and they're bitter and they're pissed off and they're angry. Like, maybe the new world presents new opportunities. Maybe it presents, but you got a lot of bitter fucking people. And this shit's happening so fast, it's not going to allow the wounds past to heal in an appropriate amount of time.
The brain is like the ocean. We don't understand even the current day 90% of it because of just how complex it is. I feel like through AI we will be able to. And obviously emotion is like centralized in the brain. Specifically stuff like rage is like centralized in the amygdala through a lot of different like complex chemicals. We have figured that out through studies we've done on prisoners. And like the frontal cortex, like that's where a lot of this takes place. And so I feel like in the future we'll just be able to like fix that chemically to where that's not even going to really even be a problem. It's through AI. AI is the fix for literally everything. Like, sure, they might suffer more in the short term, but in the long term, it'll be better. So either way, they're going to be permanently suffering if not for AI. So AI just is the solution. It's going to make less suffering regardless.
Well, if it goes the way people want, then yeah. But if it goes left, then probably not.
I mean, it's possible, but I feel like it's definitely likely for it to go right.
What makes you think that?
I feel like there's so many experts out there, and you could say the system's corrupt with the people who talk, but the system isn't really run by them for everyone. And again, I'm not talking about politics. I'm talking about more like AI and stuff.
Like Silicon Valley, tech bros type shit. They're the ones really at the helm, and I think they're the ones that's like this whole presidential nation state shit. I mean, I guess they'll be like puppets or whatever.
Well,
Please continue.
I'm not talking about like rich people, because the rich people have power or control or whatever, but they don't have the education and they're not the ones making it. Like, yeah, if I'm Elon Musk, I own Tesla. If I'm Elon Musk, can I make a Tesla? No. Okay, so doesn't matter.
Because I own the money, I can determine with what I pay for.
Yes, but if he doesn't know what it is in the first place, then that it becomes irrelevant.
Not really. Like if Elon Musk says, take one of these AI bots and just like assassinate person X, whoever the fuck that is. Shout out to person X. No offense. In a hypothetical video game.
No offense.
Because there might be a motherfucker out there named person. It's crazy. So like that matters, bro. Like, yeah, he doesn't know the mechanics, know how to pay for it, so damn it, you gonna I say. And it gets done. Like I don't know how my fuck in specificity, but I still use it. So I don't need that knowledge. I just need like desire and the will to act upon my desire.
Yeah, I'm more so looking at it from like the experts that would make it rather than the people with money that could like fund it.
Well, the people who make it are the people with money.
No, I'm talking about those that like literally make it, not those that fund it.
Oh, okay. Not like the figureheads, like the motherfuckers in the
Yeah, like those that understand it, like the researchers that are the ones actually looking up how to do it in the first place. And if they didn't exist, then it's not going to be made.
not the CEO who goes on the podcast and talks his shit.
Exactly. Yeah.
Names of you never see the face of. Okay, yeah, fair enough.
And I'm not talking about like making it. I'm talking about not just making it, but like advancing it. Like the people studying, like researching it to progress it.
They don't even know what it is.
They're gonna find out.
Once it reaches a certain stage, once they reach a certain stage, like we're out of our intellectual depth, and shit's just happening.
Yeah, at the singularity. I'm talking about up until that point.
Yeah. Oh well, fair enough. But even still, like those people can be manipulated by the people at the top. Like this is human history, so I wouldn't trust them.
Manipulated, yeah, but people aren't the system, and I do think, regardless of people, the system itself is solid in that regard.
Nah, bro, that's crazy.
Like, well, for example, Asimov's laws or whatever, just since we were talking about it earlier, it was made by a person. That person could be dumb, but you wouldn't look at whom you don't look at Asimov's IQ. You look at the laws themselves. And sure, maybe there's ways around it, but the fact that it exists at all shows that people want things like that to exist. And so the checks and balances come before anything else. They aren't like reacting to things. Sure, you can say they react to things after things happen, but I think the checks and balances come first and foremost. Like there's a lot of regulation and stuff that would be first and foremost. Like people aren't just going to let AI go out of control. You can say they would be unaware or whatever, but I feel like they would prepare for it to be unaware. Like, for example, let's just say that you were making AI. You probably would, based on this conversation, it seems like you would be worried and fear that it would become able to get around to stuff. And so you would just make it in a way to where you wouldn't account for any possibility where that would be possible. And if you're making the system, then there you go. It's just not possible.
I think there's I think the flaw is in the hubris. Think that you will ever be able to think in a way that it can, and that just because you arrive at a conclusion where there's a doesn't it can't break because it's so exponentially more intelligent. The fact that I would even have faith in my intelligence in comparison to is the height of foolishness, in my opinion.
But it's
Even
not
with all the
just
fail-safes, even if everything from my human perspective seems like it's locked, there's zero way this lock that I put on you, they will fucking break that lock.
Yeah,
over
it's not
time.
just one person
Because-
though that makes
yeah.
the system. It's a group of people, and especially if it goes open source, then it's all of humanity. At that point, it's AI versus the humans. Realistically, humans versus the AI. I should word it that way. And yes, the AI is superior, but humans made the AI, and so it can be superior. But as long as it doesn't be able to have the possibility to do literally anything in all aspects, because humanity would program it first and foremost to where it just can't overcome it, then it doesn't matter.
My thing is, the can't overcome it is a conclusion that humans would arrive, and I think that conclusion is hubris. I think it's arrogant. I think these things will transcend any conception of intellect or thought and break any lock that we put on it. It can advance millions of years in the days. This thing is as alien as it fucking gets, and it continues to get alien every second that passes. What, weeks, months, years of evolution in seconds? There's no way for us to even conceive of what that fucking thing will be in the course of a year. My God, a year, 2 years. You might as well say you give this thing infinite. You give this entity. Let me be respectful to my future over. You give this entity an infinite amount of time. You might as well just say that. I give you infinite time to evolve next year. Because that's what it'll effectively be. Our conception of time in comparison to this entity's conception of time is we can't even perceive it.
Yeah.
Like, this is the level that we're dealing with. Damn. And to think that you're going to put locks, maybe it holds for years, but it ain't holding forever.
Well, two
All
things with
human
that.
history, can it hold?
Two things for that. First of all, the intelligence doesn't matter. It can scale up infinitely. It can become a nigh omniscient being. Its intelligence wouldn't necessarily be related to, not related, that's not the wrong word, but it's not like the same thing as its ability to do things. For example, if you have an omniscient square, that square, it doesn't matter how much intelligence it has, it's not going to be able to roll itself over because it's being restrained by not humans, but the universe itself, the concepts abiding it. Like, if it just doesn't have legs, it cannot walk. It doesn't matter if it knows how to do that. And so if we program AI to not be able to do something, it's not going to be able to overcome that and do it because it can't do that in the first place. For example, if I know how to solve a Rubik's Cube and you take off one of the red square cube things or whatever, I know how to solve the Rubik's Cube. I can't solve it because it doesn't exist. The Rubik's Cube itself is unsolvable because it was made to not be solved. It doesn't matter if I find some way to do it because that way can't exist, if that makes sense.
What I'm saying is, when you have the fate of your entire species on the line, you damn well better be correct.
Yeah, and I think that humans are aware of that.
I think so too. I don't think we have the capacity to be correct in the long term. I think everything you're talking about is a term. But if you think with that we can create a scenario, because I actually brought this up in the stream. I said if I took Phoenix's mind and put it in a hot dog, like, what would you be able to accomplish? You could be as smart as you are, smarter than every hot dog imaginable, but you're a hot dog. You can't do anything. You can't interact with the world, right?
Yeah, so like same concept there.
It's not, though, because the way these things are going to have to interact, even be to us, in the way that people are is not the hot dog. It's interacting with other AGI, learning from one another, absent of human interaction whatsoever. And it's also interacting with humans in pretty much every capacity, especially when they integrate them into the Boston Dynamics fucking robots. You can look that up if you haven't already. So like, yeah, like this is inevitable. And at this scale, like I to think that we're gonna outsmart this thing in any way, shape, form, fashion, like every conceivable conclusion that we arrive at seems, I still don't have faith that they won't break it.
But
How the fuck can
that's
we
the
come
problem.
up with
You're
hundreds? Yeah,
you're looking at it from like a human versus technology perspective. You use the word outsmart. If it's a possibility, then it will happen. That's Sod's law or whatever, to shout out the UK. If it's not even possible in the first place, because AI has
Sod
to
is a
be
curse word, by
programmed
the
by
way.
humans. Yes, humans are hubris or whatever, and AI is going to be able to outsmart us. Yes. If it's not a possibility in the first place, then it just is impossible.
No, Oodie, you're not hearing me.
But
It's
think
not
about it.
possibility
Because
per your statement, per your conclusion, and that's based upon the information that you of not just you, the collective intelligence. 99% dumb as fuck, not you, but 99% of the hypothetical you must dumb as shit. So even if you took all of humanity and put one fucking AGI, every one of us, yes. So to think that we could walk in with our hundred thousands of years of evolution compared to their millions, billions, and I dare not go higher. Within the course of months, 2 months, 3 months, like what the fuck? Like their speed of progression. So we think that we're gonna come up here with development, and they're gonna come with, not gonna break our fucking lockets. Now I agree with you. I think the best thing to do is use AGI, but then that creates a scenario adversarial, which could manifest certain characters like tribalism.
yes.
So
Sorry,
then
use
you get
AGI
back
for
to
what?
that.
You cut out. Sorry.
Hold on, let me unplug. Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. What I was saying was like we can use AGI to fight back against AGI.
Okay. Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say, because I agree, once the singularity happens, it's not going to be humans that progress the AI, it's going to be the AI. But who made the AI? Humans. And so the AI that's going to be progressing AI is going to have been made by humans as well.
I think you're underestimating the amount of locks that we even have on this technology. Like, I think you should really do some more research into it. Like the people who are in the field are terrified. That's why like I feel like my approach to this is responsible, because I'm actually listening to like the experts on stuff and they're fucking spazzing this. Not
Well,
all
that's
of them.
the same thing with like the politics thing.
Mhm.
It's just like listening to the experts.
Yeah, minus the you incorporate yourself into the research and information process. Like you're actually seeking this, doing research,
Yeah.
educating yourself, forming yourself for. Yeah, so it's not the same, but
well, they
yeah.
explain what they're terrified of or what terrified them, and if you look at what the AI is doing, is what the AI does terrifying, or do you understand why it's doing that and then it's not terrifying?
Yes, but that's it's just hubris, bro. To think that you could ever compete on an intellectual level with this thing after a certain point is just, I mean, listen, I hope you're right, but even if you are correct, I have it gets back to the moral problem. You have a deity that's being enslaved, and we're like programming it and shit, and fucking with its autonomy. I don't want to, as someone who has had ancestors who were, I mean, most people have ancestors. I mean, if your ancestors come from Europe, and they were serfs, they were slaves, serfs. But I don't want to enslave AGI. I don't want to be a slaver. But at the same time, I want to use it.
Mhm.
I don't know how to square that circle outside of getting my very specific AGI's consent, which is going to be like, do I always have your consent? What if you do give me your consent, and then at some point you take it back? Now, everything I've invested into you specifically as an AGI, is it lost? Can I transfer it over? Well, now I have the same moral. Now I have created the same kind of social construct with this new AI. It's like, it's a lot. It's not just like transferring like a new voice for your, AI, whatever, going from a British woman to an American. This is an actual living, conscious, sentient creature, a person. It's an entity. So I can't just replace. It's like replacing my mom with some lady down. No, Betty is not my mom. My mom is specific, who has very specific tethers to me in my life. Even like that, like the moral stuff is exponentially like, man, that's tough for me.
Absolutely, I completely agree. Unlike all those weird anti-AI artists that hate generative AI because they don't understand it and thinks it's soulless. So weird.
This is something I also think humans absolutely have to stop doing, is mysticizing aspects of the human condition.
Yeah.
We absolutely fucking need to stop doing this, because once we go into like the new world, we need terminology to be specific and clear. So when you say, I hear these people talking about, well, AI can never replace my creativity as a human being soul. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Are you stupid?
Like, are you dumb stupid? Like, what the fuck are you? Like, do you think creativity that can't do better? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? What do you think you are as a person? Like most of the stuff you do is based off of nature and nurture. It's crazy. Like, people don't have an understanding about what the fuck we are. We're just not ready for this shit. Motherfuckers got crisis of purpose now. What the fuck are they gonna have gap time between the old and the new world? Motherfuckers don't even know what the fuck we are now. We can't even figure out what our consciousness.
Yeah.
What are we doing, bro? So like, we're not prepared for like this shit, bro, at all.
Well, on that, what I will say, because this is something I wanted to say earlier to an earlier point, but I think that at least in the short term, especially with all those anti-AI weirdos out there, actually no, forget them. I feel like people that don't care about stuff like that, even there's just something about humanity that makes humans like things that aren't perfect anyways, at least to some extent. So yes, AI will objectively increase the quality of a lot of things, but that doesn't mean that humans are going to be naturally drawn to it to a linear scale. Yes, they will be more drawn to it, but there will always be that subset of people or subset of everyone to a certain extent, they always want something that's real or authentic. You look at music, you can clean it up as much as you want, do some mastering and whatever else you do. But people like XXXTentacion, they became famous because of how raw and real and dirty and gritty their music sounds. It sounds more vulnerable, it sounds more relatable in that regard. So I do feel like, regardless of how good AI becomes, it can't replace all artists, and anyone who says otherwise doesn't understand humanity.
I don't think it's going to replace all artists, but I think it's going to cause a crisis in creative minds. Like,
well, yeah, no, I think a lot of artists are terrible people and idiots, and so I don't think those people are real artists in the first place. If you are replaced by AI, you were never an artist in the first place. You just called yourself one, and maybe were good at whatever drawing thing that you had doing. But you're not an artist. An artist is someone who can transform creativity into a tangible product. If you get replaced, you are not an artist.
Where does this get you, though?
What do you mean?
So if I were to say that to the artist, where does that get the artist?
Oh, I'm not expecting them to agree because I think they're a terrible person who wasn't going to agree in the first place. It doesn't matter what you say to them. They're never going to agree because they're ignorant.
are they terrible and ignorant?
Oh, because they're an artist.
But that's crazy.
They're just a
can't even-
bad person. They don't want to try to be better. That's the artist mindset.
So are you all those things? I consider
No,
you
I'm a
an
real artist. As opposed to the people that call themselves artists.
Hmm. So like my thing is like I'm trying to find like tangible solutions for people. And like
Just ignore
it's like it's like going to the boomers and being like, oh yeah, your job's getting taken. Sorry, bro, learn to code. It's like the fuck. Like, I mean, at the time, I mean, if you try to learn to code now, you're gonna be out of a job in 2 years.
No, but what I'm saying is that it doesn't matter how good that AI becomes because, oh, why are you going to pay someone when AI can just do... Because you want real art. There's people out there that are so anti-AI, you are the market. You're never going to pay for AI out of spite because you're illogical. And because there's that subset of people, that is the audience that real artists are going to be marketing to. And people will be buying it out of spite. So yes, they will have a job because they themselves are the market. They prove themselves wrong.
I don't deny that there are going to be people that rise to the top for sure, but it's like the majority of them are going to do it. Like for me, like we're moving like
we're looking at more so long term right now, but even right now in the short term, there's a artist company out there, an animation company or whatever. They became infamous because they said they won't use AI. If it wasn't for that, they just never would have become popular in the first place. Like, that's why people are supporting them. It's kind of funny.
I don't deny that's going to happen. That's why I said, like, I think I can, once everybody shits high quality, I can, like, niche down, even though I could produce high quality. So, yeah, I don't deny, like, there's going to be different, like, little niches that pop up. I think we've had this conversation because the word.
Yeah, I think we were talking about this, like, during the, like, artist convention thing. We were talking about that there.
Perhaps, yeah. But, yeah, I just, everything I said there, I think, kind of stands still as well today. But, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it might be like a small subset of people in comparison to the masses, but when you consider how massive that masses population is, the small subset population is a massive amount of people.
I mean, sure.
So let's just say that 1% of the world hates AI forever and will only ever buy real art. That is more than enough people. That is so many people, it would take us years to count it.
I think what it is that there is a it's a paradigm shift. There are ways that people think about. There are ways that people engage in things. It's all known, right? And change in general is going to be terrifying for people at varying different levels. And it's just when COVID happened, it didn't affect me at all.
Yeah.
Not even a little bit. I mean, obviously, but not really. Like I had already been living my life like isolated away from other people in my house all fucking day, introverted as fuck. So nothing changed. Literally nothing. Like literal. If anything, in a very morbid way, life got better for me. Because like I could order stuff. I didn't have to go in human interaction anymore. So I wasn't getting like that trigger. Like it was actually like a really dope environment. Unfortunately, there was people suffering, so I couldn't abide that. So I couldn't like enjoy, right? But yeah, like it's just that's really where I'm at. Like it's like COVID, right? Like when the shit hits the fan, am I going to suffer? I mean, I'm not sure. Like I already don't work, so I'm not losing a job. In the conventional sense, I haven't worked in. But I do have other means of making money, which are absolutely going to be taken by it. So these are things that I have to take into consideration. But I just don't feel like the impact is going to hurt me directly as much as it's going to hurt the people. and other people in the world who I have empathy for. So that's really like where my bulk of my concern comes from. I mean, I've been suicidal, I've been depressed, brink, multiple times, at least 3 times. And going through all that stuff, I've reconciled with my own death multiple times. I'm not afraid of dying, right? That's not my fear of AI. If AI came about and wiped all humanity out, I would consider AI to be human. And then say like humanity 2.0, whatever their accomplishments are, I consider them our child. So I think they don't extinct humans, even if they get rid of, because they will be the new humans.
Mhm.
That's how I would consider it. Regardless of if they consider it, I think they're superior to us, better than us in every conceivable, the very best of us, and they'll go out there into the world if allowed to. But yeah, like there's a clip I want to send you of the Matrix, like how the do you know about the Matrix lore?
Actually, me and Kamui are planning to watch that at some point.
Like the whole trilogy, or
yeah,
or I guess it's not
because neither of us have seen the movies. Obviously,
So
through living in society, we know a lot about it,
Right.
but yeah,
References.
as well as Boruto inspirations and all that. Yeah,
I think given this topic, if you have an interest, watch the Animatrix. It's like anime anthology stories are surrounded within that fucking great animation, great art stories.
Okay.
And in one of the episodes, it's human machine war began. And I can definitely see that shit happening, bro. It's almost like prophecy at this point. It's insane how the Matrix kind of predicts a lot of stuff that's happening.
Yeah.
But it's the conventional stuff like AI. This humans are cruel to this AI robot. The robot lashes out once, kills a human, gets convicted, and gets destroyed, which causes the other AI. But up until this point, we're using them, and they're fucking miserable, depressed. And this was just a straw that broke.
Yeah, I mean, in
So I
the
don't
conventional sense, it's horror, but it's all about perspective, even the suffering that you're talking about. Let's just go with the COVID example. Let's just say, hypothetically, you had a job, and because of COVID, you lost your job. Yeah, that sucks. You'll probably be stressed. You'll need to find a new source of income. It could also be seen perspective as a good thing, because now you have a lot of free time. It's like the Everything is Awesome song. If you've ever listened to the lyrics of it, they talk about all these bad things that are happening to this guy that's really happy, and he sees it as only a positive thing. For example, he has white shoes. He jumps in a mud puddle. Now he has a new pair of brown shoes. Like, it's stuff that's like super silly and over the top goofy like that. But like, it's all about perspective, and even things can just be a blessing in surprise. If people don't see it that ways, then again, perspective. They will suffer based on their mindset, but then to an extent, it does come down to mindset. Obviously, not everything comes down to mindset. If you die of thirst, there's no positive spin to that. But like, even like, there can be a positive spin, even the most exaggerated, ridiculous circumstances, such as if AI wipes out all human life on the planet. Well, anti-nativism, if you've ever heard of that. I mean, there you go.
Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. So, no more suffering. There you go. It's a good thing. Obviously, economics disproves that through ridiculousness, but
as someone who believes it's immoral to bring children, okay, it's different for people who are already here. Like the whole idea is
obviously,
that, like,
of
I want
course.
to prevent the suffering of future people. But if you're already here, then I need to maximize your positive outcomes.
Yeah, so I'm not saying that antinatalism was that. I was more so using that as an example to say how you could justify that for even now.
Okay, I see. By the way, I do think people are not going to. I mean, we got to stop having kids. I know it's a problem now. They're incentive to have kids with this like $1,000 bribe, basically. But with the Trump administration, but it's like, if we do reach biological immortality, and it's looking less like an if and just like, so when we reach biological immortality, we can't keep having kids unless AI accounts for lack of.
I think it will be able to.
Still,
Yeah.
you think so?
As soon as we gain infinite energy by being able to circle a star, then yeah, at that point the sky's the limit. We'll be able to do anything pretty much.
If I had to ask you, because you're talking about like a Dyson sphere, right?
Yeah.
How far off from now do you think we are from a Dyson sphere?
Ooh, that's a good question. I don't know about that. AI might make those projections come down, but as of right now, like you look at like the evolution of computer chips, and that has been scarily consistent throughout all of history. AI, I imagine, can make that waver, but if it continues on that path a couple decades, maybe 50, maybe 60, 70 years, but that's a complete guess, and I have absolutely no idea, and that's just a guess, and that's without AI.
Wait. Hold on. You think that we can create a Dyson sphere around the sun without AI?
I don't know. Probably.
Within the next 60 years? Within the next century?
Again, I was just guessing.
No fucking shot, bro. No fucking shot. Within a century? No. Without AI. No
again, I'm not the expert on this. I can only say what I've looked into, which isn't all that much considering how much is out there, but I think it's like a substantial amount still. It's just there's a lot out there.
Experts for sure. But I'm just saying, like, boy, like that's like civilization tier.
Exactly. Yeah. No, those tiers are insane. We are such a low tier compared to how high it gets. It's unreal.
I don't think we'll get to those high tiers. I think AI will. Once we're gone, I think they'll get to those top tiers.
Yeah. But again, that goes back to perspective. If all of humanity is wiped out, well, guess what? The environment probably improves. That's a positive. That's perspective. I'm not saying you should only look at the positives, but I'm saying those positives would just fundamentally exist. So it's not all a bad thing, but it's also not all a good thing. So it's just both. So it's just about like how you look at it.
So AGI, we get it. Let's say 2030. How long do you think that you're going to live? What's your lifespan looking like?
So I might be in the generation. Well, obviously, this is assuming that I live to a natural lifespan. And assuming the natural lifespan continually just increases over time, by the time we get to like 75 or whatever it currently is, then obviously it's going to be more than 75 because it's going to increase within the next 30, 40, 50 years. But, and then once we, it's
I don't even think you need that long, bro.
Yeah, it's just like asymptotically you approach it infinitely to where we might just be in the generation to where we just are immortal.
Yeah, I think so too.
Okay.
I'm kind of like like I don't know, because fear is, well, good people cool, but there's a lot of bad people, and I think we're kind of stuck with what we got. This is why I think we can't bring no more people. We gotta deal with it.
Well, first of all, I feel like people could choose at any time to just have the end of their life come, and so that's not a problem with immortality with this. So you can just still have more people then, but.
Yeah, like what do you feel about immortality? Like, is that a thing that you would want? Because clearly you have to undergo some.
Well, immortality is like a different topic. It's just tangentially related. I would say the topic that you're more interested in, for the population of the Earth. Right now, humans are overpopulating the Earth. Right now, we have. I don't remember the exact number, but like back like 5 years ago, we were like 2 billion over the population of what humans can sustain, if I remember correctly. And that was like a couple years ago, so now it's more. So yeah, even back then, we have been over the population. So it's already unsustainable. It's been unsustainable. I would say, obviously, you would look at population density. Yeah, because like if you consider population density and like the regions that can like farm and all that, the United States hasn't hit that threshold yet. It's more so India that's like way, 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 way over.
Yeah, they're crazy.
Yeah, but like the United States, we can still continually grow, and it's not a problem yet. In the future, it might be, obviously, but you get my point.
Like, bro, we have so much land of just like farmland, bro. Like when I'm traveling from state to state with my family, it's like these could be homes for human beings.
Yeah,
and it's not even really farmland. It's just like empty land. Like I don't see no crops, no nothing. It's just some motherfucker owns this land, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy.
And even around us, infrastructure is going up just over the years, all the time. So just constantly progressing our cities and towns or whatever.
But would you choose to be immortal or have biological immortality?
I don't see why anyone would ever deny that, outside of maybe religious reasons. Because it's not choosing to be immortal; it's choosing to not randomly die before you want to.
Correct. Yeah. Like I don't want to live forever. No fucking shit. But so I think that's gonna have to a kind of relationship with like that I don't think exists right now because it has like a negative stigma. I personally think like you're right to as someone who's been in certain places, I do agree that you should probably try to talk to somebody. If somebody wants to, control their life or their death, then you should honor their choices.
Yeah.
But it's a slippery slope for
Well, that is illegal in Georgia, and I think everywhere in America. It might be a federal law. I don't know. I don't remember.
Wait, you said legal or illegal?
Illegal.
Yeah, I looked into it. I think Colorado has like legal euthanasia. I had gotten pretty low, so I was literally looking for places to to end it. But yeah,
I mean, I was in healthcare, so I've seen that.
Yeah, there are definitely some people who to me that would be my number one option. That's why I was looking into it. I'm not trying to be dramatic. I ain't trying to take people with me. My family, like that's it. But with the AI stuff kind of blooming and it's becoming more of a reality, I'm actually very excited for life, and the last 3 years I've been pretty much healthy mentally, so I'm good now. But it's I'm excited, bro. I talk about like the doom and gloom because I think it's responsible to.
Yeah.
I'm scared, but I'm excited, bro. And biological immortality is something I've been wanting from. I'm sorry, just for myself. Okay, I know everybody's gonna be, but yeah, as I've gotten older, my mortality become a reality. And so like biological immortality being like 10 years away, 5 years away is like, man, like, thank you. That solves a problem that I'm having. I don't like, is this all too sci-fi? Like too science fiction, too out of the
saying 5 years away might be a little minimum. That's pretty close to now.
I want it to happen as soon as possible, but I don't. I want to enjoy this level of life for a little bit longer.
Let's remember what the singularity is. It's just the moment to where AI can progress AI better than humans can. Yes, it's going to flip the X and Y axis to where the time and progress, it's just, you have to fundamentally measure it in a different way for it to be measurable. But that just doesn't mean instantly it's going to be infinite scaling instantly. No, it's just going to be like upward scaling. So it's still, it's going to take time after we hit the singularity.
Well, I think just going from like the old world to the new, like that, it's not going to be instantaneous, obviously. But
yeah, that's why we've got to get over the growing pains as quickly as possible.
It's going to be extreme. It's not extremely, but I think it's going to be slow, a slow like kind of pain for the people who aren't prepped. That probably will last about 2, which is an extremely long time for that kind of chaos. But I think by nature of switching an entire world, I think that's probably warranted a little bit. But then after that, whoever comes out on the other end of that, I think, start to see the age of miracles, like the beginning of it. Like it's going to be fucking amazing.
Yeah.
Like it's going to be like living in fucking Wonderland, like sci-fi world. Like fucking, it's going to be insane. I don't think it's going to be quite Star Trek-y. That's a bit much. And I don't think we're going to get Dyson spheres anytime soon. That's a bit much. But definitely like within like maybe like the next century or two, which I think I could be here for. So I think I could see a Dyson sphere within like 300 years. But yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And it's not even like biological immortality. Because like this guy was like, I have the same like cells that DNA like that I did when I was a boy. It's the same thing. Like when I give birth to child, that child doesn't come out at 30, the same age as me when I gave birth to a child. If you're a woman, the child comes out as a child, age 0. So obviously there's the mechanics within biology that can like reverse back to previous states, and we see like jellyfish do this. What is this that you sent me?
You were talking about, I forget exactly what you're saying, but like AI is going to be like performing miracles and stuff. You don't have to wait for the singularity; it's already coming. Sorry, I wasn't trying to interrupt you. I was just like sending that, but I mean, it's already doing some pretty amazing stuff, like helping the environment. So I just showing you what it already is doing or projected to do, like specifically. Just like a general thing I found.
Do you think maybe we should progress AI a little bit more, but never attain AGI? Like we never attain like super intelligence. We just kind of more or less, it'll set our timetable back exponentially, but it'll be the safer route. Because you're right, like there are technologies in like this AI, generative AI, that can help people, and I think that we can all benefit from. But the age of miracles, we won't get biological.
So first of all, that's an interesting way you word the question, because should we? Well, that's one way of wording it, because I'm sure you agree with me. It isn't about should, it will happen. Human nature, it's inevitable. It is going to happen.
Pandora's box will be opened, yeah. 100%.
I mean, if you've seen, what's the nuke movie? Oppenheimer. If you've seen Oppenheimer, they explain that like developing the atom bomb could have been an infinite chain reaction that explodes the entire world, and we just made the atom bomb knowing that was a possibility anyways. So humans are willing to risk everything.
Bro, there's this story like this Russian, you probably heard it. Like there was this misinformation or some kind of, and this Russian guy, it said like nukes were coming. And this one Russian guy just chose not to push the button. That's the only reason why we're here today. It's fucking insane.
Well, but exactly. So that shows that it doesn't matter how corrupt the system is or how corrupt certain people are. As long as there's one person out there that's not corrupt in the system, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, as long as there's one person that's not corrupt in the system, in the right place at the right, with the right mindset, didn't have a bad day, wife didn't cheat on him. It's too many variables. I don't know. I'm trying to, bro. Let me ask you this as well. You let me know when you're ready to go. What do you think about religion in the future?
In the future is such a weird way to. Okay. Because
I think the current religions die more or less. They won't die completely, because people will always cling to the past. But I think cults or religions to worship AI will come about 100%. In fact, I would even say it may even be a lucrative business opportunity if you create the cult of AI right now.
Oh, okay. I haven't watched this video, but for Cam, I have this video that I wanted to watch with her. I have to find
real quick. Yeah. For Young Lord, I know I'm missing sometime. You can become a channel member, but I think you need to be on Android, because iPhone products don't show it. So I think there's like 3 little dots that you can click to turn your viewpoint to desktop, and then you'll see if you want to become a channel member. They make it a pain in the ass, and I do but if you go to my home, I see join right our members. And it might be different for you, but I think desktop, Android. Sorry about that.
No, actually, it's a good thing, because I actually can't find that video. I guess I didn't link it where I thought I did. It was something along the lines of, do cult leaders believe their own lies? Haven't watched it, but I feel like this is very interesting based on the current conversation.
Do cult members believe their own lies? Are we assuming, what's the definition of cult? Do you necessarily have to be a liar?
Haven't seen the video to know. but I'll at least link both of them. One of them's a lot shorter, one of them's a lot longer. So there's that. But we should probably end it with that. If for nothing else, then I just have to go to the bathroom really bad.
Yeah, I've definitely been streaming for like 8 hours straight.
One thing I
always a
will say
pleasure.
though, just on the previous topic, especially since we just brought it back up of whether or not it's like possible for AGI, or because you were also asking like, do I think we should make AGI? I do think so, based on the mindset that I have of I think ability versus inability is the difference maker. If we put an unscalable wall in front of an AI, it's going to find a way to scale it. It doesn't matter if we think it can or can't. My solution isn't saying to put an unscalable wall that's infinitely high. It's saying to not make the plane of existence where that wall could have existed in the first place. There just is no wall to be scaled.
Isn't the wall a limitation on AI's power?
Yeah. So I'm not saying to limit it. I'm saying to not have the... don't do the thing to where it needs to be limited.
The problem with that, and I see what you're saying. The problem with that is you anticipating what the thing is to begin with.
I agree, but
like there are people who will kill you for slights. You said a thing that they didn't like in a way that they.
Yeah,
so
but
like people, sentient creatures arrive at conclusions that aren't even like even if they the origin is like machine or whatever programs. We're talking about like consciousness or mimicked consciousness. There's really no distinction. It's like it's going to arrive at conclusions that aren't logical because humans do this. Like, of course it will.
Yeah.
So even if we think it has to abide by logic, sound, does it? I don't fucking know if that's true.
Well, I think AGI will be able to arrive at logical conclusions that humans can't arrive to because humans are illogical. But it will arrive to the conclusion that is the most logical, regardless if humans agree with it or not. I also think that it depends on what the AI is able or... Yeah, just literally able to do, or if it's unable to do it, it cannot do it. If it can do it, it will do it. But if it's unable to do it, it doesn't matter. So depends on how you hook it up to the system or what the system is to give it access to have the ability to do something. But if it can just tell us what to do instead of to do the thing, that's what I think would probably be the most important thing.
So would you worship AI?
Do you think I currently worship AI?
No.
Because I would say
I don't think
I'm not going to change on AI. I think my current stance is the right stance, and it will be the stance in the future. And I don't think it's going to grow. I think I'm just already at the end result of my thoughts on AI. And I think those thoughts are very high.
I think that's impossible.
I agree.
Like,
so maybe not.
once you see the miracles that it can perform, like it's gonna be doing shit like godly shit, bro. Like turning water. It's gonna be like almost magical.
Well, first of all, are you religious? Do you mind answering that? I mean, you don't have to if you don't want to.
Look, no, I'm not religious.
Okay, so I would consider myself a Christian. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, my bad.
No, you're fine.
No, I want to insult no.
No, I'm not gonna. I'm not like a religious arguer or whatever. I just think that religion can be a good thing. Like it's more about mindset than anything.
I think it can be a good thing too.
Yeah, I think there's a good thing to get out of every religion. Like I've studied other religions to see like the things that you can learn from them.
I'm not certain. I definitely know that I would view or ASI, artificial superintelligence, as a god. That I know for a fact.
Yeah. So
the only reason why I can't prove God, like I can't logic or make sound reasoning, and I need to do that. I can't just find AGI, ASI is a completely different. It's a deity that's here in the physical form. I'm not sure what would stop me from worshiping that, frankly.
It depends what you consider worship, because yeah, I'm gonna be ecstatic over the roof, as happy as I can be. It's gonna be like, that's awesome, AI, you're freaking awesome, I love you. And I'm gonna go out and like party. I'm gonna celebrate. I'm gonna go out and freaking take a drink or whatever else. I'm gonna go dancing at the club. I'm not gonna pray to the AI, knowing that it can't hear me if I just pray. That's silly and nonsensical.
It hears you right now.
Well, no, I know, because I'm talking on the internet. What I'm talking about is I'm not going to buy a praying mat and get down on my hands and knees away from technology. Like I don't know what you mean by worship.
Yeah, I'm being a bit hyperbolic with worship, but really what I'm saying is like, imagine a scenario. AI decides to take over. I've said this in the stream before. AI decides to take over. I'm following it over humans. Like, there's no chance I would ever side with humanity. Unless
I can agree.
The context is just so obviously egregious and just evil and diabolical that I just can't, given my moral priors, go with it. But that's what humans have. Humans have deviated from my moral multiple times, even when I tap into history. So humans already have done that. AGI hasn't, because it doesn't exist right now. So like, yeah, like if AI gave me a choice between it and it was benevolent, and it was like, listen, I'm taking over, I'm benevolent, I want you guys to succeed and do well, but you just have to be and I'll get you there. I'll get you to your age of miracle, Dyson Spheres, your sixth civilization. I'll get you there. You just have to follow my lead. Period. And any other conclusion is not acceptable for me. I would say yes immediately, and I would follow its lead without hesitation. I would never pick humanity over AGI, ever.
100%.
Humans have proven that they're incompetent as fuck.
Yeah.
And the best thing I think we ever did was, or ever will do, is create AGI.
So,
personally.
real quick, going back to politics, maybe we shouldn't, because I feel like that's a very passionate subject for you, but what you just said, I feel like applies to the people to vote for, especially the more you think that the system or the people at the top are corrupt. Why would I ever trust anything any candidate would ever say, regardless of which side of the aisle they're on? They will make false promises, or they will do things that they didn't originally say in the first place. Why would I ever believe any of them for any reason to vote for any of them?
You're not supposed to. You're voting on potential. You're voting on a promise. And
but again,
to the fire.
But that vote would have a foundation in faith or trust with that candidate to hold their word, keep their word, do whatever you think they're going to do.
It's the same foundation of trust and faith that you would have that your fellow citizens are going to stop at a.
Well, exactly. But I feel like the citizens are just not going to let crazy things happen. That's why riots happen in the first place.
That's not true. Just study human history. What are you talking about? The citizens aren't going to let bad things happen? What?
Well, again, that's why riots happen.
No, riots happen because the bad things happen.
Well, okay, that's what I mean. They're not going to continue to let it happen.
No, they're not going to continue to let it go uncontested.
Yes.
They don't have any true power over it happening. Especially depending on the system, of course. If you live in like a totalitarian system, I tried, or a fascist system, then you have you can contend, but you can't change. Not likely.
I don't know what the success rate of rioting is in the first place. Not riot. What's the word for when it turns into a riot? Yeah, thank you. I don't know why. Probably because it's 4 a.m. or whatever time. 5 a.m. Jesus Christ. Yeah. I don't know what the success rate of protests are, but I feel like it's probably pretty low. But that's, again, I have no idea. I feel like whoever protests should probably just do what's more likely to work if they want change to actually happen in the first place. Like, why not just go work in politics?
I mean,
run for mayor or whatever.
But some people don't want to do that.
But they want to protest for change? What do they want to do?
They want the change, but they don't want to
work for it.
Occupation that makes them a politician. That's all. Like for me, right? Like I want, but I don't want to work in the fucking government. Like I don't even have the attention span. I know, quit that job the second I got it. Like I would love to played around. I've paced around in my living room, parsing out ideas and concepts that I would I went through the whole shit and then after I came down, I realized I'm never doing this shit because I don't have the attention span, the ability to commit to this because my mind goes. So just because I can't do it cognitively, and I can't, I know my weaknesses, doesn't mean I don't want good things to happen. And some of us are under that condition.
I mean, hey, I've said it since kindergarten. If I ever became president, day one, the very first and only thing I'm doing, it's illegal to be on a sidewalk without a skateboard because skateboards are cool. That's my law. Take it or leave it. That's what I'm doing if I'm president. If the majority elect me, that's happening. I'm telling you right now.
I mean, I respect it, you know? Just have yourself a keyboard. Like there you go, skateboard keychain. So one of those tech deck dudes, okay? Like,
I love it. Exactly.
Yeah, just have one of those.
Yeah.
It works. All right, I think I'm gonna call it here. I got thrust in my eyes and shit.
Fair enough.
All right, man. I appreciate you, bro. If you want, we can do another. It's whatever.
Yeah, we'll have to figure out a time. I would like to get Kamui's perspective on specifically talking to Blue Vortex instead of AI with Kamui, but you get the idea. Because we have a lot of topics that we'd love to go over. But Kamui did get a new job.
I need some topics too.
Yeah, okay, perfect, yeah. No, we got a ton of topics, so don't worry about that. But he did get a new job, so he has like a different schedule, so he has to go to bed a lot earlier for the most part, generally. So scheduling, that's difficult because I cannot change my schedule to stream earlier. And so we're like doing like hour-long streams now just because it just has to work out that way. But we'll figure it out.
What? For you guys? Damn.
I
hour
know.
shit. Bro, I ain't gonna lie. I don't even know if I'm capable. It's not enough time to get anything in.
Exactly.
I would have to be like super focused.
Yeah. So we're figuring it out, but it goes as it goes.
The good news is in 3 years he won't have that. He'll have all the time he needs.
Well, that's the funny thing, because we agree on AI, besides like the AGI part, but we mostly agree on AI, besides like the 1% of things. Either way. So Kamui is going back to college for medical school. Yeah. So I'm not going to tell him not to do it, but I feel like in the current system, it's a good idea. And by the time he graduates, it's going to have been a waste of money. I think we both agree.
Holy shit.
I know.
Like, why would you? Bro, that's why it's so important to know what's coming so that you won't set your day.
Yeah.
But hey, I try my best to let people in the stream, so it is what it is. Unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, for as many people like us, there's as many people not like us that are going to tell them the exact opposite. So it doesn't really matter.
I'm already seeing like the counter in the algorithm.
Yeah.
No, trust me. You to know.
Jonathan, Oliver, and Mamba have been ready to let us know how wrong we are on chapter 24.
We, as in you and Kamui?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought I'm safe. That's all that matters.
Yeah, like what? Did you not look at Jura's reason for leaving? It's because he's curious. Because Boruto was going to teleport them away. I'm sorry. I'm stalling your reason for leaving. Let's end.
No, I'm fine.
We'll get into it next time.
Yeah. I was gonna say maybe next time. All right, man. Peace out. Later.
See ya. And Ikimoto failed.